get to the last stage of the game here. Just register Republican. Just do it. Just register Republican. Nobody's gonna stop you. You can do anything you want. Just register Republican.
Jesus Christ. They're actually nuts. Yeah, we need more of the asylums. I know. There's a lot more of them what we need. And let's see. Oh, here's another one. Oh God.
I'm currently on my way home from a date. First date of 2026. And I have no problems posting this because he told me he doesn't have TikTok. And honestly, even if he did, I wouldn't give a fuck if he saw this. Because this man decided to psychoanalyze everything about me.
Yeah?
Everything. He and I met in the wild. We met playing kickball. And we had a really great time. And I was like, oh my God, he's like kind of cute. And like we were having fun. So we decided to go on a date. So we did. And as the date's going on, we're having a lovely time. I'm having a great time. But then he starts getting a little drunker. And that's when the truth starts to really come out. And he was like, psychoanalyzing me. And literally was like, I bet you're on anxiety meds. And I was like, yeah, I am. Like,
can't believe it. No way.
Bullseye.
Wow.
Like, how'd you come to that conclusion? He's like, you just give those vibes. He was like, you're clearly a very sheltered person. You're clearly somebody who thinks you know everything and like has seen the world, but you don't know anything. And then he just starts going on and on and on about all the things that he's decided about me. In 2 hours, he's decided all of this about me.
You weren't mad that he decided it. You were mad that he was right.
Spot on.
Make me feel bad about myself? I have no idea.
Yeah.
And he was like, then trying to question me, oh, how many relationships have you been in? Like, it's none of your business. He's like,
I've been watching Andrew Tate.
That you've been in a lot of situationships, but don't ever have a boyfriend. And I was like, wow, you really just have me all figured out.
Yep. Yep.
So we're starting the year off really strong. I wish I could like make this funny, but at this point, like it's not funny. It's just mean. It's just mean.
Jesus Christ. Some of these people, here's a I'll pull up some more of these. And we have a epidemic.
At what point do we just stop coexisting with these people? Because honestly, I'm fucking exhausted.
Oh God.
I'm physically, mentally.
I mean, you guys want to start a war, try. Like, it's not gonna turn out the way you think it's gonna, right? Let's start a war with the people that hold all the guns. All right, yeah, smart idea.
And emotionally fucking drained.
Smart idea.
Why is it that there needs to be a study on what has driven so many white women into this psychosis? There does. Because something clearly went wrong. Very obviously, something here has gone wrong. This is really bad. Like, RFK needs to do like a press conference about this.
The Naru have not forgotten.
To put on a face every day like everything's fine. I have to go to work.
Obama
and I have to sell
and Biden.
shit, and I have to come home.
Damn, it's been a while apparently. Holy
Holy
shit.
On the bus to go to school.
Yeah, that poor
Well,
kid.
people are literally getting shot in the street, and we're watching it. And they're telling us we're not saying what we're saying.
The regime. Fuck it. I'm crying on the internet. We should all be. Hashtag FICE.
I just feel like I'm going crazy. Like,
Bro, these people are such a bunch of whiny
90% of the
bitches.
people that I
Holy
have to
fucking
see
shit.
every day.
As I said, I know the solution for this. We need to have an exchange program with other countries where we have different guys from all the different popular fraternities in America have like a voting panel where they vote on attractive women to come into the United States. Like, you get every guy named Zach, Chad, Tyrone, Brad, and like, you know, Kevin, and you get these dudes together and you put them on a panel, and they just pick out the hotties from the the hogs, and we just bring those girls in, and I guarantee you all these women that are complaining about ICE, they'd be joining ICE. They would be. Tyrone? Yeah, of course. What's wrong with Tyrone? Yeah, sure.
Live in a completely different reality than I do.
They would. NATO tender?
And
Exactly.
I'm crying on the fucking internet.
You are.
I am just so exhausted. And I don't...
The conclave of Chads?
Yeah, I don't know whether to prepare for a
Good
world
fortune.
war or civil war.
What?
You ain't preparing for jack shit, lady.
What's this bitch reading? You don't know whether to prepare for World War or Civil War? What the hell is wrong with you? Oh my god.
Some 90-pound retard. I gotta prepare for war. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, lady.
It's my first Civil War. Oh man. This is scary, isn't it? It is. Some of these people are just...
Lessons of the past.
It just keeps going. Start this with it almost turned down, okay?
All we're learning from this is that you should hit the gas. If they're you should run them over. You should run them over with your car, and you should do it quickly before they can fucking shoot you.
That's a great idea.
Of course, this bitch looks like you. Oh my god. Look at these fucking people, bro. Can we start sticking them in the fucking crazy houses? Like... My god. She's like out on the internet, literally advocating for people to get shot in the face, apparently. Right? You wanna get shot? That's how you get shot, okay?
That's a really, really great idea. Yeah, run over the federal agents with your car. Now, you're obviously not going to do this, right? I mean, you're not going to run over any federal agent with your car, of course not. But you're going to goad some random person on TikTok to maybe do it, and then you're going to cry about it when they're dead.
I have to go to my mechanic. I have to get my car fixed so that I can drive faster, just in case. This is fucking...
So you can drive... What do you think... What is this, like Gran Turismo? What do you think that the mechanic is like, okay, can you paint my car red so it goes faster? That's not how it works.
insane. You should hit them. You should hit them. They will say you hit them anyway. You should hit them with your car.
They did hit her. They did hit him though. Like she did totally hit him.
They're out of their fucking minds. As I said, we
My
have
god,
to
these people are
reopen
living
the
in fantasy
asylums.
land.
We do. Oh, here we go. Another one.
We are already surpassing Hitler, Nazi Germany. Do you not see this? If we have to debate the morality of does a person deserve...
You can always tell by the eyes, bro. Can we just round these people up? Round them up. Stick him in a mental institution. Jesus.
to be shot in the face by a masked man who just jumped out of his car working for the government?
Yep.
What have we become? Why are we here scrolling instead of getting out to the streets?
Because there's nothing going on, lady. Like, business as usual. The most part of your country voted for that shit. That's how it goes.
Jesus.
I'm so serious, and I'm going to keep scrolling because honestly, nobody.
What a fucking schizo. Oh my god. Yep. You're gonna keep scrolling. Nobody's gonna stop you from scrolling. I believe you.
Would join me if I got in the streets, would they? Because that's the thing. When we go to the streets, we go up the streets with our little plastic signs and we see stop shooting people, arrest ICE. Do you think that's going to help a woman who just got shot? This is serious.
You can't take these people seriously, dude. You just can't. It's impossible. It's fucking hilarious. This bitch crazy.
Yeah.
the streets material. This is Civil War, revolutionary bullshit, and I'm scared to say this on the internet because I know the government's watching me.
You need to go in the box.
Yeah.
You have to go in the box.
Yep.
This is crazy. What's wrong with you? Really? They're actually unheard of to make comparisons like these. Yes. These people, you've got to arrest. You've got to do something about these people. We have to bring back mental asylums. It's necessary. We do. We've got to bring back mental asylums. I don't know what the hell is going on. They're out of their fucking mind. Give them a lobotomy? Yes. Like, all of these people need to get institutionalized before they hurt themselves or they hurt somebody else. I think a lot more people are going to end up getting killed because of this stuff. I mean, these people are out of their fucking mind.
And y'all better be fucking afraid of what you're doing to your people, because we will bite back. This is our country, and we deserve to take it back from the very terrorists running it now.
Yeah.
Oh my god. These people are out of their fucking mind. Are you trying to say that they're unstable? I think they're totally mentally unstable and totally unhinged. And I think that they should be locked up in a mental asylum. I think so. I think that it's dangerous.
1,000,000% agree.
People like this out there that are screaming, screeching in their car, knocking their camera over, that think that the government is trying to, you know, fucking follow them and track them. Yeah, they're nutballs. Like, and this is the thing, is that to the extent that you don't hold people like this accountable and remove them from public spaces, they will destroy the public spaces that they're a part of because they're just mentally ill retards. So that's the goal. This doesn't seem, yeah, what's this here? Duh, this shit doesn't seem real. These people are insane. I know. I don't think, see, like, I've been trying to tell people about this. Like, if you play World of Warcraft again, if you play World of Warcraft, you know that these people exist because you know how stupid the average person really is. Yeah, can you petition to open asylums again? I would if I could. I'd love to do that. There's one more.
ICE just came in and took the entire staff of the Elk River Hong Kong buffet.
The Hong Kong buffet, Elk River is gone. Uh-huh.
They came in and they took everyone without checking for papers. They just abducted them. Husband left to go get takeout, and the Hong Kong buffet is one of his favorite restaurants. Comfort food. Something to feel better about what's going on right now in the world.
What are you doing?
But you can't escape it.
That poor man.
You can't hide from it.
Bag.
It's in my backyard now.
Yep.
If you don't know where Elk River is, we're about 30 miles north of Minneapolis. It's not really the
It's a
metro
big problem
anymore.
over there.
We
It's a
call
big issue.
anything that is a suburb of Minneapolis the cities, like Brooklyn Park,
Bro.
Golden Valley.
This bitch is doubling up on the nose ring theory. She's got 2 of them.
Minnetonka. It's one thing to watch it from behind a screen. It's a spectacle. You're helpless.
Yeah.
You can't interact. But it's another thing when it's right in front of you. And you have the choice to do something.
And let me guess what you're gonna do.
To say something. Even if it means you might lose everything.
These people are getting goaded into ruining their entire lives.
Good fortune.
They are. They're getting goaded into ruining their entire lives over this stuff. Oh, here we go. Driving 4 hours to stand outside a Mexican restaurant because you assume it must be chock full of illegals is so comically racist and insane that I can't stop laughing.
Stand on this corner to watch the business for them. They've been really worried about reopening. They were shut down for the past 5 days after ICE was here, and they just aren't comfortable.
But like, yeah, bro, this is so fucking pathetic and sad. Was it full of illegals? I don't know if it was or not. I have no idea. So we get the DHS trope. Yeah, so DHS and USCIS of ending temporary protected status for Somalia. Homeland Security tweets out, "I'm the captain now."
Go for it.
Oh my fucking god. So yeah, I've seen.
You might not like the
stuff
answer.
that's going on, and it's just fucking crazy. And I don't know why you're ready to, why people aren't doing this, but for some reason. Oh, by the way, look at this. This is what the main guy from Iran said, apparently. A man may have sexual relations with animals, but he must slaughter the animal after orgasm and sell the meat to infidels.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Didn't expect to hear that. I'm from Europe though. All I've seen from the Minnesota fraud is what I've seen on the internet, right? So I have no fucking idea. It's a hilarious story to watch though, that's for sure. If you're not from there. Right? Probably not so much if you're from there, but you know. I can keep this up all.
The Legion will fall.
Is it frost armor?
Good health, long life.
Frost bolt. Blizzard. When there's a money glitch I can do. Yeah, well, I mean, that is not only a uniquely American problem. I want to point that out. I live in Europe. We spend 12 billion euros, which is like $15 billion a year on immigration. And there's 10 million of us, by the way. 11 million. Sorry, I live in Belgium. Tiniest not the tiniest country on earth, but we're close. 12 billion euros a year. It's not uniquely an American problem. Believe that. Yeah. Again, there's 11 million of us total. Okay, in our country, 11 million. It's probably almost 12 million by now because we've been importing a whole lot of fucking people. But you know. So when you think about that, right? Let's say it is 12 million. Every single resident of Belgium is spending $1,000. Let's use dollars. $1,000 a year. Every single person in Belgium is spending $1,000 a year on like 500,000 refugees. A year. Every single person in Belgium. The math doesn't add up. I'm gonna point that out. Okay. How about no? Usul. Well, we don't even see them struggling, right? Let's be honest.
May I be of service?
It's like, not that long ago, there was a dude walking across the road like every single day at the busiest fucking crossroad in my city, and I live in Belgium. We are one of the most densely built countries in the world, so traffic is nuts here. All right, and some fucking dude in shitty ass clothes with a walker, not a walker. What's it called in English? A crutch. Sorry, my bad. A crutch walks like it goes red. He goes on next to the cars and does this. Like literally, that's all he does. Like, oh, money, 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 money. And then 4 hours later, a Mercedes picks him up. He did that for 2 weeks straight. And then I called the cops. Like, get off the fucking road, dude. Like, my god, bro. It's ridiculous. Like, I've lived here my whole life. There's places now I don't go at night. Not a fucking chance. And I used to walk around at night, right? Like, I was like 18, 19, 3 a.m. high off my ass, just walking around the outside, like, like, this used to be like the safest place you could fucking imagine, dude. 15 years later, it's a fucking shithole. It's not it could be worse, I'll put it that way. But it could be a lot better. Like, it got a lot worse. At least I don't live in Brussels, you know? Fuck that shit. And that's not to say I wasn't in danger back then, but just way less danger, right? Maybe I get mugged. Now I'll get fucking stabbed, so, you know? The severity of problems went up. Not necessarily the amount, but it became way more dangerous. Dude, Brussels is... I don't even go there no more. Fuck that place. What a shithole. I thought it was dirty when I went there 20 years ago. And now it's like, I don't even go in there anymore. But yeah, if you're from New York, enjoy Mamdani. That's gonna be fun. Okay, so what did I... Oh, none. Or... Rune of teleportation, I believe. Yes, at least one. Do these things stack? Okay. I'll buy it. Yeah, do whatever. But yeah, definitely not a lefty. I hesitate to call myself right as well. I don't really believe in those. I like to think for my own. Crazy, I know. Outside, the back entrance. The back entrance, what? Bro, I've never been here. I don't know what the back entrance is. Yeah, I'm basically middle. I'm right on certain topics, I'm left on other topics. Like, I'm from Belgium, and I have medical problems. I love my healthcare. You know what I mean? They don't bankrupt me. It's fantastic. But I like guns, and I really wish I could own one for self-protection. Not allowed. The eye shooting of the lady? Well, like the Kyle Rittenhouse case, there's videos from all angles. It's pretty obvious. Yeah, of course she gets shot in the face. You know? I would shoot too. 100%. I wouldn't even think about it. Yeah, no, it's 100% it's a tragedy, right? I'm not disputing that at all either, right? Is it tragic? No doubt, because now, like, many people's lives have been ruined, including her kids. Or kids? I'm not sure. She has at least one kid that I know of, but I think she has multiple or something? I don't know. Her family all fucked, you know? And then the wife that literally yells, "Drive, baby, drive, drive." Bruh. But you're gonna accelerate towards a police officer, or a law enforcement officer, I should say, I guess. And that dude shoots you in the face. I ain't got no sympathy. None. It is without a doubt tragic, but that doesn't mean I have to feel sorry. You know what I mean? Like, exactly. That's a Darwin Award, right? Let me accelerate towards this police officer who is now in front of me because I drove backwards. And and then Pikachu face when I get murked. Yeah, that's not how the world works, I'm sorry. Like, I noticed from day one when they only had the shit video, right? From behind. Yeah, I've seen the video, 3 minutes, at least 3 minutes. They only had the shit video from behind when I saw it first. But even on that video, you could clearly tell the tires were pointed directly at that guy when she makes the initial, like, rev of the engine because the fucking front wheels spin on the ice. Like, hello? Right? Guilty right there. What the fuck do you mean? I don't even need to see anything else, you know? That's it right there. The fact that he didn't get actually hit is even makes it even worse. No, the bot. Yeah, the ice thing is... It's ridiculous that the left is losing their minds over it because it's so fucking obvious. But they did the same thing with Kyle Rittenhouse and that was even more obvious, right? What the hell? That's actually the... I was already like very disillusioned with like the media as a whole, but that's where I just lost all faith in that one. Because we streamed the entire fucking court case. The entire trial from start to finish. I was here day one. I was here day whatever the fuck it was, like 3 weeks later. And we streamed every single fucking second of that trial. And then you read the media and they were saying the exact opposite of what happened. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, wait a minute. You're not even trying to spin it. You're just completely lying. What the hell? And that is the problem these days. I'm all for freedom of the press. But when you start lying so blatantly, there needs to be repercussions. And I think freedom of the press is core to a fucking democratic society, right? But the opposite end of that should also be true. That if you have a lying media... that you can like literally, you can tell they're lying. Like it's the literal opposite of what happened sometimes, right? They should see repercussions for that because that's also how you go and lose your democratic society. Like you need to have the golden middle ground, right? You need a free press that doesn't fucking lie and is ethical. But if you don't have a free press, you're gonna have a shithole. If you don't have an ethical press, you're gonna have a shithole. So checks and balances, please. But yeah, this is exactly the reason why I have politics as a tag, by the way. Because we like to talk about these things over on this channel. I'm not making any prescriptions or whatever. Oh, we finally got it to gray. I'm not making any prescriptions or so, whatever. I just like to discuss it, you know. And we don't like Dog Striker Piker around here. We like to clown on that guy.
And I was really thinking about this. This is just a little bit of a bonus thing, right? I was thinking about it, and like if I was gonna make a law for like how you should have sex with and kill animals,
Jank's nephew,
them,
Hassan Dog Striker Piker. That's it
is. Like,
that's my little nickname for him,
makes
Dog Striker
sense.
Piker. I think it's hilarious.
It does. No, I don't agree with it. I don't think you should be having sex with animals.
And it
But,
rhymes,
like,
so
logically,
you know
I
it's
can
true,
see
Kappa.
I can
Allegedly.
see the vision here. I can. Yeah, Hassan Toggle. Oh, actually, I saw that the. Oh, here's another one. Group of anti-ICE protesters were seen detained and cuffed.
You're not so loud anymore.
Yep. Yep.
I wouldn't say I'm in it. Everyone else would say I'm totally in it, but I don't. I just like the. I don't know. I like the debates. I like the topics. I like the. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm like in it, but I'm in it. I don't know. Base to be informed, I guess, right?
Yep. For sure. Yep. Water, not walls. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's another one, a fatty. Oh, he's got a gas mask on. He's wearing a helmet. Well, that's probably a good thing. You should have that on all the time. And the usual suspects. Yep, the usual suspects every time. So this also, I saw this was really funny, that this person made a tweet and they said, Hassan's fans are basically Asmongold fans but woke. I have to apologize and issue a correction. Many Hassan fans are actually very unwoke and misogynistic. You stupid bitch, dumb bitch, and then Zog whore. What does Zog even mean? I don't even know what
Yo,
Zog
Demon,
means.
what's up? Yeah, man.
So yeah, I saw, because Hassan
Space
retweeted
Goats
this
have
person
joined the
to
party.
defend himself, right? Because he didn't want to get compared with the Roach King, right? You don't want to have that happen. So yeah, he retweeted it, and all of his fans and all of these people are now harassing this person. Meanwhile, if somebody wants to say this about me, that's fine with me. I don't give a shit. Doesn't matter at all. But for some reason, some people just can't take criticism or any sort of negative PR. People care too much about their optics and their own image.
But Hassan is also a terrorist sympathizing
and,
ideological
actually, before I
freak,
get to
right?
it, we're gonna read it from more
LARPer, I might
I'm really
add,
nervous
because
about the
he's
situation in
very
Minneapolis
much a
right now.
capitalist.
I'm in Minneapolis, and while I'm a white male citizen,
Like, it's
I'm afraid there
undeniable,
won't be
right?
enough anymore.
Like-
I went to my usual Friday night Alcoholics Anonymous meeting and out to eat afterwards.
Yeah, I
and
know,
kept
I know.
expecting
We
ice
saw,
to
yeah,
burst
we saw
at
that.
any moment. I'm safe at home right now.
I know.
But I'm really scared that they're going to bring Minnesota under martial law, and I don't know what we'll do at that point.
It's honestly embarrassing that he's still on this site, dude. After everything he's done, yeah, second time, day or two ago. Let me pull up the clip. Let me pull up the clip. Apparently not, right? But here's the thing, Twitch is also ideologically captured, so they love that shit. They're calling it Colorgate 2.0. Let me get the clip.
That are protesting against settler fairs that are protesting.
Bro, he's so fucking dumb. He does it so obviously too, man. I'm starting to think like it's on purpose, bro.
That are protesting against settler fairs that are protesting against settler fairs that are taking place in a synagogue are actually the bad ones in this. That are protesting.
I hate that it's so fucking small. Where's the big clip? Oh, here it is. Asman does it better.
Entire media was moved in the direction of, oh my god, I can't believe the protesters that are protesting against.
Bro.
Entire media was moved in the direction of, oh my god, I can't believe the protesters that are protesting against.
Like, bro, come on. The dog steps off the thing. He clearly grabs for something and the dog is like, oh shit. Like, right? It's so fucking obvious, bro. My god. I fucking despise this person, dude. And I use person very broadly, okay? Like, I don't think this is subhuman shit, dude. Oh my god, man. Dude has been called out for that shit already, and he's still fucking doing it, man. Are you getting off on this shit or something? Do you like torturing your fucking dog? What the fuck, man? And I have pets, alright? Big fucking pet lover. Ain't that right, you little shits? Hmm? Yes, it is. I wouldn't even dream of, like, locking my cat up in, like, a one room. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? No, you let her fucking roam around, bro. Yo, thank you for the follow, Sizzle. Or not Sizzle, I suppose. Bro, it pisses me off so much, dude. Like, it's what a low-life piece of shit, bro. My god. And then I make a video about him and I get like all of his stands in the YouTube comments. Oh, you like, I love it, bro. I keep trolling them. They don't realize until like a couple of comments later when they realize like, wait, this guy's farming me for comments, and then they stop. Oh, it's funny. They're not the smartest people, right? It kind of comes with the territory. Yep.
I am honored.
But yeah, man, like, that's why the titles make Asylums great again. We were watching this, and like, there's a bunch of fucking lefty liberals that are just fucking freaking out on the internet, and I'm like, it's like, yo, put these people in a fucking asylum, dude. Like, this is what happens when you stop, like, mental health care. You know what I mean? All these people are roaming free, and they're all freaks. He does treat his dog as a prop. Like, it's 100% true. Like, why do you think it's such an expensive dog that he supposedly got for free? No, you didn't. You paid $10,000 for that thing, okay? Like, it's 100% to humanize him, because he's not a human at all, right? He's a fucking... he's filth. I mean, he literally outwardly supports terrorists. Do I need to say more? Apparently, yes, because he's still not banned, right? How is this fucking wretch on Twitch, of all places? I've been here since day fucking one. I suck at it, obviously, because I have like 2 viewers, right? But that's besides the point, right? This place was for gamers. I remember when it was only games, you know? And now we've got like freaks on the fucking on the platform that's like literally advocating for terrorists. Literally trying to radicalize people, literally trying to get violence be done. And he's not banned. It disgusts me. I weep for what happened to this website. I do. And I'm invested in this website. Clearly, right? I've spent most of my adult life on this website.
Welcome.
I've made lifelong friends on this website. For real, okay? And we got some freak that's like ruining it all. Because don't you... I guarantee you, Hassan Dog Striker Piker is a giant reason for all of the advertisers being like, no, I'm good. Like, how many ads do you get right now that are literally for Twitch Turbo? You know why that is? Because they're not selling ads for anything else. So they have to put their own ad on it. And their own ad doesn't make them any money. Like, they're literally destroying this site just because they keep a fucking terrorist sympathizing rich on the website. It's insane to me. Like, I don't know what the hell Dan Clancy is doing, but that dude needs to go. Like, heads need to roll at the top. Or this site is doomed. And I have an account on Kick. I don't stream there very often. Like, 99.9% of the things that show up there is like a bot. Oh, Discord. Fuck off. It drives me nuts. Like, dead internet theory is definitely a thing on Kick. Unless you're like a big streamer, you're not getting real people. I'm not sure you can put him in jail. Like, I'm not sure you could put him in jail. I'm gonna be very honest. Let's be fair, right? Facts matter. The thing is, I don't think he's actually done anything that is illegal, except for maybe when he called indirectly called for violence against Rick's cult, right? But he did it in such a way where he's like, oh no, that's not what I meant. You know what I mean? Even though that's definitely what he meant. That's the only one I can think of, the Rick's cult, Senator Rick's cult. Because the waving the airsoft gun around on stream was just cringe and retarded, and everyone could see it was an airsoft pistol. Anyone that was like, oh no, that's a real pistol, they're lying to you, okay? He dropped the fucking magazine. It was clearly an airsoft pistol. Like, would I like to see him in jail? That's a different question, right? That's a different question. The answer to that is wholeheartedly yes, but I'm not sure you can put him in jail. You know what I mean? Like, legally. Yeah, but who gets jailed for that, really? Realistically speaking, that's generally just a fine, you know? You want to see a little trick? Oh, he just fucking looted it. Nope, I still got it. Opening shit from the inside is overrated. That's why I say potentially the Rick Scott, because that was, I'm not sure if he still is, but at the time that was a sitting senator. You know what I mean? Like, there's a big difference between yelling "I'll kill you" at some retard on the internet and a fucking sitting senator. You know? But he also said it in such a way that he's basically, it's like, it was basically a dog whistle, right? So it's like, oh, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? I didn't outright say it. Like, okay, dude. Everyone knew exactly what the fuck you meant, okay? It's fucking asinine. Which one? Didn't they... Wasn't the first one... Didn't the first one die? I don't remember. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember. I know the second one, like the Bush idiot in the at Mar-a-Lago, he got the book thrown at him. I love how on the Hassan front, like everything is Israeli, man. That's Israeli coded. Oh, the Mossad definitely did this. I shocked my dog. No, Israel is probably coming up with that story. Like, bro, could you be more anti-Semitic? You know? Like, holy shit. What do you mean? I say Zionist. I don't say Jew. Yeah, but everyone knows you mean Jew, okay? What the hell, dude? Come on, please, for the love of God, okay? How dumb do you think we are, bro? We're not... Not everyone is as dumb as your fucking fan base, alright? And he hates them too, which is hilarious, right? The dude's actually, like, I knew him before he was a fucking... Well, no, I was gonna say I knew him before he was a retard, but he's always been a retard. I knew him... Okay, let's back up. A long time ago, I was pretty left. And I was watching the Young Turks. Not... Almost religiously. I don't want to say religiously because that sounds like worse than it is, but I enjoyed watching them, so I watched them whenever I could. I thought it was a hilarious show. Of course, I didn't agree with everything, but they've gone far off the deep end on the leftism, right? Like, so much so that I'm like, what the fuck? Like, Cenk used to say he was a Republican, and he used to say, oh, well, the Republicans went so far right that I ended up on the left. Well, the left went so far right... Or so far left that I ended up on the right. Like, I can say the exact same thing. But that's where our Nepo baby, Hassan Piker, started at TYT. And I watched him. He's, like, literally one of the reasons why I stopped watching. Like, the dude is a fucking idiot, okay? His debate with... I don't even know who it was at the time. It might have actually been Charlie Kirk. He was such a fucking idiot. He has no idea what he's saying. No, I don't think it was Charlie Kirk. I don't remember. Shit, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, he was a massive dude, bro, at the time, dude. Like, he still is. He's just a dude, bro. Like, he's just one of those fucking metrosexual weirdos from back in the day. And the shit he said on those programs as well, man. I can tell you that guy is not actually, in any way, shape, or form, the person he portrays to be right now. I don't believe that for a second. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I only see Turbo ads now. They're out of advertisers, man. The advertisers are gone, bro. Again, I can't really blame them considering the main guy that you refuse to even slap on the wrist is an insane terrorist sympathizing extremist. Like, of course the advertisers are gonna be like, no, thank you. Right? What do you mean? I'm definitely not advertiser friendly because I say what's on my mind and I fucking curse like a sailor. Right? I do, I know, I get it. Not advertiser friendly. Totally get it. But that being said, I am a million times less worse than a Hassan biker. Like, I'd probably get some advertisers on the right. Let's be honest, because I like my guns, you know? Yo, TacPack, you want to sponsor me? I will shill your shit. You have no idea. I can't even own it, and I'll shill your shit, right? Because, you know, Belgium, we suck with guns. But still. But when you simp for terrorists, no one wants to be associated with that. Not on the left, not on the right. So you just alienated literally every single advertiser on the planet. Well done. Like, it amazes me that Amazon hasn't done anything about Twitch. Like, the entire top of Twitch needs to be decapitated. I don't mean that physically, I mean that like in a business sense, right? Heads need to roll. In a business sense, not in the decapitate them sense. But you need to... Let me choose my words more carefully. You need to kill... What is with the kill? It's because I'm playing WoW. You need to remove the main guy, his entire team, all of them, gone. Start over. This time with people who actually care about the website and not their ideology. I don't give a fuck if they're left, I don't give a fuck if they're right. I really don't. What I care about is that they put the website over their fucking political bullshit. But that's too much to ask these days, apparently. After all of the bullshit that's happened so far, Hassan Piker literally being named in a debate as a bad thing, the New York now mayor having to disassociate, distance him, disavow him for his political career, I'm pretty sure some of them have heard about it. Like, there's no fucking way you haven't. Not a chance in hell that they don't know. I loved that he went up to the party like some fucking loser and then was, yeah, you're not on the list, buddy. Turn around, get the fuck out of here. Hilarious, bro. And then he acts like he helped him get elected. I tweeted it too, like, bitch, he got elected despite you, motherfucker. He had to fucking like, he had to disavow you. What the fuck are you even saying, dude? God, he can lie so easily. It drives me nuts.
Recharging.
becoming needlessly paranoid or properly paranoid. I've wanted to relapse on alcohol these past few days, and I've resorted to THC seltzers and alternatives.
It's too far away.
I don't know whether THC is making me this anxious or what. I just want to go about my business without having to worry about being gunned down for looking at an ICE agent wrong.
These people live in
We
fantasy
have a
land,
mental
bro.
health crisis in America.
You really do.
We do.
Yeah, 100%.
We have a real one. People might not be seeing it, but every day it becomes more obvious, doesn't it?
Oh no, people are seeing it.
Every day it becomes more and more very clearly obvious. Oh my God. Thoughts on Trump pausing immigration from 75 plus countries?
Good.
Well, if they're shitholes that bring on people that are mainly just total fucking detriments to the country, like, I don't think that's enough. I think that you should look at the people that are from those countries and then send them back. Like, I don't want to hear about not letting more people in. The problems is that we have out too many of those people already. What, like, okay, that's great. You're going to pause immigration from there. Great. And also, I don't think that you should pause immigration from a country categorically. I think that you should evaluate every person individually. And there are retards that come from Norway, and there are probably smart people that come from Iran, right? Or, I mean, actually, Iran's a very well-educated country. It's not even a good example. They come from maybe Pakistan or like Afghanistan, and like that's a very high welfare rate country too. The truth is that I don't want to see people denied because of like where they came from. I want to see people denied because they're not going to add any value to the country. They're going to come over here and they're effectively going to be parasites living off welfare, causing us problems. I say send them the fuck back. Get them the fuck out of here.
Resist. Love seeing it. Oh my god. Yo. Star Trek Deep Space 1. Deep Space 9 Season 1 review from Red Letter Media.
I don't have a target.
I really do hate fighting in the water. It's very...
The Supreme Court is now debating on what a woman is. Listen to this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Since you bring it up, why don't we start there? Dr. Verma, I wasn't sure I understood your answer to Senator Moody a moment ago. Do you think that men can get pregnant?
I hesitated there because I...
We got to get rid of these people. We gotta get rid of him. This is crazy. Like, this is you've got it. This has got to stop. This is so ridiculous, so insane, so stupid. What is this? Take away our license.
I wasn't sure where the conversation was going or what the goal was. I mean, I do take care of patients with different identities. I take care of many women. I take care of people with different identities. And so that's where I paused. I think, yeah, I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Well, the goal is just the truth. So can men get pregnant?
Again, the reason I paused there...
The answer is no. Oh my god.
I love watching this unravel in real time.
That is kind of funny, it was true.
There has been nothing better than watching these people totally unravel and unwind in real time. This is embarrassing. This is the saddest thing ever. It is.
I'm not really sure what the goal of the question is.
The goal is just to establish a biological fact. You said a moment ago that science and evidence should control, not politics.
Right.
So let's just test that proposition. Can men get pregnant?
I take care of people with many identities.
The answer is no. Oh my god, just say no.
This is crazy. This is insane. What is wrong with you? Back to the script? Yes.
But
can men get pregnant?
I take care of many women that can get pregnant. I do take care of people that don't identify as women. That
Can men get pregnant?
As I'm saying.
Let me just remind you, you testified to a moment ago. Science and evidence should control, not politics.
I don't know how anybody can watch this and not come to the conclusion that this woman is absolutely insane and should be she should have her license taken away from her.
1,000,000%.
Like if you think that
Doctor,
that men
how?
can get pregnant or you can't.
What is a man and a woman?
simple
I can't really answer that
biological
question.
reality, you should
Yoink license.
like, not
No,
like,
we're not doing
have
that.
your license
That's
totally
embarrassing.
taken away. Like, what are we doing with this? It's insane that this is even happening. Like, and this is the problem, is that I don't think that we are nearly aggressive enough with these people that are trying to take their weird ideology and turn it into an actual practice. Like, you have to totally destroy these people. And you have to make an example out of them, too. Because if you don't do that, they will totally unravel the world just so they can feel good or to fit in with their ideology. You can't let this happen at all.
Anymore.
So, can men get pregnant? You're a doctor, I think.
Science and evidence should guide medicine.
Science and evidence.
Science and evidence tell us that men can get pregnant? Biological men. Can they get pregnant?
I also think yes/no questions like this are a political tool. And
no.
This is no. You don't understand. No, this is all a political tool. Oh my God.
We're living in.
No questions are about the truth.
These people are allowed to vote, by the way.
Doctor, let's not make a mockery of this proceeding. This is about science and evidence, and I'm asking you. You know, the United States Supreme Court just heard arguments yesterday at great length on this question. This is not a hypothetical question. This is not theoretical. It affects real people in their real lives. And you're here as an expert, called by the other side as an expert. And
this is, thank you. Do you remember what I've said before about experts? I've said this over and over and over again. These people are not experts. Stop referring to them as experts. They are absolutely not. Who's defending her? The people that put her up there to say this shit. Absolutely. If you think that this is the truth, a lot of these weird leftist people, they do this constantly. They can't define what a woman is, but they can define what sexism is against women instantly. How does that happen?
You've been telling us that you follow, right?
Never
you're
listen
a
to
doctor,
experts.
And you follow the science and the evidence. So I just want to know, based on the science, can men get pregnant? That's a yes or no question. It really is, I think.
I think you're trying to reduce the complexity of a lot.
I'm not. I'm trying to.
No complexity. It's not complicated. It's just not.
It's not complex. Yeah, I'm trying to get to an answer, and I'm trying to test, frankly, your veracity as a medical professional and as a scientist. Can men get pregnant?
I think you're also conflating.
Dude, she cannot answer the question, bro. What the fuck is going on? Oh, I'm gonna die.
Man.
Nope.
Man. She's definitely in denial. It is. This is a doctor. And I want
That's
you
the
guys
scary
to
part,
see
right?
how
That's
bad
a
it
doctor.
is. See, these are the
I
same
haven't seen this
people that
yet.
are out there repeating these same lies over and over. You got to institutionalize these people. You got to do something about them. You can't let people out here going around. This is a
Oh,
doctor.
I'm just.
What are our standards? What the
I almost
hell
killed
is going
myself.
on?
Shit. Now what? Fuck.
This is extraordinary. No, I'm not conflating male and female. They're two different things. There's
She's a
biological
doctor,
men
yeah.
And there's biological women. And I want to know, can men get pregnant?
What you were talking about is
Dr. Verma. Let's find out. Dr. Nisha Verma, Indian origin doctor. Board certified obstetrician gynecologist. Remove the license immediately. Immediately remove the license. She can cause actual harm.
What you're talking... Oh, let's hear what this actually is. Oh my god.
biological.
You're not going to answer my question.
Biological male.
The lift, right?
This isn't.
She's afraid of being attacked by people out in public. I know. And you have to force these people into admitting it. And I think that really the more that you press them on this, the more this will fall apart and totally unravel. This is what happens, is that these ideologies, there's a reason why the entire internet needed to be censored in order to make these ideologies able to exist. It's because the moment that even the slightest amount of logic and rationality is applied to them...
No, she doesn't think that at all. She just doesn't want to offend the fucking left mob. Have you seen what they're doing? Like, these people are violent criminals, bro. If they don't like you saying something, they don't like... Oh, hang on. If they hear you saying something they don't like, they might literally just fucking stab you, bro. These people are nuts. I totally get... How do I put this? I totally get why someone would be afraid of, like, literally admitting the truth.
They totally fall apart. They collapse.
Well, see, they don't really think that either, but it's virtue signaling, right? Look, it's like a... It's like a... How do I explain this? You know, you've got like a balloon, right? You've got like... A balloon has like the core of it. Like the actual balloon itself, right? You've got that. And then you blow it full of air. And it grows way, way, way bigger. But the slightest pinprick can make it explode. Does that make sense, that analogy? Like, the air is all of the people that are just like virtue signaling, that are like blowing up the hardcore freaks like Antifa, and the people that actually will cause violence, right? And all of the freaks now that are like literally trying to assault fucking federal officers in the streets because something happened that they didn't like. Yeah, so I totally get why she's scared of that shit, but on the other hand, what the fuck, lady? Gynecologist, revoke the license immediately, right? How can you be a gynecologist when you can't even fucking answer a physical, biological fact question?
Hard doctor. Can
She is
men
100%.
get pregnant. Yes or no?
That's what I mean, right? She's the air that blows these people up. That blows up the balloon. Yeah, I know. Weird analogy, I know, but
I would be more than happy to
it's the one I
have
came up with, so
a
fuck it.
conversation with you.
It's so patronizing and obnoxious and annoying. Don't you just hate people like this? They're so annoying. I hate them.
That is not going
And she might actually be one of the people that actually believes, but I doubt it, considering
It's
she's
polarizing to talk about whether men can get pregnant
supposed to be a doctor,
I'm sorry,
right?
but if you get polarized by that, you need to be in a box. You need to be in a padded room.
I'm not trying to be polarizing. I'm trying to ask. I think it is
reality.
extraordinary that we are here and hearing about science and about women. And for the record, it's women who get pregnant. We are here about the safety of women and science that shows that this abortion drug causes adverse health events in 11% of cases. That's 22 times greater than the
That's insane. 11% is a crazy number.
FDA label, another fact you haven't acknowledged, and yet you won't even acknowledge the basic reality.
Yeah,
that's
that
right.
Biological men don't get pregnant.
This is, remember what I said before about how these people have totally replaced religion with ideology? This is their new religion. This is the reason why they can't deny it or go back on it or say anything that is counter to it at all. This is a dogmatic cult religion.
The difference between biological men and biological women. I just,
how it is.
I don't know how we can take you seriously and your claims to be a person of science if you won't level with this on this basic issue. I thought we were past all of this.
Bro, I think if your forefathers were around now, they'd probably be like, we need another war, boys. Like, they forgot what it was all about.
I can't believe we're still here talking about this.
I am a person of science, and I'm also someone here who...
No, you're not. No, you're not.
...who's here to represent the complex experiences of my patients, and I don't think...
They're not, it's not complex at all. What do you mean it's complex? It's just, this is what they do. It's insane, man. She's a confused person. She is.
Polarized language or questions serve that goal. I don't think they serve the American people.
It is not polarizing to say that there is a scientific difference between men and women, and I want this to be clear and for the record. It is not polarizing to say that women are a biological reality and should be treated and protected as such. That is not polarizing. That is truth. It is also, by the way, the United States.
Yeah, yeah. To be fair, I definitely don't agree with him on a lot of things, but I like that I like it because he says what he thinks, you know, it's fine.
Constitution, which offers unique protections to women in a variety of circumstances.
But I agree with him a lot, though. I'm gonna lie.
That's another really big component
to be fair,
he's talking about is that if you can't define what a woman is, how can we define sexism against women? How can we define gender discrimination against women? How can we define any of these different things that all of our laws and all of our country is built around if we can't even identify what a woman is in the first place? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm kind of similar. That's why I like him.
Is they're not even able to engage with this even in the first degree of rationality.
I just don't have the success.
So yeah, whenever you make your ideology,
but I feel like
you perceive every criticism
he and I would agree on a lot of things, and the things we won't agree on, we just yell at each other over and then be fine. You know what I mean?
She's there. She doesn't want to lose patience and the money giving a logical answer. Well, again,
no, you're an idiot. No, you're an idiot. Yeah, that's true. Like, basically,
accountability for people.
Whatever. Let's play WoW.
Especially if they're doctors. Because when you're a doctor, like, this is a license that's given to you by a medical board. If a medical board is giving out licenses to people that don't know what a woman is, then at what point are they enabling malpractice? Really?
And your refusal to recognize women as women and men as men is deeply corrosive to science,
crazy?
To public trust, and yes, to constitutional protections
I'm gonna die.
for women as women.
Yep.
And I think it's
I don't think that Republicans are even remotely as aggressive against this stuff as they should be.
Whew, that was close.
In my opinion, I think that any of these different doctors that did any sort of intervention, like any sort of trans intervention on anybody under the age of 13, should be brought up on child mutilation or
Bro, under the age of 18?
charges.
What do you mean,
They should be
13?
Totally, removed from the license.
Let kids be kids, man.
Jail, do all of this retroactively. Take these people, remove their licenses as well, and then just totally
like they fucked up an entire
scorch
generation
these
already.
people.
It's kind of nuts.
Because the reality is that you can never reason with people that are brainwashed, and
like,
this is a really big mistake.
This is gonna leave like
13,
permanent fucking scars, dude. And I don't mean that
everybody can agree.
literally.
I think 14 to like 18.
Although some people
there's,
literally.
some gray area. Right? So like all I'm talking about are the easy wins. Okay, you want to say 18? I agree with you on 18. But the fact is that 13.
Enabling children, not enabling children, hormone therapy and all that nonsense, the whole trans thing. Under 18, in my opinion, no. He says under 13 because that should be an easy win. 13 to 18 is great for him, but he also agrees that it should be 18. Blah blah blah, whatever. But yeah, that's why I'm like, we fucked up an entire generation already, because that's gonna leave permanent fucking mental and physical effects.
18 and under is the easy win. And so anyway, not even close? Yeah, sure, right? Okay, fine, 18. I don't care. Why are we even arguing about this? Doesn't matter. My point is that they need to be way more aggressive with these people, because you're never going to reason a person out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into. These people are afraid. So the only way that you can conquer that is to make them more afraid of you.
Right.
And so the way that you do that is you introduce penalties.
Here's how it works, kids. Life deals you a hand, and you gotta play the hand you're dealt. Right? That's it. No more, no less.
Punishments and accountability that is so brutal and so extreme that they're afraid to push this ideology on kids. They're afraid to try to change science in a way that affirms mentally ill people's gender identity, and they're afraid to try to push this.
I'm actually really happy that
that's what you have to do. You have to be
I don't have
aggressive.
kids.
You have to go completely all the way with
I
them.
wouldn't
And if
even,
you don't,
bro, having to raise a kid in this environment, holy fucking shit, I wouldn't let it go outside. Like, no, no TV, no internet, no outside, nothing. Here's a book, start reading. I'd be so fucking scared, dude, holy shit. Cause you know some freak's gonna poison their mind with something.
do that, what they do is they just kind of stay in their little box.
Yeah,
and they
they are.
consolidate power more and more and more and more as much as they can, and then eventually they will exercise that same power against you. You have to shut them down. You totally shut them down, and you do it with literally no mercy, no recourse, no.
No, here's the thing, right? I would definitely, I don't know how I would do it, but I would want my kid to be homeschooled, because public schools are a fucking disaster. They're a dangerous place. In America, at least, right? Over here, it's not so bad. But, and here's the thing, you should look at the statistics for a SA. Everyone likes to harp on the church, and it's funny to harp on the church because it's kind of true as well. But I saw that, yes. The guy should be in jail. Anyway, what was I saying? The thing is, everyone likes to harp on priests because the church has a big problem. Well, big is, the church has a pretty sizable problem with, you know, SA of minors. Public schools, much worse. It's not even close. It's much worse. Because guess what? Predators go where the prey is. So public schools are not the end-all be-all. Definitely not. And then you get some weirdo fucking... the teachers stick weirdo fucking ideas in their heads, right? About like the trans stuff and all that shit. Like, it's not even... It's not that it's not acceptable, it's that it gets pushed. That's the problem. It gets pushed, seemingly. And that is what I have a big problem with. And I am... Full disclosure, I am bi, okay? Like, I am part of the LGBTQIA+, blah, 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 blah. But those people don't speak for me, not in a million years. They disgust me, actually.
You know, like second-guessing yourself, you totally destroy them.
Extraordinary.
I don't know why they don't do that.
You would sit here and advance a political agenda that has been
Like,
thoroughly...
Sorry, I know I'm pausing like every 5 seconds, but... Whatever happened to live and let live, right? That's how I grew up. Live and let live. You do you, boo. I don't give a fuck what you do in private. Just don't fucking confront me with it. Or confront is saying much. Don't fucking push it on me. You want to be a she, but you're a he, and I call you he? Suck it up, okay? Like, fuck off. Why do I have to conform to your delusions? You don't have to conform to mine, so fuck you. You know what I mean?
Discredited and rejected by the American people in this forum. And I'm glad we had this exchange because it is exceptionally clarifying. It is also in many ways
I'm a bit brusque about that stuff, I know.
I see that my time is nearly expired. I just want to thank the other witnesses for being here. Thank you for protecting women and children. Thank you for your valiant efforts. Thank you for following science. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this hearing.
Holy shit,
she got
what is going on? And utter Karen annihilation? I know. What do you mean there's a gray area in 1418? I think that some people view people like teenagers, older teenagers, as having a degree of like ability to understand what they want more than like a 7-year-old, for example. But I don't think anybody under 18 needs to be having any sort of medical transgender interventionism. Like no puberty blockers, no surgery, no anything. So it's not like I don't agree with you. I'm just saying, like, for 13 and under, that's like that's the really crazy stuff. And so yeah. And about then, your brain isn't developed till 25. Yeah, but you can join the army at 18. So I figure if you wanna go on, get surgery or whatever.
I've always thought that was hilarious in America. You can join the army and die for your country at 18, but you can't have a beer until you're 21. What? I don't even drink alcohol, but I think that's crazy.
That's totally fine. But anyway, let me see if I can pull out the rest
I've
of these,
never
because,
understood
yes,
that.
There has been a massive crash out for this. And they're actually falling apart trying to justify why women aren't women. Oh, here we go again. Here's another one.
Miss Verma, can men get pregnant?
Same one.
Dr. Verma,
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're
Dr.
all addressed.
If it was up to me, not for long. Doctor.
Can men get
A
pregnant?
doctor.
As a doctor, give me your opinion. As a doctor, can men get pregnant?
Somebody's laughing.
I mean,
I'll move
Yep.
on to the next witness. Doctor, can
No, you never let these people move on.
Bro, it's actually hilarious that she herself set her up for now being called Doctor. 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 Oh, you can't answer these simple, basic biological questions? Why are you a doctor again? Explain to me. She's the one who set herself up for that, you dumb bitch. Right? Oh my god.
You bury them. Absolutely bury them. What are
Men
you
get
doing
pregnant?
moving on?
No. I know you're a lawyer, an AG, like I was an AG. Can men get pregnant?
No.
Miss Verma,
No.
can
Obviously not. Obviously you can't get
Yeah.
pregnant if you're a fucking if you're a man.
Yeah. Shouldn't they have
Duh.
gone over this in
It's so
basic
obvious.
biology?
Let me go and see if I can find the other comments about this, because there's been even more about this with the Supreme Court. It is insane. And yes, and they go after the kids because it makes them unstable to procreate. It's the only way they can keep their ideology alive. Well, again, like, the only problem is that I think that a lot of these conservatives, and I don't even think it's a conservative thing, I think this is just a normal people thing. I think a lot of these just straight up normal people are unwilling to be as aggressive and as hostile against this stuff as I think they need to be. And I think that's the big issue that we have now, is that basically there's no real accountability for these people. So because they don't face any accountability, they just say and do whatever the hell they want. So that's really the big problem, I think,
Finally.
what happens. Let me see if I can pull up the rest of the comments about this too, because what is this, Supreme Court? I guess maybe trans, probably a better way to look at it. See if I can find the rest of that's why we're conservatives. I don't even think that I'm a conservative, if you want me to be honest. I don't think so at all. I think this is just common sense reality.
Yeah, this is why, right? People was like, I'm starting to feel myself. I started to feel a little bit more conservative because the left is just so fucking crazy that I feel conservative, but my viewpoints are definitely not conservative, right? You know what I mean? It's kind of weird to explain. But I feel like I have more in common with the right than I do with the left. And when I say the left, I mean like the left. There's a ton of people in the middle that would probably like agree with me on like 90% of my fucking viewpoints. It's just like the left went so far off the deep end that it's like everyone that was like I was center left. I'm gonna call myself center left. But everyone that was center left now is basically on the right. Like feels wise. Because it's like, what the fuck happened? What do you mean? What do you mean you want to give kids fucking drugs to like block their goddamn natural life cycle? No? What the fuck are you talking about? And then all of a sudden, now I'm conservative? What? Like, I didn't change my viewpoints on jack shit? That's not true. I changed my viewpoints on a ton of stuff, but... Like, I'm pro healthcare. You want to kill your baby the first 12 weeks? Go for it. Like, I'm pro... I do like guns, and I want to have the right to self-protection, so I guess that, on that sense, I'm kind of conservative. But, bro, the healthcare, I don't even believe in God, right? I'm a agnostic. I would have called myself an atheist, but the older I get, the more I feel like I'm probably more of an agnostic, because I cannot explain where we get morality from otherwise, right? I've been watching a lot of debates about that too, so it's like, it's been on my mind. So I would consider myself more of an agnostic than an atheist. But those things alone pretty much prove I'm not really conservative, not quite, right? So I don't even, yeah, it's so fucking weird. I don't know. I honestly, I cannot tell you what happened to my science, quote unquote. Like, I'm still where I was like 20 years ago in terms of like where I would land on the political spectrum, I feel like, because I've always been like right on some things, left on others, so I'm kind of centrist, but not for the sake of being centrist, right? I don't want to be in the middle always. On some things I'm squarely in that center or in that box, whatever. But it's just... I can't really identify the period of time where everyone just, like, passed me by and went way further left, dude. I honestly have no idea how that happened, which is kind of crazy. Like, it's... Like, the whole retard thing. I've never stopped saying retard, dude. Who gives a fuck, man? Am I using it to denote a patient with Down syndromes? No, so who gives a fuck, right? Has nothing to do with that. The guy's just acting like a retard. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? I don't understand. I grew up like this, you know? You're trying to tell me how I use my own words? Fuck off, right? It's so dumb. I would say the F word still, if it wouldn't get me banned. And I'm bi, so technically I am one. Shouldn't I have that pass? You know? Where's my F pass? I don't get it, bro. Right? I don't get the world we live in, I'm gonna be honest. Right? I'm just trying to navigate it as best as I can, and like, I look left, I'm like, what the fuck is going on over there? I look right, I'm like, what the fuck is going on over there? So I just go back home and play my video game. Like the rest of us, I would imagine, right? Like, isn't that how it goes for everyone, you know? We're all just fucking bumbling along, trying to figure shit out. I don't know, I just feel like a lot of people are just like, they just go with the flow, which is, I don't mean that in a good way. I mean that in like a herd animal type way. I feel like that's how we got there, right? Because like a couple of people went left and like no, that's way too much. You know, a whole group of people went along with them because, well, why not? Right? I don't know. I feel like people don't really think about topics anymore, like logically. It's like he said like not too long ago, you cannot reason somebody out of a position they didn't reason themselves into in the first place. And I really like to reason myself into my positions, right? I like to think about things in a logical, consistent manner. That's literally what my whole worldview is based on, right? Because I don't believe really in a divine creator, right? So by necessity, I have to work on logic. Which is why when Andrew Wilson makes the comment about the fucking, oh, how do you justify your morality without divine inspiration? I'm like, fuck, right? How do I do that actually, right? And then you think, well, it's probably like in a way of reducing harm, etc. But then he counters with like, oh yeah, but some societies did X, and it's like the weirdest fucking thing, and you're like, yeah, okay, if I lived in that society, I'd probably think like that too, because I feel like my morals come from my upbringing and how I was raised and in what setting I was raised, right? So I feel like my morals are contextual, which does mean I cannot really, if I was living in that society, I'd probably think the same thing. Yeah. Which is kind of, I'm not sure I'm willing to, you know, that's not something I gleefully admit, I'll put it that way. Because if you pull that forward, what denotes good and evil then? Literally nothing, right? My feelings, I guess. So maybe there is something out there that like gives us an innate sense of right and wrong. But it's definitely not the Christian God, right? 0% chance of that, right? That's why I feel like I'm agnostic then, instead of atheistic. Because like you could never say for sure there is a God, you can never say for sure there's not. So by logical deduction, I have to be agnostic.
So yeah, and
I'm gonna roll a cigarette.
As well. Why are you splitting up sports?
In case you're wondering, I'm just gonna stand here for 5 minutes.
A woman can play basketball as well as a man if she practice and he practice. Like, what's the issue?
Oh my god, where are these people, like, how can you be this delusional? This is insane.
The Department of Justice will not sit by when women are discriminated against in sports.
I will echo Attorney General's comments about how brave these women are, these young women.
I thank you on behalf of course, myself.
Bro, that's another thing. How can you advocate for transgender men? That even the other way around. But the other way around, you don't really need to do that because that nature solves that on its own, right? Like if a woman turns into a man and goes into a boxing ring, you're still gonna get your ass beat, so that's not gonna happen, right? Then, but when a man goes into a women's boxing ring, now we have issues, all right? Or any fucking sports that's physical, which is all of them. Unacceptable.
But I think
yeah, obviously, right? I mean, the West is falling. Well, I think that the reason why things are getting worse is because there's nobody that actually holds these people accountable, and that's the main issue of what happens.
I'm Congressman Greg Steube from the great state of Florida.
Florida.
Uh-oh, here we go.
It's a Joey.
I've been fighting this fight since 2019 when I filed an amendment to the Democrats' so-called Equality Act to protect women's sports.
Equality.
We then filed a standalone bill in 2020, and it took 3 years for it to pass the House floor. We filed it again this last year, and thanks to your advocacy, it passed the House with bipartisan support.
Yep.
Yet because of the ridiculous filibuster rule in the Senate, it dies in the Senate, which is why these cases are so important. SCOTUS has a chance to protect women because the Senate has failed them. During this entire fight, I have said that states need to exercise their 10th Amendment rights to protect women's sports, and thankfully, 27 states have exerted their rights and passed bills to protect women.
Thank God.
Title IX was created by Congress over 50 years ago, specifically to create and protect women in sports.
Obviously.
Yet due to the left's perversion of what a woman is, it has been under constant attack.
Jesus.
Men do not belong in women's sports because they are not women. They are men. The Supreme Court has the opportunity to...
I don't see how anybody can argue against this on any sort of foundation that makes sense at all. Really.
Do what Congress
There's
has
no
failed to
foundation
do
for this
to
at
protect
all.
Women's sports
It's crazy.
And the state's ability to act where the federal government has failed. At a minimum,
So simple? Yeah.
I pray that
It's
the court
so
allows
obvious.
states
Bonk.
to turn
Oh, you
around
fucking missed. God damn it.
It is also
Stupid
time
bitch.
that the U.S. Supreme Court to rule there are only 2 genders and trans is not one of them.
Yeah, obviously.
God bless each and every one of you, and God bless the great United States of America.
America.
God. Okay, finally, we're getting some degree of changes. Refer to men as trans girls. Who are ignoring biological truth. What is this here? Conservative justice, Amy Brown Current. What is this?
You're just drawing the line based on biological sex and saying that trans girls can't be on the girls' team.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
in an age group that's prepubescent.
In any age group.
Does not support the notion that males lack an athletic advantage at 6 years old. That's about as early as the science goes from what's in the record. And even at that age, males have about a 5% athletic advantage over girls in most situations. Now,
you're just
It's just like, I mean, when would there ever be a situation where a 6-year-old is trans? Oh, I know. Whenever their parent
when your parent pushes you into it.
them to be trans. It's insane, man. Prepubescent boys are absolutely still stronger than girls. Yeah, I mean, obviously they are. I mean, it's not even a question. But this is what happens. You argue the Supreme Court the definition for sex should not be used when ruling how to enforce Title IX.
It's like,
and this is
I have to ignore biological reality because of your feelings. Get the fuck out of here.
Anybody should accept the lie that, you know, gender
Fuck your
and
feelings.
sex are two different things.
Just like everyone says fuck mine. That's how it goes. Welcome to real life.
In order for them to try to tell you what the difference is. And I think that basically they do that. They redefine terms and then they build legal cases around the redefinition.
Sauerkraut. That's funny. That was kind of funny. Oh, what? Jack Doherty's criminal trial just got worse. Yes, please. Oh, I want to see that guy get fucking cooked. That guy needs some consequences for his behavior. Who said that? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be? You bitch. Yeah, Nick Shirley has a new video, by the way, guys. More frauds. In Minnesota, of course. Actually, Sizzle, you were asking about that, right? Let's see the new video. I haven't seen it yet.
No. You don't ask me nothing, man. $2.25 million. Get out. Are we the only community that does fraud?
How come they said this building was closed? Do you guys know where Advanced Mobility is?
Advanced Mobility?
Yeah, we're looking for it. Never heard of it?
They know we're shining the light on the fraud, and they have no defense.
Would you like to see anybody in the government here held accountable?
Most definitely, because there can definitely be an allocation of funds.
The Minnesota fraud scandal continues to get worse and worse as billions of dollars of fraud has been exposed, and as I showed the world the blatant fraud taking place at daycares and other locations across Minnesota, it became the most viewed video expose on the internet and created instant change within the government as the Fed sent thousands of federal agents to Minnesota, and the HHS froze over $185 million.
And Tim Walz is not running anymore.
And while politicians like Tim Walz call people like me white supremacist and far-right delusional conspiracy theorists for exposing the fraud, meanwhile, he actually dropped out of running for re-election.
I wonder why.
The Minnesota fraud scandal has erupted the nation as protests and riots took place. All
They need to. I'm gonna be honest, right? If any of this is even halfway through, Tim Walz needs to go to jail. Okay. You need to get that guy. Consequences need to happen.
Daycares like Quality Learning Center were exposed. However, the daycares is only a small portion of the fraud taking place in Minnesota. In this video, I will take you into what has continued to allow this fraud to happen and connect all of the dots for you, exposing all of the fraud from strange connections of the business owners and the politicians who have openly admitted to the fraud.
It already has 1 million views,
and to dive
nearly.
deep into the fraud, I met back up
Not
with
even a day old.
David, who has been investigating this widespread fraud scandal for years. So here in Minnesota, you have daycare fraud, you have a...
I love how they're also like, oh, this freaking blah 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 blah. Like, dude, the kid's a Mormon. You can say a lot about the Mormons. That you cannot say. Okay? Like, the magic underwear and all that shit, ridiculous, right? Like, but Mormons are pretty chill usually, in terms of like societal, you know.
adult daycare fraud, you have healthcare fraud, and
One would say-
you have more fraud. What's
Don't they have like an Americanism which like, oh, what are you, a Mormon? Right? Because you don't do anything? Isn't that's a thing, right? I swear that's a thing. And they're like trying to paint this kid as like some freak. Like, how's that work, guys?
some of the fraud that's also taking place here inside of Minnesota?
Well, what I think might be sort of the heart of the beast here is this transportation fraud. And what I mean by that is in Minnesota, we have something called non-emergency medical transportation, NEMT. My research has shown that there are about 1,020 such companies in
I didn't say it
Minnesota,
loud at all.
and more than 90% of them are Somalian.
So right here on the table, what do we have? All this information.
So
Oh, okay. I thought he
have
fucking knocked me off a
a
fucking.
number of companies that are local in the Twin Cities, and this
Oh,
is
she
just
can heal?
a fraction of the companies that are out there. What I found is that the national average for a non-emergency medical transportation company is 20 vehicles per company. A lot of these companies, their address is an apartment, some are in a house, some are in a convenience store, some of them in a vacant
Hey.
building. There's no signage. there's
Relax.
nobody there.
And so why would there be such a need for all these transportation companies here inside of Minnesota?
And then you just jump off. What do you want? You just trying to scare me?
As
You little shit.
the hub of the wheel. So child care is a spoke, adult daycare is a spoke, autism is a spoke, the interpreter services, which we could get into, that's another spoke. It all ties back to transportation. Why? Because those meals had to be, someone had to deliver those meals, someone has to deliver the kid to autism, or say they did. So it all revolves around transportation. And so when you're looking at this, you say, okay, well, let's just be conservative. Let's go on the low side. Let's say there are only 800 Somali-owned non-emergency medical transportation companies in Minnesota. Well, again, the average is 20 vehicles per company. So that's 800 times 20. And the way these NEMT companies are paid is if they bring someone to a doctor's appointment, whatever the case might be, or Costco or wherever they're going, because remember, it's non-emergency medical transportation. Well, we went to Costco because they have to eat or they'll die. So that's considered, right? So it's almost impossible to figure out from the outside what exactly the payments are for each of these trips. But I have a pretty good idea. So when someone provides a transportation to a facility or a location, they're also paid for the time to sit there and wait for the appointment to end and then drive the person back. So they're paid three different ways. And the average is going to be $50 per trip. So it's going to the appointment as a trip, coming back trips. That's $100 per round trip. So if you have 800 companies in Minnesota that are NEMT companies, they all own 20 vehicles, and they're all making
Inventory is full.
10 trips a day, and it's $50 per trip. So it's 800.
That waterfall's loud, dude.
20 times 10 trips times $50 a trip. Do the math. And the reality is, how many of these trips are being provided? Zero. They don't have to provide any. Why? Because when they are paid by the state of Minnesota, these companies go online and they fill out a form, and it just says, okay, how many trips, how many miles. They submit that electronically to the state, and boom, they get paid. Nobody bothers to check. They don't call the dentist. Did this kid show up? They don't call them. They don't do anything. As soon as that form is filed with the state of Minnesota, that payment goes out immediately.
And so essentially, these transportation companies are what hold all of the fraud together, because you have the daycare centers working with the transportation companies, the adult daycare centers working with the transportation companies, the healthcare companies working with the transportation companies. So it's just another way to bill and to also make it look like something.
I might install Blader, dude. I hate that I can't see your fucking Moana board. That's...
All of this fraud revolves around these transportation companies. All of it. This touches every part of fraud here in Minnesota.
And today we're going to confront these people. We confronted them last time. There was no kids in any of the child care centers. And today, what do you expect to see?
I think we're going to see some vehicles because, you know, when I drive around the cities here, I see these these Somalis driving. Mostly it's like a Plymouth Caravan or whatever. And there's never, ever, ever been a passenger. And in 7 years, I've never seen a passenger in any of these vehicles. I've followed some of them. They're going to Costco, they're going to Sam's Club, they're going to Walmart. The driver gets out, goes in there, loads up the shopping cart, comes in, puts it in the van, and off they go back to where they live.
And now we're going to go out and see what's happening with these transportation companies.
And here's the other thing. Tim Walz and the Department of Human Service, you threw the people of Minnesota under the bus. Shame on you, and I'm coming for you.
You heard it here first, David. All right, let's go. So where's the first location we're going to?
The first location is a company called Safari Transportation, Cedar Avenue South in Minneapolis.
And so what makes Safari Transportation Company an interesting transportation company?
Well,
allegedly fraudulent.
Well, the thing about Safari is that they've been registered since 2015 with the state of Minnesota as operating vehicles. And again, the national average for a non-emergency medical transportation company is 20 vehicles. So if they've got 20 vehicles and they're at 607 Cedar Avenue, I have no idea who's parking them because there is no parking anywhere near this office.
We've arrived to the transportation company. We're outside, and right there we have a Loving Arms Adult Daycare. All the windows are completely boarded out right there, and there's supposed to be a transportation company registered right here. It's 617, but it's a liquor store. Okay, so the location here is 607 and also 617. These are two transportation companies. They're all on the main road right now, and this is 607, and it is not a transportation company. It's actually a money transfer, but it's registered here, 607. This does not look like Safari Transportation. Where is the transportation company?
I don't see any signs denoting that there's any transportation. It's all just looks like money wiring. But if you look at the Secretary of State's office, state of Minnesota, Safari Transportation, 607 Cedar Avenue, and it's been registered here since 2015. That was the original filing.
So let's see if we have the manager. Let's see if we can find FOD. Hello. How are you? We're looking for the transportation company.
Safari Transportation?
Safari Transportation?
Excuse me.
No Safari Transportation?
Safari Transportation is 607.
We're just looking for Safari Transportation. So, but this is registered for Safari Transportation, 607.
Okay, we don't know.
We're asking where Safari Transportation is.
We don't know.
Okay, so the business is not here.
Fuad Omar?
Fuad Omar?
We don't know. This, do you see this? What is this?
Money transferring. Okay,
well,
registered. This is fraud taking place. This is supposed to say, this is for Safari Transportation.
Who found out?
Yeah, we did find out. This is fraud right here. This is registered.
Safari Transportation, state of Minnesota. Well, but it's registered now. This is current, just off the state.
It's crazy to me that it's like so out in the open.
No.
I just printed.
I don't want to delete that. Fuck.
Check it out.
We're here. This is 607. Where's Safari Transportation?
Right away.
Okay, so it's a fraud business. Exactly. Exactly. It's not here. It's a fraud.
Did you see, sir?
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to the next address. All right, let's keep moving on. So 607, this is supposed to be Safari Transportation, no transportation company. And now we're going to 617, another transportation company. However, it is actually Cedar Riverside Liquor.
Guys, sleep.
Where is the transportation company?
617.
617.
These are not the droids you're looking for. Oh my god.
Minnesota's registered.
Okay, there we go.
617 Cedar Avenue South.
And it's a liquor store. David, they aren't even trying to hide that these are transportation companies. Where are the vans at?
Should we ask?
Let's go ask.
Hey, we're looking for Dreamline Transportation.
What's that?
Now we're in 617, Dreamline Transportation.
No.
Where is the transportation company?
We don't have this.
You ever heard of Safari Transportation?
Safari, I know Safari, that money wiring, 607.
The money wiring?
Yeah.
Okay, that's money wiring. We're looking for Safari Transportation.
They said they never heard of it.
Never did. Safari, money wiring, money there, that's 607.
So Safari gets money and then they wire it out.
Yeah, money. That man just said that Safari is actually a money wiring company, so therefore they're receiving money and wiring it somewhere underneath the name of a transportation company.
He said to go here.
Suite A right here.
Seems
And then we
legit.
have 617A right here, but this is reliable services, immigration, travel, and tax. I do not see a transportation company anywhere.
Morning. Hey, we're hoping to find Dreamline Transportation. You ever heard of it?
I've never heard of it. Ask next door.
He said to ask here. That you would know.
Ask next door. This is a mailbox. It's not a little call.
So, Dreamline Transportation could be nothing more than a mailbox. 834.
So it could be one of these mailboxes. Well,
Okay, see you later.
607 Safari Transportation doesn't exist. It's actually a money wiring business.
It's crazy that somebody not opened it. Like,
there, it's
have you
actually
not
a
seen this
liquor store.
before?
617A is a place where there's a bunch of mailboxes and it says reliable ITT services. How are you doing, man?
I just want to ask you.
Yes, sir.
I need to get closer. Why are you sensationalizing the propaganda?
What are we sensationalizing?
Inventory is full. What's your final objective?
We're not
Propaganda.
attacking your community by any means.
Are you making
We're
good
looking.
money from this?
We're looking for fraud.
No, I'm
For
not.
instance, can you answer our question? Where's Safari Transportation Company 607? It's not there. And why don't you answer?
How much money are
Why don't
you
you answer the
How much
question?
money
Where's
are you
617
making?
Dreamline Security?
How much money are you making?
I make money off
this?
of YouTube. That's how I make my money.
Exactly. So you're making money off of sensationalizing.
That my job
and attacking
is.
the Somali community.
I'm not attacking you guys. We're asking.
I'll tell you the
fraud is
reason why
fraud.
this
You're showing our fraud. You're attacking our community. Fuck off, bro.
This has
Oh my
nothing
god.
to do with race. This is fraud.
This
fraud.
absolutely has to do with us being Muslim.
No, it does not.
All right, and us being from Africa. This is a constitutional argument. If you don't want us here, change the freedom of religion. Say, listen, we don't want Muslims in this country anymore.
We're not saying that.
No.
We're not
Because
saying that.
when I go
Sir,
onto
we're
your
talking
comments,
about fraud.
I'm confused.
when I go onto your comments,
My comments
what
are-
I
Oh,
see
there's
is
some more.
people that say we do not want Muslims here, kick every single Muslim in Minnesota out of Minnesota.
That's a comment.
You are listen.
That's not what I'm saying.
You're preparing for the Somali community to maybe be taken to concentration camps.
Fuck off.
You're sensationalizing.
No, we're not.
Fuck off.
Something that
Answer
can
the
listen,
question. Where
that's something
where
that can,
is the transportation
something
vehicle
that can
company?
jeopardize
Answer the question.
safety and the protection of
This
the
is
Somali
fraud.
community.
We're talking
if
about
anything
fraud, sir.
happens to the Somali
We're talking about
community,
fraud.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not physically touching
You're getting very close.
I'm not physically touching you. No, I'm not physically touching you.
This is fraud.
What
We're talking
you're doing-
about fraud.
what
You're
what
defending
doing-
fraud.
when
You're
I go
defending
into your
fraud.
comments,
You're defending fraud.
people who hate Muslims
Okay,
want
people
us
can-
out of here
people can say
for
what they
being
want. I'm not
Muslim,
censoring
are
anybody.
using your material. Islamophobes use your material. People who hate Islam use your material. Say to us, we don't want you here. Change the Constitution. But guess what? Let me tell you something. Guess what?
Say it. We're asking about
You
fraud.
what
We're
you
asking
do,
about fraud.
you hate Muslims.
These people are their own worst enemy, bro. Do you look at this and think, yeah, he's probably not guilty? No, you're like, I wonder if this guy is part of it, because he's seemingly like really trying hard to defend it, right? My god, man. Did they not realize this is like the worst PR you could get for your goals?
I'm not saying I hate Muslims. We're talking about fraud. We're talking
Why
about
are you
fraud.
attacking us?
This
are we
is
the
fraud.
only community that suffers because of fraud?
We're talking about
Are we
fraud.
the only community that does fraud? Are we the only community that does this?
He's literally admitting to it now.
There's what, 300 Somali
This is
providers in
fraud.
all of Minnesota?
There's actually
I'm not-
800.
Don't touch me. Is there like-
So,
Do you speak English?
transportation companies.
Your security doesn't even speak English. Listen,
Yeah,
let me tell you
so
something.
see, this isn't a race issue, sir.
Listen, let me
This
tell
is
you
about
something.
fraud.
We have, what, 1,000 providers?
Yeah, you guys have a...
Even it's 2,000 providers.
Okay,
you
sir.
want to sacrifice the safety of
Sir.
80,000 people
We're not
because of fucking 2,000 providers?
Okay.
Are you fucking mad? Are you stupid?
I'm not stupid, you're stupid.
You're
Where's the transportation company?
What about if a mass
Listen.
shooting happens in Minnesota? It will be because of you. It will be because of you. If any Somali gets hurt in Minnesota, it's because of Nick and Shirley.
This is about
if
fraud.
one single Somali gets hurt,
This is about fraud,
it's because
sir.
of you. Sensationalizes, you son of a bitch. sensationalize this.
Wow, you're
Get
very
the
nice.
Out of our neighborhood.
Very nice.
Get the out of our
Sir,
neighborhood.
can you tell me where the transportation
Get the
company
out
is?
of our neighborhood. We don't want you here. Get the out of here.
It's not your neighborhood though. Get the fuck out. You get the fuck out. You want to go commit fraud? Do it in your shithole. Not here. Well, here. I'm from Europe. Like, you know what I mean? You do it here
Tell me
too.
where the transportation vehicle is.
You got YouTube clicks. Now get the out of our community.
Tell me where the transportation
out of our
is.
community.
Tell me where the. This is about fraud. This is.
Say I don't want
This is
Muslims
about
here.
fraud.
Say I don't want Muslims here. Say it. Say I want to change the Constitution.
No, I don't want to change the
freedom of
Constitution.
religion, and I don't want Muslim Somalis in Minnesota. Kick them out. I was born in this country. You have to take the passport away from me. That is what you are arguing
Sir,
for.
we're not talking.
Change the Constitution.
No problem. No problem. You don't even need to change the constitution for that. Just denaturalize. Bum. Done. Right?
This is about fraud.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Get the fuck out of our community.
This is about fraud.
Get the fuck out of our community. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Stupid fucking idiot.
Tell me where the transportation company is then.
Get the fuck out of here.
Obviously for this video we had to get security because look at this now. Alright, we're going. We're going. But there is no transportation company in there. Fraud. There were no transportation companies.
This isn't about race, this isn't against religion, this is about fraud. We're fighting fraud here, we're not fighting a race.
Well, and this is what happens when you put a spotlight on fraud. The people who are benefiting become extremely violent, and the Somalis are the most violent people I have ever met in my whole life.
Because he couldn't answer the question, where was the transportation
He
company?
wouldn't answer the question, all he did was make it about race and then issue threats.
Neither business was there or operating, and giving a very conservative estimate based off of David's numbers and other numbers online, it's fair to say each business is operating with an average of 20 vehicles and with a much lower and generous rate of $25 per trip, and with 10 alleged trips a day, each business is pulling an estimate of $1.3 million in gross revenue, and with those two locations alone, there's over $2.6 million in estimated fraud. Alright, we're going to the next location.
What's interesting, Nick, is that one of the places we just visited, the 617 Cedar Avenue South, that's for Dreamline Transportation. That's the address listed with the state of Minnesota. But the place that we're going right now is going to have vans that say Dreamline Transportation on them, but they haven't moved in months and months. You'll see they're covered with snow, there will be no tire tracks. And so, why are they using this address? And all that was in there was a liquor store. And he told us to talk to the guy next door, and those were all just mailboxes. And then the guy next door said, go talk to him. I said, we just talked to him. Obviously, the cover up, and you see how they all stick together, and it's all this intimidation. And thank God we had the security we did there, because that would have been bad.
Now we're outside of this transportation vehicle company right here.
Yeah, and so you can see these are the vans that say Dreamline. You can see the sticker on the window and the numbers on the rear. None of these vehicles have moved in 8 months. I've been taking date stamp photos. All these vehicles are in the exact same spot they were 8 months ago. And look, there's no tire tracks, so they haven't moved.
And this van as well, this is Dreamline. Dreamline was the location where we got chased out from the Somalis on 617 Cedar. And this is a vehicle from Dreamline that actually didn't even exist as a liquor store. And now it's here, and the vans haven't moved at all. Literally, no vans and no tire tracks anywhere. If these vans are being used to transport people, whether it be healthcare, childcare, there would be snow tracks. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 vehicles here. No snow tracks anywhere. These vehicles are not being used, and these transportation companies are making lots of money. Meanwhile, there's actually nothing to show for it. Here's all of the vehicles right here. And the vehicles that are coming in and out, like this Toyota, it does not have anything to do with transportation company because there's no stickers on it and there's snow tracks. But the vehicles that are supposed to be used for transportation are literally locked in. Snow is building, icicles. No one's even came out to remove the snow off the window. These transportation vehicles are not moving. And then right here, David has more paperwork for Silver Mountain. and there's 3 different companies in the same address.
Yeah.
So when we talk about how all these companies are intertwined, this is a perfect example of that.
And this is why these transportation companies are so essential to the fraud in Minnesota, because they allow the fraud to be supported, as the majority of the fraud is from welfare programs like daycares, autism centers, and adult daycares, and healthcare services. They need to leave a paper trail to make it look like something is happening. Therefore, they use these transportation companies to create that paper trail by saying they are moving people from an adult daycare to a healthcare provider, for example, but they actually never provide the service at the healthcare provider. But that paper trail allows them to continue to bill the state for the money, and everyone gets paid. That's why this fraud is so deep and hard to dismantle, because quite literally everyone is involved.
And it's all because the state of Minnesota never...
Bro, it's just getting worse and worse. Holy
Alright,
shit.
So this is actually
Like,
the location for Silver Mountain.
why is a YouTuber finding this out, bro?
LLC and Co.
The hell's the government for?
Let's see if any...
Well, they're also in on it, seemingly, so...
Silver Mountain.
Yeah.
Silver Mountain?
Silver Mountain.
Oh, I don't know that. What it is. It says 2722 Park Avenue.
Where
Is
is
Silver Mountain here?
Silver Mountain. You don't have a permission to do that.
Okay,
You
so
were
Silver
ju-
Mountain does not exist.
You were
No, the name,
doing.
the
I don't
name's
give a
not,
shit.
the name's
I
not
don't-
Silver
don't-
Mountain, it's just Silver Mountain
Don't ask
Home
me that.
Healthcare.
When you come.
All right,
So
sir.
Silver
Well,
Mountain?
so
It's
Silver,
another way.
so
that's
Silver
the
Mountain
way
does
to
not
make a
exist.
business. You're making a
2722
business.
Park
You have
Avenue.
millions of people watching you.
Silver
You're making
Mountain.
business to
Okay,
600
sir.
people.
2722.
You have millions of people watching right
Yes.
now. Where is Silver Mountain
I don't
Home
know where
Healthcare?
Silver Mountain is.
Okay, well that's what we're
But-
looking for. All right, we're moving on. So Silver Mountain does not exist. David, we're just simply asking for where is Silver Mountain Home
I can't
Healthcare?
find any of these companies. I mean, this is shocking. 3 companies are supposed to be in that building, and he's never heard of them. He doesn't know anything about them.
And look, so they don't exist there. Right there, Somali Senior Center and Adult Day Services, a daycare right there. All these welfare companies are in the same location, but their businesses, that business didn't even exist.
It's all fraud, all of it.
So right there is a transportation company, no passenger, just a driver. How come you think when it comes time to take accountability for what's happening, or just to answer simple questions about the fraud, they can't answer?
Well, I think their reaction tells you all you need to know. That the reaction is
Not sure what this
so
member is.
violent that if there was no fraud going on, they would say, what are you talking about? They would have a civil conversation, but they can't, because they know we're shining the light on the fraud, and they have no defense. So in their mind, being loud and using profanity is their only defense.
Because I'm trying to give them the opportunity to say, where are the transportation companies? Where are the daycare? Where are the children? Where are the companies now? Yet they can't answer.
And to this point, Nick, the transportation companies we've been to, we haven't seen a single vehicle at any of them. In fact, some don't even exist. We can't even find them. We're going to the addresses that are listed on the Secretary of State's website as their business address.
This is a massive parking lot here. We're gonna go ask them where their vehicles are. They should not have any excuse as to why they don't have their vehicles here, other than if they are out driving right now. And what's the story behind this business?
Well, this business is new as of March of 2024. It's Muhammad Malim is the registered agent for 713 Minnehaha Avenue East.
Me and David headed into this building, however, the owner was not there.
We're here at the suite of Epimonia Transport LLC. There's actually not even a sign here. And anyone here, it looks like there's a guy over here. Let's see if we can talk to him really quick. Do you know about Epimonia Transport here?
So there was a transportation company here in 305 for a long time, even before I joined the building a few years ago. He's never really here. I've seen the office a couple times. There's barely anything in there but a couch. And then I see him maybe twice a month so.
And there's no transport vehicles outside. Massive parking lot, but no transport.
I've never seen one. I've been here for 3 years and I'm always here. I'm a workaholic. I'm just nonstop here, so I know everybody in the building, and this specific space here is probably the most sketchy out of any other business here. Everyone else is here, they're friendlier. He just pops in and out.
For instance, this guy Muhammad, he should have his
business in 308. There should be transportation vehicles outside. There's nothing.
That's weird that you say 308 because he's always been in 305 for the last 3 years.
Wow, so he's even lying on his public records with the government.
I would assume if he was to make and doing fraud, it makes sense to switch it up and throw people off track. It would be the first thing somebody would do, I would think.
So since the fraud has started to be exposed, Muhammad has left the scene, and that guy just said, he confirmed that there was never even been transportation vehicles outside. So Muhammad has completely left the scene. He's nowhere to be found, and this parking lot, massive parking lot, actually never even had any transport vehicles, according to the guy who lived or had his office next to Muhammad. How quick do you think the fraud would dry out here in Minnesota if they were to cut out the transportation side of the fraud?
I think it would have a massive effect, and that the signal that would send would let people know the party's over.
Because if me and you were to go to the doctor, we'd either have to find a family member, drive ourselves, or pay for an Uber. How come they even have this set up?
Yeah, I tried to arrange a ride with one of these Somali transportation companies. They said they were all full. So now we're at 2833 13th Avenue South in Minneapolis.
Sorry, booked.
And there's supposed to be a non-emergency medical transportation company here called Advance Mobility Incorporated. And what's interesting about this company is that state records show that it first registered with the state of Minnesota in 1999.
And they have been in business for over 26 years.
Yes, correct.
And
So
we're gonna go inside.
they must have a lot of vehicles.
So this is Advanced Mobility 2833, boarded up. All these windows are covered right here. We're gonna see if we can go inside. There's a bunch of shops in here. We have money transferring shop. We got clothes in here. There's a coffee shop. Let's see if Advanced Mobility is in here. We got spices. Is Advanced Mobility here?
You know 224?
I don't think you guys are allowed to record it.
Do you know where Advanced Mobility is?
Suite 224.
She's recording over there, so. Suite 224. Do you guys know where Advanced Mobility is? Do you guys know where Advanced Mobility is? Yeah, we're looking for it. Never heard of it?
What is this?
Oh, my name is Nick Shirley. We're just looking for Advanced Mobility.
Hey,
Where's Advanced Mobility at?
we don't care about advanced mobility.
That's what we're asking for. All right, we're looking for Advanced Mobility. Nobody can help us right now. We got a whole group of people trying to get us out of here. We're looking for Advanced Mobility.
We don't care about advanced mobility.
Advanced Mobility doesn't exist.
Get the f*** out of here, man. Get out. You need to get out. You need to get out. Get out.
Now they're pushing us out of here.
Get out.
Where's Advanced Mobility at?
We don't care about advanced mobility.
That's what we're asking for.
Get out. Get out.
Would you like to give a statement on where Advanced Mobility is?
Nope. Go ahead. Get out. We don't care.
So Advanced Mobility is not anywhere here. We're leaving, sir. Would you like to give a statement on what's happening here in Minnesota?
You make stuff up. This is a lie. I don't care. Who do you work for? Who do you work for? No, who do you work for?
Nick Shirley.
Who do you work
This
for?
is Nick Shirley,
I
sir.
don't care about Nick Shirley. That's you.
Yes, sir.
But who do you work for?
For Nick Shirley.
I don't care about Nick Shirley.
That's who he's working for today, Nick Shirley.
This is from the
We
state
don't
of
care. We don't care
Minnesota.
about that. Get out of here. Stop here.
And see, you guys say I can't film, but look at you guys filming. You can do that. You can film here.
Advanced Mobility doesn't exist.
Well, so what was interesting was we walked in there, and on the state's website, it says it's in Suite 224, but it's a one-story building. None of the suites had the number 2 on them. It doesn't exist. And it's been registered since 1999, and it doesn't exist.
All right, next location. David, where are we at?
We're at what's called Ray's, R-A-Y-Z Transportation, LLC.
And this is Ray's Transportation. We're on the street. There's no parking lot for any transportation vehicles. We'll see what happens.
This is the address for Ray's Transportation. Let's see if anybody is here. Is Ray's Transportation here, sir?
I don't know. Transportation place. There's no transportation places here.
Oh, okay, well.
What can I do? Healthcare places.
R-A-Y-Z.
Well, I think it's confirmed they're not here, David. So it's confirmed that Ray Transportation, all of these transportation companies, They're kind of like ghost companies. They exist on paper, but they don't actually exist
What's on your mind?
in person. Would you like to see anybody in the government here held accountable?
Most definitely, because there can definitely be an allocation of funds.
And what's your message to Tim Walz?
Make a change. Make a change, because there's definitely, even when it comes down to like the kids and stuff, there's definitely stuff that like we need spaces for the things that are going on that they're not doing.
Bro, I
We
need better
these type of
bags. My
spaces for-
God.
Nah, this is some crazy stuff. But I'm glad that you bringing light to it. It is a crazy, interesting situation.
Hey, what's up? What you got going on, man? Hey, you keep that false narrative that you be going on. is nonsense.
Going
You should
on?
be in your car, you should not be doing that, right? You are.
Bro, this guy wants to like defend fraud so badly, he parked in the middle of a fucking crossway. Bro. But there's nothing going on there, guys. No, nothing to see.
Creating misinformation. This is not fair. It's not fair for the American people to be doing that. It's not fair. It's not fair what you mean. You cannot be doing that. You're not being fair.
How?
This country is built on fairness. You're not being fair.
Yeah,
you cannot come into the community and be doing that.
So we shouldn't allow fraud to be happening, right?
Let the legal system do its job.
Well, it's failed.
We got a governor. We got a attorney general. Let them do the job. You're not in a position to do
Well,
the job.
technically, you've got a governor, but he already like over this. He already was like, I'm not gonna rerun, right? So, a clue, Sherlock.
You're not a prosecutor. If you want to run for office, go ahead, run for office. But you cannot be doing this. This is misinformation. This is information.
How is it misinformation, sir? It's from the
This is what you're doing.
state
You're
of
coming
Minnesota.
You're coming everywhere. Where you coming from?
You see what I mean? We're talking about the facts that's happening here.
It's south side. It's my turf. Get it.
Sir, so we were just having a civil conversation. That guy hopped out of his car in the middle of the road. In the middle of the road about the fraud that's happening. And he's saying that I'm the bad guy for showing light of what's happening here.
They're passionate. They're passionate people. They don't want this kind of stuff
That's one word for it.
either going on or be brought to light. So that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna come. It's a very tight knit community.
You saw it firsthand how crazy it gets out here. He hopped out in the middle of the intersection. So this isn't about race. You're a black guy. They're black, right? We don't have no ill feelings towards you by any means. We're talking about the fraud that's happening. So God bless you, sir, and thank you very much. Why are we doing this?
So we're doing this, A, because it's the right thing to do. The people of Minnesota and the people of America want this done. Fraud is fraud. And when we try and talk with these people and say, look, the main reason we're doing this is to find out why are all these checks being written by the state of Minnesota for companies that don't even exist. That's what we're trying to figure out. It's not a race issue, it's a fraud issue, and fraud is fraud.
And so what most people don't understand about this fraud is it is literally in the entire state of Minnesota. It's not just in one part of Minneapolis.
Right, and so I think what happens is the people in the suburbs of Minneapolis and St. Paul, they get lulled into a false sense of security because they say, oh, that's in Minneapolis, it doesn't affect us, or that's in St. Paul. And we're showing that this fraud spreads throughout the entire state of Minnesota.
I gotta sell. I need some
including
backspace.
all of the suburbs, and we're going to bring to light exactly what's going on in those respective suburbs.
And so what's happening in this suburb of St. Louis Park?
Well, this is one of the Somali NEMT, non-emergency medical transportation companies that's registered with the state of Minnesota in St. Louis Park. And so let's see if this one actually exists.
This is the location of Crescent Transportation. We have no vans outside right now. Does not look like any vans are outside. Let's go inside and see if Crescent Transportation exists. Here we are, and it's an apartment complex. There's no signage of any Crescent Transportation Company. Once again, another fraudulent business where they don't even have a storefront to show where they're at. This is an apartment complex. So this is an apartment complex right here?
Yeah.
And have you ever seen Crescent Transportation out here?
Nope.
And what do you think about the fraud taking place here in Minnesota?
Huh? I'm a taxpayer. I don't like it.
What's your message to all the fraudsters?
Huh? Prosecute their ass. Take them to jail.
And how do you feel knowing that, for instance, right here, a transportation company that receives money from the
love it.
government is not even here? It's the apartment complex.
I just said, I don't like it. I'm a taxpayer. I work hard for my money. People out here fraud, they still go to jail.
And should Tim Walz go to jail?
Oh, he cricket too, huh? All them cricket, all the politicians. My daddy ain't never liked none of them.
So that man right there just confirmed that this is an apartment complex.
My daddy ain't never. I just realized what it says. That's hilarious. That's. I love that guy.
Cities have specific rules governing
That was
operating
great.
businesses out of apartments. They do not allow transportation companies to park vehicles in an apartment parking lot. None of the cities in the Twin Cities allow that.
Because even if you were to be running a transportation company out of your apartment, there's nowhere to park the cars.
Well, where are they? There aren't any. Crescent, I don't see anything with Crescent on it anywhere.
More fraud taking place here.
So this is called Hopkins Child Care Center. This facility is licensed to hold 118 children. So this should be a really big facility. And this year alone, they have received $2.25 million from the state of Minnesota. And last year, they received $1.92 million from the state of Minnesota. And this facility, in the past 5 years, has been in the top 10 for the most money received from the state of Minnesota.
So there should be plenty of children. There should be footprints of children walking in and out.
This should be a very busy place, yes.
So this right here is Hopkins Child Care Center. They're receiving over $2 million a year. All of the windows are completely blacked out. You can't even get in. And for a place that's supposed to have over 100 children, there's no footprints anywhere going into the store. And it's locked, midday right now. This is the back side of the daycare. We're ringing the doorbell right now. See if anybody comes. Hello, sir, how are you doing? How are you doing? Yes, sir.
Get out. Okay, listen.
Get out. I am out.
What are you looking for? We don't care what you do on the parking lot. Go this side. Yeah. This private.
I can be here in the parking lot.
No. You don't be here.
Wait,
What are
can
you
we
looking
ask
for?
you about the daycare? It's all right.
What are you
It's
looking
all
for?
right. Can we ask you about the daycare?
No. I don't care, Ken.
Sir, I'm not racist.
You have to live here.
I'm asking
No. You don't ask me nothing. man.
$2.25 million.
Get out, you guys. Get out.
$2.5 million.
Get out.
This is a business.
Get out, hey. Get out. What are you looking for?
We're asking. We just want to
Get out.
We just want to ask you about $2.25 million.
Get out.
You say,
Get out. Get out, guys. Get out.
You cannot do that.
You think these guys are enriching your country or not?
Get out. No, you cannot. You cannot do that.
Where?
Get out.
This is.
Get out. No. Get lost. Get out. No.
Sir.
You have to get out. This is our property. Get out.
Why?
Get out.
Can I ask you about the daycare? I have the paperwork right here.
No. Get out.
What's the need
Get
for
out.
$2.25 million for a daycare?
Get out. Get
Can
out.
you answer the question?
Get out. No, I don't ask you any question.
You
guys,
can't.
get out.
You can't answer the
Get
question.
out. No. What are you? Who are you?
My name's Nick
Who are you?
Shirley.
No, I don't give a. Get out.
Could you answer the question?
No, I don't.
What's the need for $2.25 million for a daycare?
No. $1 million. I don't have money. Get out.
Okay.
Get out.
And it's licensed for
Get out,
118
get out,
children,
get out.
but I don't see any footprints of any children here. I don't see any footprints of any children here.
Get out. Get out. Guys, get out. No,
One-
don't ask me nothing, man.
I'm just asking you about what we're seeing here.
No, get out. Get out our business. Get out.
Sir,
This is my property.
you have millions of
Get
people
out.
watching right now. Can you say what's the need for $2.25 million and where are the 118 children?
Get out.
Sir, I'm just
Motherfucker.
Get out. No, you don't ask me any question. Get out.
You have the opportunity
Get
to
out.
answer.
Can't even speak fucking English, dude.
You can't ask me nothing. Get out. Get out our business.
I've never been to America. I speak English infinitely better than this rich.
Answer the question.
No, get out. Leave.
Sir, just answer the simple question.
He lives there.
You YouTube, man. Get out.
All right, code word has been given. We're out.
Get out.
All right, we gotta get out of here.
Get out.
Sir, just answer the question. Where are the children? No footprints of any children around here. No footprints of any children. They can't even answer the question. We gave them so many opportunities. We gave them plenty of opportunities to just answer some simple questions. Millions of people are watching right now.
They came out with guns blazing. All we want to know is where are the children? 118 children, no footprints in the snow. All of their vehicles were sitting there with 2 feet of snow on them. They haven't moved in months.
The windows are all blacked out.
Yeah.
It's the same thing at all these daycares. 4 men came out, yet they couldn't answer the simple question. We had it right here. 118 children, $2.25 million this year.
Welcome to Minnesota.
Now this daycare center, how much money has this one received?
So this this child care center is called Proud Child Care Center, and it's in Eden Prairie, Minnesota, which is a very high income area. It's a further out suburb from Minneapolis, but there are a lot of multi-billion-dollar homes right in this neighborhood, and this child care got $1.25 million in funding in fiscal year 2025. It got $1.08 million last year. It opened in 2021. Let's go see if we can find any kids.
There should be at least 40 children here. Looking at the snow prints, does not look like there's any snow prints of any young children. And all of these windows are completely blacked out. Let's see if we could just talk to somebody. Could I enroll my son Joey into daycare here? Well, do you have the paperwork where I can enroll a child? Oh, my name's Nick Shirley. I was wondering if I could enroll a child. I have a son named Joey. My name's Nick Shirley. Yeah, I'm just coming out and seeing if I could enroll my child, Joey. We just want to get a statement as to why this daycare needs $1.26 million and if it's even possible to enroll somebody like my child, my imaginary child, Joey. No, you guys can't give a clear statement, or could you even give me a paper to enroll a child into the daycare? Just to show that you guys are a legit business. It would debunk all claims if you could just give me a piece of paper saying where to enroll a child. You can't do that. Okay, well, thank you very much, and I hope this place actually is holding 47 children because you guys are receiving $1.26 million in this year alone. So have a great rest of your day. What do you need to do to enroll a child? You could have debunked all their claims. They can't even do it.
One of the big talks about the fraud is about Quality Leering Center. It's a daycare that has received $1.9 million. It's licensed for over 99 children. And instead of Quality Learning, it says Quality Leering Outside. But the big controversy about the Quality Leering Center is that Somalians, after the video went live, they all of a sudden started shuffling children into the daycare. But at the same time, the Commissioner of Children of Minnesota was on a live stream saying they had closed the daycare a week ago.
Quality Learning Center closed just over a week ago.
How much money has this place all received? And what's...
This is the one that's licensed for 99 children. This fiscal year, they received $1.9 million, and in fiscal year 2024, they had received about $2.2 million, so about $4 million in the last 2 fiscal years.
We're repping the Quality Leering Center, 1-800-FRAUD, as now it had been confirmed that this place was closed down, and now they're shuffling children into the daycare.
So Tiki Brown said this facility was closed.
Oh, she said a week ago.
And now magically it's full of cars. So how can it be closed if people are coming and going?
Fraud. Why do you have everybody?
Yeah. Okay, this is the owner right here.
They can record. We just need to off the property.
Okay.
So you guys can record.
And so how come they said this building was closed? We're trying to speak to the owner. They won't even answer a simple question. Look, now he's going inside.
Sir, don't run though. It looks suspicious when you run, brother. And you can smile, but bro,
sir, I'm right here.
He's right here to speak to you.
I'm right here.
Don't do that. Oh,
you can't defend the fraud.
Oh, come on, at the daycare doing. Hey, not at the daycare doing the middle finger though.
We have like 100 cameras on it. Now, both of these people have interesting ties with politicians in Minnesota. For instance, the man who's running the daycare, he was celebrating with Mayor Fry after he won re-election of mayor in the town of Minneapolis. And then this lady right here seems to be a friend of Ilhan Omar, as she has photos with her outside of the restaurant, and she also has videos of her giving a
You probably should deport that one too.
Mayor Fry, which really makes you wonder why these politicians haven't fought against the fraud, knowing that it's happening in locations like the Quality Leering Center. Meanwhile, they're taking photos and celebrating with them at events. What's your message, people, about the fraud here in Minnesota?
This is part of the cover-up. They're trying to cover their tracks. So let me say this on camera. If you can prove that any of the information that I have here is false, I'll give you $100,000 cash. If any of it's false or inaccurate in any way, anybody want to take me up? And if you can't prove it, you have to give me $100. 100%. I'll give you $100,000 if you can disprove my information.
See, they all went silent. Silent.
Huh? Anybody? Your $100 versus my $100,000 cash.
They're all silent. What do you think about the fraud here?
Hey, the fraud here in Minnesota, I ain't gonna lie, it's crazy. Like, what do you mean specifically? What do you mean?
Yeah, how do you feel about this daycare, for instance, receiving $1.9 million? And they couldn't even spell learning right. They spelled leering.
Hey, man, Somalis, they're an interesting creature. I'm not gonna lie, I can't say too much. I'm already too hot. But, I mean, Tim Waltz, you gotta solve this stuff. Minnesota really cracked down on this because they've been doing this for years. So.
Should Tim Waltz be prosecuted?
Hell yeah.
And at this point, you're probably wondering where all the millions and billions of dollars has gone. Well, it's been well tracked that a lot of the money, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, has been funneled through TSA at the airport inside of Minnesota. It's been well tracked and documented. Even in 2017, there was reports coming from the local Fox News station, and I was actually able to meet up with a whistleblower who used to work as an agent at TSA on the side of narcotics, and he saw millions of dollars go through TSA. And what kind of fraud did you see take place here in Minnesota?
So I worked for the airport police for 31 years. 24 of those years I worked in narcotics at MSP Airport. And my recollection was from about 2015-16 to 2021 when I retired. I would get emails from our dispatch saying like 2 male Somali descent individuals. They would give us their names. They claimed the cash, that they had a large amount of cash at the checkpoints. We'd get all this information in an email, and I believe they would send it right away. So TSA would contact our dispatch telling us this, then our dispatch would relay the info via email to us.
And how much was the money?
The money, the smallest amount in a suitcase that I heard was like $750,000. But generally, it was anywhere from $1 million to $6 million in a suitcase.
Jesus
and there
Christ.
Usually was. As far as I can remember, there was always 2 individuals traveling.
I follow the law too much for my own good, man. Jesus.
And another guy with $3 million.
Apparently.
And
at airports, you're able to take $10,000 without declaring it. How are these guys able to take millions of dollars?
Because as far as I know, as long as they declared it, they were fine. So then TSA would contact HSI and Customs, and I'm sure they got the information. We got the information. My administration knew about it, and I trust that they sent that on to higher state officials on this, but nothing was ever done the whole time I was there. I talked to one individual. We were going after narcotic cash leaving the airport. This was always fraud. We had no nexus to that this cash was related to narcotics. So our hands
what?
We couldn't do a whole lot.
Fucker full healed.
How do you suspect these Somalians had millions of dollars to move in an airport?
We would rack our heads all the time, like, where are they getting this? Where in the world are they getting this money? And I had heard about these daycares and whatnot, but I mean, I thought at the time, okay, maybe they had 10 daycares, but apparently they have a lot more than that. We were all just racking our heads trying to figure this out.
So you openly saw just millions of dollars get moved through these airports?
I saw one time, I saw an open suitcase with the cash because we were looking into seeing if it was narcotics related, which it was not.
How much money do you think moved through the airport in your time?
Millions, literally millions and millions. I mean, we're talking for a good 5-6 years, you're talking, I don't know, 5 to 6 million a week. It would happen twice a week. You would get twice a week where there would be somebody flying, 2 people flying out with $1 to 2 to 3 to 4 or $5 million twice a week, every week, without fail.
And where were those people traveling to?
So, this is the word I got, that they would fly to Atlanta, take a flight from Atlanta to Dubai, and then apparently what I had heard was it was too busy, too dangerous to go any further with it, so they'd wire the money to Somalia. Whether they scraped a whole bunch off the top and did that, I don't know.
Wow, so they take the money from Minnesota.
Obviously they
take it to
would,
Atlanta,
right?
And then take it to Dubai.
It's in their
and
nature.
Dubai, they then wire the money.
Correct. I don't know that for sure, but that's what I was told by other investigators.
So all the taxpayers' dollars funneled through the airports and then taken to Dubai to be sent to Somalia.
Yes. Yes. It appears that's how it all went down, yes.
It's kind of nuts, bro. Holy shit. And some YouTuber has to go figure that out because no one else wants to talk about it. It's disgusting. Oh, hey.
Undercover agents acting as business people in exchange for government contracts. The DOJ investigation of that was shut down by this administration. President Trump wrote on his social media platform, Truth Social, "This is a great time to buy DJT," less than 4 hours before lifting the tariffs imposed days earlier, raising accusations of improprieties. I'd say the accusations are probably well-founded. President Trump's FBI director has reportedly used taxpayer dollars to escort his girlfriend's friend home from partying in Nashville. RFK Jr., the secretary, refused to fully cut ties to a vaccine lawsuit against a pharmaceutical company while serving as secretary, arrangement that profits from the suit would go to his son. Saudi-funded golf tournaments moved events to Trump golf courses, providing a financial windfall for President Trump and his family as his administration sets Middle East policy. FBI Director Kash Patel refused to divest from stock holdings in a company that controls a Chinese fast fashion firm accused of using forced labor and child labor, raising questions about the extent to which he'd enforce human trafficking laws. President Trump's God Bless the American Bibles, which was a $3 production cost and $60 tag per copy are printed in China. The Bible, however, is exempted from Trump's tariffs on China due to an exemption for religious materials. And I could keep going. Tom Krause, the CEO of Cloud Software, was hired to work on a payment system at the Treasury Department, raising questions about competitive advantages for future contracts.
Should have opened those in case I got a pearl.
Previously
Whatever.
donated $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund. And the first directive issued by the U.S. Department of Energy Secretary Chris Wright focused on advancing geothermal energy, which benefits Fervo, in which his former company Liberty Energy had invested $10 million in. Commerce Secretary Lutnick...
Gentleman's time's expired. You're at 40 seconds over, and I've been cutting members off.
I have more.
You have what?
I have more, but I'll yield back.
Okay. Chair recognizes, and you can submit anything you want to the record. We'll put it in there. Chair recognizes Ms. Bobert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Representative Robbins, did your fraud prevention committee raise formal concerns about suspected child care fraud from DHS or state leadership before federal indictments were issued?
So the original federal indictments came before I was elected back in 2015 or so, and then we thought DHS had cleaned it up, and they did not. So we did a hearing last February of 2025, and we provided them a list of child care facilities we thought they should check out. My understanding is they have not, and so we're hoping that they will take this seriously and go investigate with on-site visits what's going on in these child care facilities.
And when you raised awareness, were the Governor Tim Walz, and the Attorney General made aware of these warnings?
Oh, I'm sure.
Did the state leadership fail to act promptly? I mean, it kind of sounds like they did if you still haven't received any information regarding these warnings.
Yes, we don't know that they took any action with the list we gave them.
And Representative Robbins, what recommendations from your committee were given and ignored? ignored?
So in general, we always try to look at internal controls, and we've asked, I mean, it's not complicated. We want them to go make sure recipients are eligible, that providers are eligible, that services are actually being provided. Our staff has gone to many of these places, and so it's not just the Nick Shirley video. Our staff has gone and looked at this, and there are literally no one there during business hours. Some of the offices where we have the address are empty. Like, there's no furniture. So they are not doing their job.
Thank you. Mr. Ballou, does the Department of Justice have more resources to uncover fraud than a 20-year-old YouTuber?
Yes, but those resources are declining.
Are they still more than a 20-year-old YouTuber with a cell phone camera?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the primary office that would be responsible for prosecuting public corruption, which is what is being alleged today, has essentially been decimated. Most of the attorneys have been fired.
Was it decimated when you were there? Was there funding there then?
Yeah, so
it was there then. So why did the Department of Justice under the Biden administration ignore repeated attempts to uncover this massive fraudulent misuse of taxpayer dollars?
As you may recall, the indictment actually happened during the Biden administration.
And what action has been taken in the state to ensure that this isn't happening? Because we just saw dozens and dozens of centers that are receiving millions of dollars collectively that are not functionally operational.
Yeah, well, in 2022, under the Biden administration, over 70 people were indicted for exactly this scheme.
So, Mr. Ballou, yes or no? A Medicaid program with low barriers to entry and minimal reimbursement requirements, that's something that would be highly vulnerable to fraud if oversight is weak, correct?
Exactly, and the challenge is that oversight is being cut further.
Thank you for your answer. Mr. Ballou, yes or no? When a program
I hate yes or no questions. I'm gonna be honest. Most of them never turn into yes or no questions.
$100 million annually, that's a glaring red flag.
The problem that we have is that all the oversight at the federal level.
Yes or no? Is that a red flag when a $2.6 million program
the challenge that we have
explodes to over $100 million? Yes or no?
The offices that
yes
are
no,
responsible for identifying those red flags are being
I am
defunded.
in your debt.
Mr. Ballou, yes or no? When the same individuals or networks bill multiple Medicaid programs, that indicates organized fraud.
And the challenge that we have.
Yes or no? Does that indicate fraud when we're getting the same individuals and networks that are billing multiple Medicaid programs?
Precisely the offices that would identify that are being defunded.
As they should be. Mr. Ballou, yes or no? Did the Biden administration cover this up for political reasons? Because uncovering fraud on this massive scale would have hurt the 2024 Democrat vice presidential candidate.
Just so I understand, are you saying that the offices that uncover fraud should be defunded?
I'm saying that these programs and the fraud that is taking place should be defunded.
My understanding is what you were just saying is that the fraud programs.
So no, we need to uncover these, but they're
and the challenge
these
that
actual
we have
programs
is that, those
that are ballooning to $100 million. And if you could get back to the question I just asked, was this covered up because you thought it would hurt the 2024 Democrat vice presidential candidate?
The office
Governor
that would
Tim
investigate
Walz.
that kind
Yes
of
or no?
alleged public integrity
Yes or no?
fraud has been defunded.
In 2024, it was not defunded. And was this covered up to protect a vice presidential candidate? Yes or no, Mr. Ballou?
Prior to 2024, over 70 indictments were brought under the Biden
Mr. Ballou, was this covered
Love
up
waiting
to
for
protect
escort
a
quests.
political candidate?
Once again, that office has been defunded, and there are.
Everyone's been really nice though. Whenever there's like a group quest, if there's like people there, invite, no problem. Do it quickly. Everyone leaves. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ms. Tlaib from Michigan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all so much for being here. I think as someone I served in the State House, I know how important it is, no matter if there's a D or R next to any name of anybody that's in charge, to make sure we root out any sort of fraud, scams, because we know it hurts everyone. But as a Muslim American, I got to ask you all as a public servant, because, Representative Robbins, Hudson, Rarick, do you believe every Somali in Minnesota is engaged in fraud? right now? Yes or no? You start.
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Do you believe that Muslims are demons?
No.
What?
Absolutely not. That's a ridiculous thing to even say. I hope nobody says that.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's really important, as you all
Virtue
do,
signal,
need
quick.
to also root out hate and divisive language that put, you can't imagine a child listening to that. You know what I mean? And they're seeing that. And I'm telling you, as somebody that grew up Muslim in America, sometimes you're just listening to that and you feel othered. You feel like you're less than, that maybe the things that are being said are true. And so, Mr. Chair, I have to submit for the record, I know this is not your only source. I heard you. But, unnamed source in a viral Minnesota Somali fraud video is a right-wing lobbyist who called Muslim demons. But why this is more disturbing, and I don't know if any of you shared it, but I want you to know that who shared it, despite this, and all the falsehoods that my colleagues have already highlighted in a very, very shameful way, that this video has been shared widely and proudly by Attorney General Pam Bondi, by FBI Director Kash Patel, by Vice President J.D. Vance, who actually called the video, quote, far more useful journalism than any of our winners of the 2024 Pulitzer Prizes. The video creators, Nick Shirley, has built this career, right? But on a lot of Islamophobia and dehumanization, that I just feel as public servants, as you root out fraud, and that you don't make it out that it's about the Somali community. It's about maybe not having the checks and balances, and maybe, again, wanting to do that. But I urge you all, because this is the same person that also talked about the community I represent in the city of New York. And again, there are children watching, and I say this, that racist rhetoric, no matter faith or ethnicity, against any of our neighbors is not going to prevent fraud. Doing this will not prevent fraud. We already saw Trump administration using this story to pretext of sending 2,000 federal agents to target and harass Somali American community. Do you agree with that? Sending troops in.
I don't think ICE agents are troops, and ICE agents should be able to do their job anywhere in America.
I meant federal agents. You're right. I meant federal agents, ma'am. Do you believe federal agents should come in, and 2,000 federal agents should come into your state?
I think ICE agents should be doing their job anywhere in America. It's their jurisdiction, and if there are criminals,
that's the response of the president. So
if there are criminals who need to be deported, they should be deported.
But that's not what's going on.
I absolutely welcome immigration enforcement in the state.
Yeah, but do you think it's really immigration enforcement because they're racially profiled?
She's not getting the answer she wants.
Muslim or ethnic, and just harass them. And I'm telling you, as somebody that for the first time ever, my mother in 50 years being here, and the sweetest woman, she'd feed anybody. She doesn't care.
Oh, here come the anecdotes.
Democrat.
I'm so scared.
Sure you're not hungry and fed, and she's carrying a passport for the first time in her life here, because she knows because she wears a hijab, she might be stopped by an ICE agent. Is that the kind of militarization? I know you won't get stopped, but somebody like my mother and somebody like those Somali American neighbors in Minnesota will be stopped in a way that is dehumanizing. They do it in front of kids. I don't care. And I'm saying this to you and asking all of you, do your job, but don't allow your job and what you're doing to be utilized as a racist trope that all Somali Americans are criminals, that Muslims are demons. It's incredibly dangerous. And so, Representative Robbins, Hudson Yark, one of the things that the collective punishment, right? I mean, the fact that now I'm seeing the Trump administration say, okay, we're going to cut child care and social services to California, Illinois, New York, Minnesota, Colorado. Is that really the answer? Is that going to prevent fraud? Do you believe cutting 23,000 kids from child care, do you think that's going to prevent fraud?
My understanding is not being cut. They can document that the actual children are there and that they have attendance records, they will get the funding. So this is a misnomer saying it's all going to be cut. It's not true.
We'll see. Representative
She did not get the answer she wanted. Hilarious.
That's what's going on.
So you're good with them cut. Okay. How about you?
I believe in the due process of law. And so back to your comment about your dear mother, because she wears a hijab and she has to carry her passport. So I think that every person has value. Everyone is a child of God, right? And we may have a different name, but here's the thing, is that they all deserve respect. Absolutely. They all deserve kindness. They all deserve the process of law
Absolutely.
and due process.
And I'll
so
tell you,
that
I
is what
think-
we believe in.
And I see it among my community. It's a very diverse community. We're calling people on other, folks that are, no matter what their background is, because we don't want any criminal activity or fraud, because we know it hurts everybody. But I'm asking all of you, as you do this, your job, call out against the racist comments. Protect everyone in Minnesota, no matter their faith or ethnicity. So be careful in sharing these videos. I'm sorry, Chairman, this is important. Be careful as you do your job, not to allow people that you all are trying to root out fraud to be used as a ploy to go after Muslims.
Time's expired. Thank you. Chair, before I recognize Mr. Cloud, Mr. Gill has a unanimous consent request.
Yep, this is from the Minnesota Reformer, Somali-American former investigator on why you're hearing about fraud in my community.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now, you have another one? Okay, Chair recognizes Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate you holding this hearing. It's important, as you have mentioned at the outset, that we continue our work to uncover waste, fraud, and abuse, and especially in holding this hearing, kind of brings some light to this issue that the media really, they were scooped, and so in a sense that they're having to cover this issue when really they should have been the ones to investigate and reveal this is telling. No doubt there's fraud everywhere. When you're spending trillions of dollars, there's going to be pockets of fraud. But one of the things that's been revealing this year as we work through the DOJ process is uncovering the extent of the fraud, how it's been systemized, weaponized, and how it's really unveiled history's largest money laundering scheme. And much of this should be a bipartisan issue to go after the waste, fraud, and abuse, but what we found out is much of the taxpayer funding is going to uphold leftist organizations and their campaign practices and the like. What's particularly telling about this issue in Minnesota isn't the fact that there's waste, fraud, and abuse. No doubt that's happening in a number of states, and we need to continue the work to clean it up. But the way that this has been systemized, institutionalized, and the corrupt and corrosive nature and even criminal
oh my god, I can't. Oh, I gotta stop sneezing. Fucking.
His administration is particularly troubling. I think it's notable that the Biden administration was aware of this, even as they tried to sell the Harris-Walz administration on the American people, and perhaps that's why we didn't see this come to light as we should. But Representative Hudson, I appreciated something you said in your testimony, in the sense that you said how the structure of these programs creates incentives that reliably produce the waste, fraud, and abuse across multiple service areas, regardless of the program or intent. And this is kind of what we see oftentimes, that for good intentions maybe, Congress upstands these programs, but over the decades what we've seen is they've expanded to where many of them almost end up being a system of waste, fraud, and abuse with a veneer of care and concern for people. And our job in Congress is to help bring the tools to make sure that that doesn't happen. And so the ranking member said, where fraud exists, we should look into it. We should hold people accountable. What we see coming from the left a lot of times is they're fine with the reactionary. We're fine in bringing prosecutions after the fact because the money's already gone out. We're fine with prosecuting people who do ballot harvesting once the ballots are in the pot and we can't separate them. But it's far better for us to prevent it. I'd like to talk to, I'll start with you, Mr. Hudson, but if y'all want to jump in, what controls states should be putting in, but really it comes down to us in saying whatever federal dollars you are receiving, you should be getting these controls in place. So could you speak to the institutionalization of this fraud and the schemes that are in place, maybe list some examples, and then speak to some of the controls that you would recommend that we states are doing their job?
It's a very big question, and I'll try to be concise. So I haven't put a whole lot of thought into what Congress should do, given the state legislative role, but I can tell you that states are primarily responsible for the administration of these programs, for setting up rules, for engaging in verification and compliance. And so what I imagine Congress can do is provide either incentive or some form of, for lack of a better term, punishment to states who fail to.
Currently, states are actually incentivized in a sense to game the system against the American taxpayer.
Absolutely. And so the programs in Minnesota need to be redesigned from top to bottom. I mean, it needs to be like a demolition and a rebuild, because the way they're currently structured, I think most Americans, when they think about benefit programs, they think about like their neighbor and how they would help out their neighbor. But that's not how these programs work.
Is full.
It's not relational. It doesn't come with expectations or gratitude or an incentive to make your life better. It is set up to create a perpetual industry out of taking money from taxpayers.
Yeah, that's troubling. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I think one of the most practical things you can do is to require can't carry documentation anymore. from the recipient and from the provider. In Minnesota, most of these providers are set up and the recipients based on attestation. And nobody then goes and checks, are they really eligible? Are the services actually being provided? We have the Housing Stabilization Program. They estimate 90% of it was fraud. Nobody checked if services were actually being provided. And I think you could also require repayment to the feds if there's fraud, and that would make states pay attention to administration if they had to repay the money if it was not spent on proper services.
Thank you. Those are a few good tips for state health communication. My time's up.
Chair.
Uno
Can
más.
of worms there that could take another hour or two. But thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Min.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate today's hearing, and I am deeply concerned about the allegations of fraud that we are learning about around the disbursement of social services funding in Minnesota. This is fraud of the worst kind. It's literally taking food out of hungry kids so that people can enrich themselves. And just for your
I was hopeful.
I've actually spent my career fighting fraud. My first job out of law school was at the SEC. This was in the aftermath of another major set of frauds, the Enron and WorldCom accounting scandals, which of course from the private sector, not the public sector. In Congress, this has been my just over a year at this point, but I was happy to sponsor H.R. 1156, a Republican-led bill that came before this committee last year. And I think that we need aggressive enforcement and accountability when it comes to taxpayer dollars and their disbursement. That being said, I have concerns about this hearing, as well as recent actions taken by the Trump administration. And it's hard for me not to look at this hearing and the context in which it's taking place and not see this as a partisan and racist hearing. And for the reasons mentioned by my colleague, but we have not had other hearings when it comes to fraud that takes place in Republican-led states. We've not had hearings in this committee, as far as I'm aware, or in any other committee this year, as long as I've been in Congress, that go after those who are not Somali American. And so I hope you all can appreciate that by holding this hearing in isolation of any other hearings around oversight or fraud, that it looks like we're going after one community in one state when we know it's rampant. So I guess my first question to you all, and you all can raise your hand, or if you don't want to raise your hand, feel free to not raise your hand, but do you believe that fraud only takes place in Democratic-led states?
No.
And do you believe that fraud only takes place in the Somali community?
No.
Absolutely not. No.
And would it surprise you to know that the Congress has not done hearings on either frauds that have taken place in Republican-led states or
Nice.
on frauds that have taken place in non-Somalian communities this year, since I've taken Congress, or that this oversight committee in particular, in this session?
The Minnesota legislature, we are literally drowning in fraud.
That was a yes/no question,
And
so I'm going to
so
reclaim my time. So thank you very
we
much.
spend all of our time
And so I would just say
doing
that if this was a serious hearing, if this was a more serious attempt,
You're not saying what I wanted you to say.
across the board, and this is also hard to not take in the context of President Trump's announcement, I think just yesterday, that he would be illegally, I would add, withholding funds for child care and other purposes from states led by Democratic governors, including not only Minnesota, but my home state of California, as well as several others. Kids are going to go hungry in my district when we have not seen evidence of any type of fraud on the scale we're talking about in California, in Colorado, in Illinois, and yet Donald Trump is withholding funds from those states. And so it looks like a very partisan effort here to go after blue states. $10 billion is being withheld. $10 billion. And we already have struggling people right now trying to pay the bills because of rising healthcare costs, inflation, etc. It's cruel and vindictive. It is also, I think, another example of the ways in which President Trump and this committee and this Republican-led Congress look increasingly like they're weaponizing the government to go after Democrats and people they perceive as their political critics rather than going out and trying to address fraud in all ways, shapes, and forms. We know, for example, that there have been massive frauds that have been uncovered in places like Florida, Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And I want to highlight Mississippi because Mississippi has made a lot of news recently because they've had the largest public corruption scandal in their history. And yet this committee has not addressed that once. We have not done a hearing on it. There's been no letters or inquiries, as far as I understand, this year, my time in Congress. This is quite problematic. It includes celebrities like Brett Favre, we all know about. And so it's very problematic to me that we are not actually doing this. Now, Mr. Ballou, you mentioned earlier that it's hard to uncover fraud or know about fraud or know the motivations when we are getting rid of Inspector General. I think that was your implication. And I just want to lean into that just a little bit because I think what the Republicans have done in your state actually makes a lot of sense to me. Receiving tips from the public, investigating those tips, and then trying to provide transparency around your findings. And yet that is, Mr. Ballou, that is what Inspectors General do, right?
That's precisely their job.
And would it surprise you to know that this committee, which is tasked with overseeing the federal government, has done 0 hearings since Donald Trump fired all the Inspector Generals at the beginning of his term?
That's unfortunate.
We really can't have a discussion around fraud, misuse of taxpayer dollars, or waste if we aren't talking about the fact that we just got rid of all the people that are supposed to oversee that. So I have one last question here. And
your time's expired. You've gone over a minute, but you
No, I did go over a minute.
firing the Inspector General when you admit there's massive fraud in Republican states too. The IGs have failed.
Can I
Why
ask
should we
you
keep funding these agencies when there's evidence that the money has been defrauded?
I have a parliamentary inquiry for you, sir.
Well, go ahead.
I like this guy's accent.
Are we allowed to use this committee's resources to only go after fraud or states of one party?
No, we can go after fraud in any party.
So are we going to look into Mississippi the way that we're looking into Minnesota?
If you bring stuff forward, you have whistleblowers come forward, we'll look after it in any state.
You will hold a hearing, do I have your
Well, it depends on the evidence. Chair now recognizes Mr. Burleson from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
I've already recognized Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And actually, I'd like to remind the committee that this party, this side of the aisle, has dedicated tremendous resources to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. In fact, the chairman set up a committee called DOGE that the other side of the aisle demonized and criticized in our efforts in which we had multiple hearings to identify waste, fraud, and abuse throughout all of the government agencies. And so I applaud the chairman and this side for the work that we've been doing. But, sadly, Minnesota has become an example because of the extent of the waste and the fraud. I have to ask, it must be embarrassing for the citizens of Minnesota. Chairman Roberts, Chairwoman Roberts.
So I'm not embarrassed to be from Minnesota, but I am frustrated and angry about the theft of taxpayer money.
I have a family that live in Minnesota. It's a wonderful state, and I know that they are angry, that they're very frustrated. So I think that we talk about the amount of money that's being wasted, $9 billion. That seems like an abstract amount, but let's break that down. $9 billion stolen from less than 6 million citizens of Minnesota, correct? That's per individual. Imagine, right? Every citizen of Minnesota, your bank account, suddenly someone took $1,500 out of your bank account. Every taxpayer, there's around 3 million citizens or taxpayers in Minnesota. Every taxpayer just had $3,000 stolen from their bank account. How does that feel to a citizen of Minnesota?
Minnesotans are so frustrated because not only have we had that money stolen from us, but we had an $18 billion surplus that Tim Walz spent and then raised our taxes $11 billion and left us with a $6 billion deficit. So we've had the fiscal mismanagement on top of the fraud, and Minnesotans are completely fed up.
In Missouri, there's also an opportunity cost to all that money. So in Missouri, we just greenlit a project to add more lanes to I-70, which runs from one end of the state to the other, and it was less than $3 billion. You could imagine people in Minnesota could enjoy adding additional lanes on interstates, on 3 of your interstates, I-35, I-90, 94, I-90. Don't you think the people of Minnesota would love to have wider lane or more lanes added to their highway infrastructure?
They absolutely would. But even if we stayed in the social service realm, there was $104 million in 1 year that was fraudulent in the Housing Stabilization Service. If we could have taken that $104 million and put it into supportive housing, we would have done a lot to solve the homelessness problem. So every time these dollars are fraudulently stolen, it is a huge opportunity cost for Minnesotans.
Absolutely. And you've been sounding the alarm for quite some time. Why is it taken until 2025 for these to fully come to light?
Oh my god, I'm so dead.
The Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Committee was formed in 2025 once we had a tie in the House.
So when the Republican took majority, you finally, or you were able to actually root out the waste, fraud, and abuse in Minnesota, which is why we now know about it.
Yes, we're in a tie technically, but we were able to negotiate this as part of the power sharing agreement.
I seek unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter into the record a article from the New York Post. Former Homeland Security agent claims prosecutors ignored Minnesota daycare fraud cases, just evaporated.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. So there's been investigations been going on for some time. I understand you don't report them, or have really kind of bypassed the state agencies. You report directly to the federal government.
This one was kind of risky,
Why
damn.
that is. It's pretty obvious why, but.
So when my staff, we have a very small staff. We have one researcher on our committee, and then we as members also do a lot of our own research. And when we get an investigation that is credible, we do as much research as we can, but as I said earlier, we don't have access to bank records, health records, or the state payment system. And so based on that, when we get something that's credible, we turn it over to the Office of Legislative Auditor and to the U.S. Attorney's Office. I have been accused of hiding whistleblower data from the department, but when the department comes to hearings, we provide documents every time. I flagged 72 child care centers. We've given them lists of all of the housing, multiple addresses where there's more than 5 providers, sometimes up to 22 providers at the same address. They've done nothing with it. But what I don't give them is the whistleblower information, because I am protecting our whistleblowers in Minnesota. They finally are stepping up, and I have their back.
Good for you, and I appreciate you for doing that. And then finally, with that, I'll end. I have more articles to submit to the record, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to submit them now, or are you going to proceed?
Okay, one is an article produced. It was about child care welfare fraud.
Without objection to ordered.
A report produced by the Office of Legislative Auditor of Minnesota Child Care Assistance Programs Assessment of Fraud Allegations.
Without objection to ordered.
And then from the Minnesota House Research Group, the Child Care Assistance Programs and the fraud within.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is very important that we eliminate fraud in our social programs, and I'm glad that Governor Walz has taken real concrete steps in Minnesota to combat fraud, like signing legislation to strengthen states' agencies' ability to detect, prevent, and prosecute fraud, and establishing a statewide Inspector General Coordinating Council, and appointing an independent state auditor to investigate claims. Mr. Balu, how will these actions help uncover and prevent fraud in the state?
Well, it's the funding and staffing that's necessary to uncover fraud that's happening at a state
Shouldn't I hand these in at some point? What the
level,
fuck?
not at the federal level.
What do you mean by that?
Well, bluntly, most of the enforcement mechanisms for going after white-collar crime are being decimated, especially in the Justice Department, but also the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Of course. As you pointed out, it's important for governors to play a big role in fighting fraud in their state. I want to give you a hypothetical. Let's say that you have a state's governor that funnels millions of dollars from the state's money over to the governor's wife's nonprofit. Let's say then that nonprofit takes that same money and gives it to political action committees that help her husband's causes. Would that be worth investigating?
Absolutely.
What say the rest of the witnesses? In that hypothetical, is that something we should also investigate?
So I don't think we're in a place to talk about hypotheticals, but thank you for the question.
The rest of the witnesses? You don't think we should investigate fraud? What do you think?
I think I came here prepared to talk about the fraud that's taking place in my state. And
Okay.
Contain my testimony to the purpose of the
Representative Robbins.
I think we should investigate credible allegations of fraud wherever they are, but we don't know
Thank
the
you. I
specifics of
100% agree
that
with you, Representative. And
circumstance.
actually, you know, I want to talk about something that's really important because my colleague Dave Min just brought up something. And, you know, Chair Comer, you had said if there's credible allegations, if there's evidence, we should look into it. And I have something for us to look into. This is not a hypothetical. This happened in my state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis, Casey DeSantis, and the Hope Florida Foundation have been subject to a bipartisan investigation and now a criminal investigation for this exact same thing I just talked about. So if we're going to be here going state by state in this committee talking about fraud, I'm okay with doing that. But let's make sure it's not just Democratic states, like Dave Min said, and let's also look at Republican-led states as well. Because what happened in my state of Florida is $10 million of Medicaid money was funneled to the governor's wife's nonprofit. Then that nonprofit took that money and gave it to political action committees helping her husband. I'd like to insert for the record a unanimous consent from the New York Times. Why did a charity tied to Casey DeSantis suddenly get $10 million boost?
Without objection, so ordered.
Chair Comer, will you commit to working with me to schedule a hearing on this?
Get the stuff to me, and we'll definitely look at it. $10 million. We're talking about $9 billion today.
does
But
the
yeah,
$10 million
get that to me. Appreciate
Yeah, I'll get it to you. I'll get it to you. Definitely a lower amount of money, but $10 million of Medicaid money going to being funneled from taxpayer Floridians to political action committees is fraud and is criminal. And this is a bipartisan investigation looked at by both Democrats and Republicans, and I definitely expect this committee to do the same thing. And I have one more thing I want to talk about that Representative Ansari brought up. President Trump reposted conspiracy theories on his Truth Social account about the murder of Minnesota state legislators Mark and Melissa Hortman that suggests that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz had the Hortmans assassinated. Governor Walz says this behavior will get more innocent people killed, and the Hortman children have come out on the president and called on the president to take the statements down. I think it is very important that we are very clear that we condemn this type of behavior. So I just want to go down the line and hear if you agree with the Hortman children that we should condemn, and we ask the president to take down this post. Mr.
So as the longest serving member on this panel in Minnesota, I am so offended that anybody would accuse anybody of the assassination other than Lance Coulter, because this was a deep scar in the state of Minnesota and all of us personally. I served with Melissa Hortman my entire 13 years, and it is just unbelievably beyond the pale.
Do you agree that we should
now.
call on the president to take down the post? That's it.
I said what I said. I think that it's beyond the pale that anybody talk
Okay,
about
you can't
anyone
come to call on the
murdering,
president, take down the post. So it's okay.
anybody
We'll move on.
assassinating
Representative
Melissa
Hudson,
Hortman
we'll move on.
except
Thank
for-
you.
Who's this guy?
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on. You can't call
He
the
seems a
president,
little
take down this post.
shifty.
Move on to Representative Hudson. It's just a yes or no.
I cannot deceive the committee by giving it a binary. I have spoken to this many times. I have renounced content of those ridiculous conspiracy theories, and I've called them ridiculous.
That's great. Do you think it's appropriate for the President of the United States?
I am not going to engage in the silly condemnation game.
No. This is not. No. This is not silly. This is the
What
president.
did you have to say about the assassination
I'll
of Charlie
reclaim my
Kirk?
time. I'll reclaim
What did you
my
have to
time.
say about Jay
I'll
Jones,
reclaim my
who's the
time.
chief
I'll
law enforcement
reclaim
officer in the
my
state of
time.
Virginia,
I'll reclaim my time.
fantasizing
I'll
about
reclaim my
shooting
time.
He reclaims his time really quickly when the other guy starts pushing back. I'm gonna die. Fuck.
Stop talking on my time.
Order. We'll give you a few seconds to close, Mr. Frost.
I have to comment on this because this is not silly. It is not silly to expect good behavior from the people at the highest levels of our government.
Do you expect from Jay Jones?
No, not your time.
Do you expect from Jay Jones?
Not your time, including the President of the United States. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina. Is that right? Yeah, Mr. Timmons.
Mr. Chairman, we're only 1 week into 2026, and the Democrats are having a tough year. Here we are. This should not be a partisan issue. We've uncovered $9 billion in fraud. It doesn't matter if it's a red state or a blue state. That's $9 billion. And you got to remember, the purpose of these social safety nets is to help people that need help. And when we have that amount of fraud, it undermines the purpose of the social safety nets. The people that want and need the benefits that they are deserving because they're American citizens, they're unable to get them because people are stealing money. And it's even somewhat comical because just a few days ago when the Trump
I like watching these. It's always a miss.
I mean, they technically executed.
You wanna know how your government's run? Watch these things, right? They can't even have a fucking.
Not have a single casualty from our military. They limited collateral damage, and they executed what is truly just a perfect tactical military operation. And the Democrats have gone ballistic over it. Gone ballistic. This man has had warrants out for his arrest for 5 years. He's had a $25 million bounty, which was increased to a $50 million bounty. This is not.
Why are we talking about Maduro all of a sudden? What the fuck? This is about Minnesota fraud. One guy's talking about Melissa Hortman's murder. This guy's talking about Maduro. What's going on?
They've died from it. This is not a partisan issue. Venezuela was a huge step in the right direction. Peace through strength works. We got to get together and we got to work on the issues that the American people want us to work on. And seeking out waste, fraud, and abuse, seeking out $9 billion in theft of social safety net money is something that should not be partisan.
How do you connect these two together? What the fuck?
Going ballistic over these ridiculous ancillary issues.
Politicians, you can't hate them enough.
Cast shade over what should not be a partisan issue is just ridiculous. So get it together.
Yeah.
We need to do the job that the American people sent us
The
here
thing
to
with
do.
peace through strength always reminds me with peace through power, which is the fucking Nods, Command and Conquer Nods, Brotherhood of Nod line. Peace through power. Peace through power.
There were a number of indictments, dozens of indictments. Is that number about
So
right?
funny.
Yes, I think now they're up to about 310 million for the Feeding Our Future.
All right, thank you. So in the last year, we're at $9 billion. Is that the number you got?
Excuse
Yes,
me.
the U.S. Attorney has estimated that the total fraud in the Medicaid portion, which has nothing to do with Feeding Our Future, so on top of that 310 million, is half of it is fraud.
Thank you. Mr. Blue, you see where I'm going with this? So you're saying that we have had, we've decimated the budget of the IGs, which, by the way, weren't doing their jobs because we've uncovered,
I know, right? Yeah. Yeah, bro.
$8.6 billion more dollars in fraud with less resources. So how do you explain your testimony earlier that we've decimated the
amount of money they pay
designed to
themselves is
investigate
nuts.
fraud, when we've uncovered exponentially more fraud.
Talk about
with less
fraud.
resources? How do you explain that?
You know, what we've been talking about today is not just regular fraud, but public corruption. And
So this is the thing. We are not having a hearing on public corruption. We are having a hearing on $9 billion in fraud associated with Minnesota social safety nets. And so you keep pushing back on that. You keep pushing back on this narrative that we should be seeking out waste, fraud, and abuse everywhere by saying that the Trump administration has decimated the entities that are designed to seek out waste, fraud, and abuse. And yet, those same entities have uncovered exponentially more fraud.
The problem is that they
There's no
haven't
problem.
charged
Your
any
logic
public
is
officials,
flawed, and you know
the
your
public
logic is
integrity
flawed.
section has
Your
been
logic is
dismissed.
flawed, and you know your logic is flawed. I just wanted to point it out. It's okay. So I guess I want to get to this. We have a limited amount of money. We have $37 trillion in debt. We run a $2 trillion annual deficit, and we have spent
Nice
much
8-hour
of this
train
year
ride.
seeking out waste, fraud, and
Yeehaw.
abuse, trying to get our fiscal house back in order because we're running out of time. So this cannot be a partisan issue. We cannot solve these problems without a bipartisan approach. So I have a bill that I filed. It's called the TABS Act. And what it does is it uses technology to confirm income eligibility. So
Fun times.
$1.5 trillion every year go to social safety nets that are means tested, meaning depending on where you live, if you make too much
Even
money,
more
you don't
fun. Wow.
And so if
In
we
before
use
you step off the wrong one.
real-time
Fuck.
verification, you can actually give the social safety net to the person that's seeking it way faster, in most cases immediately, and then you can remove them from that social safety net in real time. In the big beautiful bill, we
were sitting here 2 days later. What were exquisites called?
If you do it in real time, you are going to save 20% of the money. So if you extrapolate that over 10 years, it's about $2.5 trillion in savings for means-tested social safety nets. These are the kind of things we need to be doing. This is not a partisan issue. We all agree that people fall on hard times, and we need to help them up. We need to help them up. But if we have $9 billion of fraud in Minnesota, imagine what we have in California. Imagine what we have in New York. Imagine what we have across this country, and we've got to get a handle on it because we're running out of time. We can't keep spending money we don't have. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. Yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Robbins, how long do you think the corrupt activity has been going on in Minnesota?
We have whistleblower reports dating back from 2013 or 2014, so through the Dayton administration and the Walz administration.
Over a decade. Okay. Why is it that we're just now seeing, having this fully uncovered, and I'm not sure it's fully uncovered yet. Why is it, I mean, you've got an attorney general, you've got a governor who claims to be the earth-driven snow, and you get a lot of snow in Minnesota. Why is it just now coming out?
Well, because
Why?
of the failure of the administration, particularly our Office of Management and Budget, who has responsibility constitutionally for this, and they have not been doing their job. But because we were able to create this oversight committee, it's the first time in the history of our legislature we've had
Would you agree that with this fraud?
Bro, we watched the earlier Nick Shirley, the new Nick Shirley video earlier, like right before this actually. They went to a business that was registered since 1999. Doesn't exist.
Congress to take this up. Do you agree with that?
26
We're grateful
years.
for your help because we don't have the resources and we don't have subpoena power and some of the tools that you have.
Well, the reason that one of the reasons that I don't think we need to bring Mississippi in here is because they've been very aggressive in their investigation and prosecution, along with the U.S. Attorney's Office. And I just want to point that out, Mr. Chairman, that we wouldn't be sitting here today asking the questions that we're having to ask if the governor of Minnesota, Walz, and the Attorney General, and the other people that are responsible for oversight, had acted expeditiously in investigating this themselves. So that's why we're here. I appreciate all of the the charges and reports of fraudulent.
The fact that he's like, oh, I'm not gonna rerun again because of this is like, I wonder if something's going on. Even the governor's like, fuck this shit, I'm out, right?
It is really shocking. So there were autism centers.
A clue, Sherlock.
Program, and people were getting paid kickbacks to sign their kids up to participate in the autism center so they could build Medicaid. And these children didn't necessarily have autism. We have substantiated, court documented by the U.S. Attorney how the parents were getting their kids falsely diagnosed with autism so that then they could get a kickback to participate in billing Medicaid for autism services.
It's not just the fraud in terms of money. It's the abuse of children by the that has taken place here. And they were able to defraud the EDIBI program.
Yeah, our systems are wildly fucked, bro. Mostly because of immigration.
Understanding it. There's been a handful of charges, but we expect more.
Social net's not gonna keep that up for much longer.
Hudson, do you think Walz was aware of the fraud prior to the exposure that has been brought down?
There's simply no doubt. I mean, again, referring to the exhibit that I submitted with my testimony, 2,500 pages of OLA reports citing all of the...
You get someone over here to cash it, and then put it in the bank accounts. Boom, done.
Why do you think they did that, Mr. Hudson?
You give him a 10%. There you go, for 5 minutes of work every month.
The simplest answer, the most logical answer, is that they didn't want to know the answer to the question. Because the answer to the question was going to require them to take action against one of their favorite political contestants.
Bro, I'm actually gonna lose my money. March is the last month.
Yeah, that has been alleged.
And then I'm off.
And I hope the evidence is entered into the record through investigation. And
Like, I've been sending out applications like fucking crazy, dude.
Eric, you were about to say something?
It's fucking annoying.
So I think it should be noted, we haven't said this yet, but Jim Nobles was our legislative auditor for 38 years, and he did an article, or he did a statement in the Star Tribune on December 29th of 25, and he said literally all the state needed to do was implement standard financial control. Why the Walz administration did not do that is still a mystery.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think we just heard full justification for why we're having to have this hearing, why we'll have to follow up. Because clearly the state of Minnesota has...
Bro, this thing is not dropping. Fuck my
almost
life.
a lack of interest, maybe even an interest in covering it up. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I go back and look forward to...
I know, right? That's what I said, man. I followed the law too much, bro, apparently. What the fuck? I just gotta do some fraud and shit. Millions of dollars, apparently.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Before I get to the questioning of some of our witnesses today, and thank you again for being here, I would like to make a motion to subpoena journalist Seth Harp for leaking classified information, including doxing a Delta Force commander on Operation Absolute Resolve, which liberated the Venezuelan people and brought a terrorist dictator to the United States to face justice for his crimes against American citizens.
A motion has been made, another motion by Ms. Luna. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance till the end of today's hearing. The committee will now proceed. Chair recognizes.
Thank you, Chairman Comer.
I make a motion to request this in writing.
Hold on. There's been a parliamentary inquiry.
We'd like to request this in writing.
Okay.
I can submit that. If I can just right after this, I can submit that to you guys. Because I have some other motions that we're voting on at the end. This is a great motion in writing. We want everyone on record for this one. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Luna.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Honorable Robbins, based on your record before your committee, when did Governor Walz first become aware of widespread fraud in Minnesota social service programs?
I would assume that he has been aware of it since he ran for office for governor.
By 2017, DHS investigators warned CCAP fraud could exceed 50%. What was that information elevated to the governor's office?
Yes, there was an OLA report.
Thank you, ma'am. By 2020, state officials knew feeding our future invoices were fraudulent. We know that payments continued to the AG's knowledge. Did they continue to the governor's knowledge as well?
Yes.
Attorney General Ellison agreed on tape to fight Minnesota's own Department of Human and Health Services in exchange for Somali political and financial support. In your personal opinion, do you believe it is a possibility that Governor Walz also made that personal deal, or that he at least knew about the Attorney General's agreement?
I don't know.
Okay. I don't want to rehash what you guys have spent hours answering. We know that there's a big issue with the fraud in Minnesota. So on a number of things, I'd first like to point out, thank you for being here today, but because of your testimony—
I have to eat and drink constantly, though.
That we've seen brought forward, as well as I'm sure the fact that this committee, I assume, at Chairman Comer's direction, will be soon subpoenaing AG Ellison. I would like to make criminal referrals regarding Governor Walz as well as AG Ellison. As you know, U.S. Code 371 and U.S. Code 2, which deals with criminalized conspiracies to defraud the United States and establishes liability for individuals who knowingly aid or abet the commission of a federal offense, includes willful blindness or deliberate inaction where duties to act exist. So I will be referring them later on today. Now, aside from that, I do just want to point out that there is a statute that you can denaturalize citizens if their applications were fraudulent, and also too if within 10 years of their naturalization that they committed fraud in the U.S. And so I take this very seriously, and it's very unfortunate that these people chose to do this, because being an American citizen is not a right, it's a privilege, especially if you were not born here. And so with that idea in mind, I would like to say that these criminals took advantage of the very country that gave them refuge. They do not deserve the privilege of remaining here, and frankly, they don't deserve to even be imprisoned here, which is why, as the chairman of the El Salvador caucus, I work very strongly with President Bukele, and we also know that CPOT has proven to be a great facility to house people that are denaturalized and deemed not worthy of U.S. citizenship, and I will be making referrals for those individuals. Thank you for being here today. Chairman, I yield my time.
Will you yield the last 2 minutes you had?
Yes, sir, to you.
All right. So we've talked a lot about Governor Walz. I think you all done a tremendous job codifying the fact that there's massive amounts of waste in Minnesota. This has been taking place for years, and yet nothing's been done. The Democrats want to keep spending more money. They're like, why are we cutting off funding temporarily? We need to spend more money, throw more money at the problem. That's
This guy's hilarious. I love his accent, bro.
Thank you all for being here today to talk about this. I know it takes a lot of courage, and I'm sure you're probably getting threats from certain people that have benefited from this, and others that are misinformed by some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We've talked about Walz. We've stated that Walz has been well aware of this, but we haven't talked a lot about Attorney General Ellison.
Free heel.
Very quickly, do you all have anything to add about his knowledge? Was he aware of this? Go ahead.
Thank you. I actually had that document in front of me that I wanted to share.
I
So
can't
this is
carry
from a
any
press
more.
release that we actually confronted him with when we had a hearing and he was in front of us. And the press release is from September 26th, 2022. And this is from a press release from his office. And it says, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison
Right.
and his office have been deeply involved for 2 years.
Makes you wonder what's going on there.
Now, the tape that we've been talking about as well, where he said he would go to bat for the fraudsters against state agencies, which, by the way, were his clients, happened 1 year prior to this press release. So if he had been working to oust the fraudsters for feeding our future, he would have known who they were at the time of that meeting. He claimed in front of us that he did not know who they were. That was his reason to meet with them. And by the way, I would say that he did not meet with him in his official office, which is highly suspect. Strip mall, I think, something like that.
Okay. Well, we've invited him to be at our next hearing on this. If he doesn't respond very soon, he will be receiving a subpoena to be here at the next hearing, and we look forward to working with you and any other whistleblowers who want to come forward to ask Mr. Ellison specific questions. Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Gill for unanimous consent.
I've got a unanimous consent request to enter into the record. Former legislative auditor, is the Waltz administration finally awake about fraud?
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Are you ready, Mr. Langford? Mr. McGuire, Chair recognizes Mr. McGuire from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today and for your tireless work on your committee to investigate and sound the alarm of fraud in your state. After receiving a mandate from the American people and taken President Trump and this administration worked tirelessly to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. In our federal government, the recent child care fraud that has come to light in Minnesota is just the latest example of why the American people have oversight and how their taxpayer dollars are spent. Talking with constituents in my district, I had one guy say to me, he said, John, why should we even pay taxes? The signal that we're getting around our country is that you do everything right and you pay your taxes, and these folks are
and you get
buying homes
fucked.
in foreign countries. These fraudsters are stealing from the American people, we the people. And one constituent said, we're not paying taxes, we're paying criminals. We need to know where our taxpayer dollars are going. The 20 million or so illegal aliens that came into our country have come here to break the donkey's back. You know, if you want to break a donkey's back, you keep loading it on and loading it on until his back breaks. And we're sick and tired of the waste, fraud, and abuse. For some reason, it seems like our friends on the other side of the aisle partner with the fraudsters and not those people that are identifying the fraud. You may remember during the Summer of Love, when they were burning our cities for 80 days, instead of supporting the police, they wanted to defund the police and use their dollars to bail them out of jail so they continue burning our cities. Makes no sense. Recently, we got Maduro out of his country to stand trial for killing and terrorizing thousands of American citizens. And instead of telling the military what a great job they did, they had protests around the country for Maduro. And by the way, I had a friend in the airport in Buenos Aires. The entire airport.
That is a lot of damage. Damn.
People in Venezuela said that they've been eaten out of trash cans, and family members got into prostitution because their family was starved and they're trying to survive. As a Navy SEAL veteran, I served in Venezuela during the 90s, and it was one of the most prosperous, strongest economic countries, safest places in South America, and they've ruined it. So anyway, the people are sick and tired of the waste, fraud, and abuse.
I know, right?
In reference to the most recent child care fraud
Bro, I've killed like at least 20 of these guys.
A spokesperson for Governor Waltz said the governor has worked for years to crack down on fraud and asked the state legislature for more authority to take aggression on this action. He has strengthened oversight. Ms. Robinson, Mr. Hudson, and Mr. Bararick, as members of the Fraud Protection, Prevention, and State Agency and Oversight Committee, do you agree that Governor Waltz has strengthened oversight in the state of Minnesota? Yes or no?
No, he belatedly took action this fall because of the enormous pressure that is coming to bear, but his agencies always had the authority that he trumpeted now.
No, he simplified the problem by pretending that you can solve it by appointing somebody to look at it. This needs systemic reform.
He absolutely shredded oversight. Simply.
Yeah, I heard through testimony that it was a career suicide to speak up. But Ms. Robinson, you've been very vocal about the mistreatment of whistleblowers by Governor Waltz. Can you speak to some of the ways that Governor Waltz's administration have retaliated against whistleblowers?
Yes, I've met
No, not random.
Whistleblowers who have spoken about how they were told that they would.
This is Dine.
I know of people who were reassigned.
And this is Meta.
We also know that they were surveilled in their place of work.
And he knows like a bunch of people in the guild as well. So.
Quote, leaker. their email and their chat functions were surveilled electronically for words like fraud or whistleblower or compliance or overbilling. So they are under a great deal of stress in the Department of Human Services, and we are grateful for the whistleblowers who have spoken out to us.
Someone actually took to me.
Based on all of your knowledge about this scandal or this fraud
Someone took his
in
name.
Minnesota,
He was very unhappy about it.
we're like $37 trillion in debt, and now I don't know what it is about Somali, but apparently they're using that for Somali daycare centers in Washington State now, and it's come to light that there's some daycare center fraud in Ohio as well associated with Somali. So I think we're just the tip of the iceberg, and there's waste, fraud, and abuse everywhere, and maybe a big chunk of our national debt comes from waste, fraud, and abuse. So I don't care if it's a red state or a blue state. We need to have oversight. We need to
I know,
protect the
right?
American people.
That was someone else, though, right? That was ICE.
The child care fraud brought to light by Nick Shirley is just the latest scandal. In 2022, federal prosecutors charged 47 defendants, the majority of whom were from the Minnesota Somali community, for the role they played feeding our...
Yeah, it was ICE.
Are they still in power in Minnesota?
The Democrats?
No, Feeding Our Future. What's going on?
So that program was a COVID-era child nutrition program, and that is over, but there's ongoing child nutrition programs that could be fraudulent. So I think they're still working their way through the Feeding Our Future case, but I think there will be need for ongoing oversight of child nutrition programs.
That I yield back. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Langworthy from Buffalo, New York. Okay, Chair recognizes...
Bruh.
We will go to...
Inventory is full.
Mr. Stauber, are you ready, prepared, or Ms. Fishbach?
Yeah, Representative Fishbach prior to me. Thank you.
Okay. Chair recognize we're going to get to our wave-ons, and we may have a few more that will come in. We have a few more Republicans that haven't asked questions yet, but Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And before I begin my remarks, I want to enter into the record an email shared by DHS whistleblowers. The email was written by a senior DHS official and
This is
sent to other
ridiculous.
DHS leaders. In the email, the DHS official talks about using military...
I've gotten a shit ton of experience, though, at least, right?
Exact location. And this issue,
The
and I believe
upside.
this email was alluded to by Representative Rarick in her testimony.
Without objection to order.
Thank you so much, and I have one more, and I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled "Minnesota Government Whistleblowers Claim They Were Electronically Had Promotions Denied" in the New York Post, dated January 3rd, 2026.
Without objection to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I would like to say thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to wave on. This is an incredibly important issue in our state and across the country. It's something
Bro, notice I had to add boxes. I didn't have enough fucking room, dude. Because these are like, I want combat spells on this only. And then this is like, you know, the combat spells that I don't actually use all that often, like Evocation, Dampen, Amplify Magic, Mana Shield.
But I'm not embarrassed to be from Minnesota.
And then my teleports and portals over here.
That this has happened.
Drinks and food over here. Like, spells that I don't use all that often, and like proficients over here. Like, oh my fucking god, bruh.
So
I forgot how involved Mage was.
It makes me sad that this is what we're having to talk about. And while some may want to downplay this fraud, I want to be clear. This is an explicit and egregious cover-up on the theft of taxpayer dollars. And hundreds of millions stolen from programs intended to help feed children, provide housing, provide child care, even help individuals with autism. And we also have reports that some of this funding is going to terrorist organizations, like was mentioned earlier. Democrats have been in charge in Minnesota for years. I was in the Minnesota legislature, I know. And they specifically wrote and passed legislation that reduced oversight when handing out federal funds. Democrats seized on COVID in particular to yank back fraud protections.
You should create a shaman, man. By the time you get it here, I might have found it.
That was the mantra during COVID, is we've got to get it out fast. So we can't have all these regulations and checks and balances on them. Unfortunately, though, this problem isn't new, and it wasn't just from COVID.
Oh, I did less damage than I thought it would.
Making reports for years. The Democrat leadership at the state level in Minnesota has been actively suppressing whistleblowers, and I think some of the testimony that you've all given today is pointing that out. And that's not an opinion.
This is fucking
it
ridiculous.
It's fact. So I'm going to ask, maybe we're going to go over some of this a little once again, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that there's a clear answer. Representative Rarick, the tweet, where did my sign go? I have a sign.
She has a sign, guys.
But there's an account that is working, that is, I
Inventory
believe,
is
from
full.
the whistleblowers. And I just wanted to note, there we go. Thank you. This behind me is the account. Is it run by one whistleblower?
Madam Congressman, no, it actually is comprised of over 1,000 state employees across multiple state agencies.
So this is not just a couple of people. This is a lot of people bringing this to light.
I can't carry
and
anymore.
were the whistleblowers ever made to feel unsafe
Inventory is full.
on their attempts to report fraud?
Yes, absolutely. I can give you
I
two
can't
quotes that they
carry
have in the
anymore.
7-page document that was submitted for the this committee hearing. Two things that they said is think about your home and what if you lose your job. So these are things said to whistleblowers. Second thing was we need information about where your kids go to school and where their bus stops are.
And Representative Rarick, it's just incredible stuff. And I know you mentioned it before, but I do think it's worth repeating because we had whistleblowers. This could have been happening, but there has been Democrat administration after Democrat administration, including Walz and the newer, they have not addressed these things, and they have not.
Which one was it?
Hey, whistleblowers, we believe you, and we're going to do something about it. And so
Inventory
that's the
is
concern. And I just want to. I am.
God damn
running
it.
low on time, but I wanted to just ask Representative Robinson. I'm sorry, Mr. Hudson, but you've had some really good moments today. So I'll go to Representative Robinson. As chair of the committee, if these claims of retaliatory action are true, then it violates the law. So if these claims are true, then a state agency is violating our own state whistleblowers laws. Is that correct?
Sorry, so the whistleblower statute is for civil penalties. There is no criminal penalty for whistleblower retaliation in statute currently,
I
but we
need
are
a
looking
target.
at that for the next session. But that's why when people say, why haven't these people who retaliated against the whistleblowers been prosecuted, it's because there is no criminal penalty in statute.
Has there been anything by the Attorney General's office, and this is the question that I'll ask if he comes, anything by the Attorney General's office that would deal with that?
No, we passed a law this session to expand whistleblower protection because prior to this session, they could only report up through their supervisor or to the state attorney general. And when they did, they were either ghosted or they were retaliated against. So we expanded it so now they can report to legislators and they can report to law enforcement. And that's how we got this just deluge of whistleblower reports because now they have somewhere safe to report.
And you have been very indulgent, and I'll just say, after 15 years of Democrat administration in Minnesota, this massive fraud is coming to an end because we are going to get to it. And I appreciate the work that you have done on your committee, and we will do whatever we can to continue to bring it to light and prosecute those folks involved. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I thank you very much for your
Thank you,
comments.
Ms.
Chair asks unanimous consent.
Who said that? Oh, yeah, Mr. Bell.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record his May 2025 report from the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs entitled Undermining the Watchdogs, the 19 independent inspectors generals fired by President Trump uncovered billions in fraud, waste, and abuse.
Without objection, so ordered. All right, our next Minnesota wave on is Mr. Finstad from Minnesota.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Thank you for holding this important hearing today, and thank you to our great Minnesota legislators for being here. God bless you and your work. It's been so needed, and you have amplified and created such a voice and opportunity for us to get to the bottom of this, so thank you. Governor Walz's incompetence has put a spotlight on our state by enabling rampant fraud across federally funded, state-administered programs. And for those that aren't from Minnesota, in Minnesota, the Democrat Party goes by the DFL, Democrat Farmer Labor. Well, I'll tell you what, they kicked the farmer out a long time ago, and that F now stands for fraud. And that is wholly owned by Governor Walz, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan. It's on them, and it will be on them forever. Minnesota taxpayers have had more than $9 billion and counting taken from their pockets, yet the Walz administration has failed to take meaningful action to stop this. Since Feeding Our Future scandal came to light, not a single individual responsible for ensuring accountability
I've
to
gotten
these federally funded programs has been fired. Not a single.
no, just one full stack off of these guys, but Jesus fucking Christ, can I get the goddamn gym? I'm losing my mind.
I don't care if you're a greeter at Walmart, you would not have your job with the incompetence that Governor Walz has displayed in Minnesota. Since I was first elected in 2022, I've joined my Republican colleagues in the congressional delegation, sending numerous letters to Governor Walz and his administration to expose the lawlessness occurring in our state with no response. The Minnesota state legislators here testifying have been on the front lines working to combat this failure, and Governor Walz's failure to responsibly steward over the $9 billion in taxpayer money.
This bitch didn't die.
Thank you for appearing here today. With that being said, we're talking about programs, housing stabilization, daycare, autism centers, Feeding Our Future. I mean, these are all compassionate, good Minnesota values. We want to take care of our neighbors in need. If our neighbors,
I'm losing my mind.
If they're struggling to find the amount of money to put food on their table, we will take the shirt off our back to help our neighbors in need. These fraudsters preyed on the goodwill of Minnesotans. Minnesota is Minnesota nice, and these fraudsters knew it, and they took advantage of us. So I'm going to start with you, Representative Rarick. Thank you again for your leadership. During your tenure in Minnesota state government, how long have you been working on this issue, and what are some of the craziest, most egregious things that you've seen really that have been identified?
I got fucking destroyed.
Incompetency of our CEO, governor of our state.
Great. So I was elected in 2000, started serving then, and I literally have heard about fraud since 2013. And I'll tell you, every time that it was raised in committee by myself or my colleagues, we were essentially called racist and Islamophobic, or that the fraud really wasn't happening. I remember with the daycare fraud, when there was credible allegations that it was $100 million back in 13, 14, 15, somewhere in there. They prosecuted closer to 5 to 10 million, and so instead of 100 million, that was what was prosecuted. And so Democrats would say, well, it's really not. It's really not. It's really just a couple. And so I know that we had a gentleman behind us come and testify in front of us. And we have a tracker, and they spent the entire time besmirching his good character as opposed to actually talking about the fraud. And that's what we've experienced nonstop every day.
So thank you for that testimony, but also thank you for being strong. Because the politics of intimidation, name-calling, race baiting, they want us to shut up. They want this fraud to continue. And so thank you for being strong. I represent 750,000 of our neighbors in southern Minnesota. It's God's country down there. And, I hear from my neighbors the Democrat control and what it's done to decimate our daycare industry, the affordability, the access. We just struggle with daycare in southern Minnesota.
My buffs ran out. I've been here for over half an hour.
Sure would go a long ways to help our neighbors in southern Minnesota. The Walz administration has done crazy things. They've weaponized the administration. Heck, we have daycares in southern Minnesota getting fined for leaving chapstick on their office desk. They can find the time to do that, but they can't find the $9 billion. Ridiculous. Representative Robbins, the Democrats at the state and federal level, so we're talking everyone from Angie Craig, Ilhan Omar, Tina Smith, Amy Klobuchar, Tim Walz, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan. Have they helped at all in your committee work? Have they been a part of it? Have they said, hey, we want to help and try to get rid of this fraud?
No, I don't know of any Democrats who have called out the Walz administration for their absolute failure to protect taxpayer dollars and vulnerable citizens.
So this is just unbelievable to me that we cannot, in the face of this horrific fraud and crime that's going on, we can't for a brief moment rip the
thank fuck
off our sweatshirt and put the USA on and say enough is enough. And so what you're doing, and by being here today, helping us understand The details and the level of fraud in Minnesota is so important. We can't thank you enough. And Chairman Comer, we stand ready to help you and this committee however we can to put an end to this.
We're serious about it, and we want to work with you. Chair recognizes Mr. Langworthy from Buffalo.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for putting this hearing together so promptly after all of this fraud was unveiled. I'm not going to get into belaboring all the facts that have been revealed here already today, but Representative Robbins, how long do you believe that this fraud was allowed to operate in Minnesota before anyone in state government actually decided to act?
Well, we've had all this going on since 2014 at least, and the Walz administration's been in office 7 years, and they very belatedly took a few actions this fall. So they only came to the table to help pause program and have required audits because of the public
Inventory
pressure. So we're looking at fraud going back 11 years at this point, in untold sums of money. And with the years that this has gone on, who in your mind knew about this fraud, and who do you think looked the other way?
I think everybody in Minnesota knew about it. There's been so many great local investigative journalistic stories on this. And I think the governor, the lieutenant governor, the attorney general, and all of the agency heads have looked the other way.
I really want to salute you and your colleagues that were on the front end of this, trying to get people to pay attention to this. And when you raised attention to this fraud long before Nick Shirley's outstanding reporting, Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison actually refused to take your claim seriously. Isn't that correct?
Yes, we gave them a list in February of last year of 72 child care centers we thought were problematic that should be investigated, and to my knowledge, they didn't do anything with the list we provided.
Now, as an elected official, you obviously are out in the community. Is this blatant fraud something that people on the street are talking about?
All the time. They're furious.
And they know it. It's in plain sight. Everyone knows what's going on, but no one will act.
Well, we're doing our best to act at the committee.
You are. But the people that are actually in power, I come from New York, so I understand what blue state living's all about. But it's infuriating.
These guys are hilarious, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Home state, and when you have people in power that refuse to do the right thing, even though the problem is an obvious one, it's really disheartening to the constituents and the taxpayers, the hardworking men and women paying the bills. And Representative Robbins, do you think that there was a political calculation that was made by the people that turned a blind eye, that it was more beneficial for them to allow and kind of green light the fraud, or were they afraid of political consequences if they actually did something about that from a constituency of Somalis?
Yes, I think they chose to protect the fraudsters and the criminals over the whistleblowers and the taxpayers because, as the Somali investigator said, that feckless fear, they had feckless fear from the establishment, politicians, and state agencies when they were confronted with charges of racism and Islamophobic. So they were afraid of being called racist or Islamophobic, the Democrat politicians, and standing up to their base. So they just turned a blind eye.
And with this, Somali population, this is part of the Democrat Party's base at this point in Minnesota, isn't that correct?
Largely.
So they were basically renting a constituency through the fraud at the expense of the taxpayer. That's why. You don't have to answer that. I think that we all know the answer to that. And Representative Hudson, there is a child care affordability crisis right now, and young families in my district and across the country are making really tough choices to afford quality care. What impact has this fraud had on wait lists and staffing and simply making resources available for legitimate child care centers in your constituency?
Well, as Mr. Finstead pointed out, in Minnesota, there's been a long-standing attack upon family-based childcare, where folks would run businesses out of their homes. And when you're out of the city, that's usually the type of childcare you would have access to. And so in a climate where there's already been reductions in the availability of people to be able to receive childcare, again, going back to the firefighter putting out the fire analogy, yeah, it causes damage with the water, but it's necessary at this time, because even though it hurts, because of the blaze that Walz allowed to explode.
It's amazing. This $9 billion in fraud went uninvestigated, ignored, swept aside for years. Not a single rogue bureaucrat, but by every Democrat official in the state of Minnesota who presented with clear, damning evidence chose to look the other way blindly. I cannot wait to see Tim Walz and Keith Ellison in those seats where you're sitting right now. But to everyone here, we cannot ignore who truly benefited from this failure beyond the perpetrators of the fraud. And it's Governor Tim Walz and the entire Democratic leadership throughout a constituency's votes that they bought by looking the other way and letting this happen. They effectively greenlit this theft of billions of dollars in taxpayer money through years of willful ignorance. And every single American taxpayer deserves full accountability, because this isn't limited to just Minnesota. We have a lot of other states to start to look at. I mean, all the big blue handout states. I live in one of them. We have to open the Pandora's box here and find out how much money has been siphoned off from America's taxpayers. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Well said. Chair recognizes Congressman Jack from Georgia.
I also want to echo my support for Congressman Langworthy's remarks. Certainly associate myself with them. It is all political, and it's very unfortunate. I want to thank the witnesses for testifying today. I also like to thank our chairman for convening this hearing so expeditiously. Less than 2 weeks have passed since the nation was caught in this just horrible crisis, watching this unfold, and here we are with action today. We've talked a lot about the $9 billion in fraud. I like quantifying it because, more often than not, we throw around the biggest numbers here in Washington, and sometimes it's hard to quantify it. It takes about a second to count a dollar bill, and that's 9 billion seconds. Means that if we started counting in 1741, 285 years ago, we would just now be finishing $9 billion worth of counts. So take that data point to heart. But I want to concentrate my line of questioning today on the whistleblowers. And I know a lot has been discussed, but as we near the end of this hearing, I want to start with
fuck's sake.
Representative Rarick.
Oh, here.
And it's our understanding, as has been discussed today, the Department of Human Services whistleblowers.
Come on, I'm lazy. I don't want to. Oh, fuck.
From senior Minnesota Department of Human Services
Damn it.
officials, including appointees, on behalf of Governor
Oh, I don't
Walz.
even need to be
I just
here.
want you
Never
to
mind.
Explain to us again how these administrators have retaliated.
I thought I
against
needed
whistleblowers.
being whatever.
Right. So the threats were pretty intense.
Never
and
mind.
As I've said, their jobs were threatened. They had strange questions demanding answers about where their children went to school, where their bus stops were. They were told that if you don't do what we tell you to do or not do what we tell you to do, you'll lose your job. You'll lose that job with cause, which means in Minnesota that you don't get unemployment.
A whole one
insurance,
inventory
also
slot.
lose your
Fantastic.
retirement plan. Also, you'd be blacklisted off of all state agencies, and I would note that also includes Hennepin and Ramsey counties, our biggest counties, because they are Democrat-run, and maybe even the University of Minnesota. I'm going to throw that into probably some of our biggest cities, like Rochester, Duluth, that are very Democrat-leaning. So it's a very vast threat. They've also threatened them with sort of a vague military intelligence. So there was one, I have the email right here that was just submitted, I believe, by Congresswoman Fishbach, and it says things like, I would like to use my former colleagues in the Army to locate where you are using your IP address, and I don't have that. He says I don't have that technology anymore, but I can get it in a heartbeat. So there were vague threats, and I believe there was more threats beyond that, but it was very...
I don't know. That's not really vague, is it?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. I actually wanted to talk about that. As I understand it, it was and I think it's to your point, she entered it into the record, but the interim Deputy Assistant Commissioner of Operations, for the folks watching at home, the Department of Human Services Minnesota allegedly was trying to use a contact in the military during the Biden administration to track whistleblowers' whereabouts. I presume this is illegal under Minnesota law, but would love for you to indulge us as to whether or not it is.
I don't know for sure if it's illegal in Minnesota. If it's not, it certainly should be. I think most of what happened to the whistleblowers is illegal, but the control over the state, the control over the largest...
Keep forgetting I can blink now.
Some of our largest cities is controlled by Democrats, and so this was allowed to continue.
And to the best of your knowledge, whether it be Governor Dayton or Governor Pawlenty before, were whistleblowers treated in such a manner under those administrations, or is this unique to the Walz administration?
I don't have any reports, particularly through the Valenti administration. I know that fraud was beginning to be.
Shouldn't I go hand these in? Like, what the fuck, man?
His administration, but mostly under Democrat rule. But I don't know of this kind of retaliation in any other administration besides the Walz administration.
Thank you for sharing that with us. And I just want to close out. Some Minnesota officials claim they had no knowledge of this fraud, just found out about it, which I think we all know is demonstrably false. But I'm just curious, could you elaborate for this committee on the many ways by which Governor Walz could have been made aware of this? I mean, he certainly was made aware of this, turned a blind eye. I just want to make sure that we understand as a committee the many methods by which he was informed.
So there were a multitude of legislative auditor reports, so much so that I had read into the record what Jim Nobles, the last legislative auditor before Judy Randall, he had been the legislative auditor for 38 years, and he was so disgusted by the actions of Governor Walz that he wrote a couple comments in the Star Tribune saying that they literally just needed to do basic financial controls, and it's behooving to him, or confounding to him, I should say, as to why they didn't. So he is very much a nonpartisan, non-political person, and he was shocked at what he found.
Well, I want to thank all of our witnesses for testimony today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I believe our last questioner is our last wave on from Minnesota, Representative Stauber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And after all the conversations today, you wonder why the Department of Justice can't get the voter rolls out of Minnesota, and the Secretary of Ag can't get the SNAP benefits from Minnesota to make sure there's no fraud. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for holding this hearing, and I also want to thank our witnesses whose years of hard work in Minnesota are exposing these revelations, are finally garnering the national
Okay, eventually you'll start turning these in, Jesus.
I want to thank the numerous whistleblowers who are exposing Tim Walz's failures as governor. As we have heard today, these brave men and women are risking their careers to reveal the truth, while Tim Walz is actively attempting to threaten and suppress them. I'm here to say it won't work, and we stand with the whistleblowers. I want to shift gears.
Yeah, that'll be a
and ask you
first.
about Minnesota's new paid family leave program that the governor has been touting during his fraud scandal. Representative Rarick, under the paid family leave program in Minnesota, who can I take leave or care for? And is it limited to family or dependent?
Oh, fucking hell.
Thank you, Congressman Stauber. No, it is not limited to just family. One would think that it was, but there is something that the Democrats built into the law that said if I set up an expectation of care with no documentation, by the way, no attestation, absolutely no documentation, then that is good enough in Minnesota.
So I could take care of somebody that's just a friend of mine.
Congressman, absolutely.
So it doesn't matter if they're related, if I've had a past relationship or closer, I can just go and ask or tell my employer I'm leaving for 12 weeks or 8 weeks and get 90% of my pay and take care of that person, right?
You could do that, yes. And so it's a sliding scale. It's not all of the people would get 90%, but the vast majority, I believe, depending on your salary, would get 90%. And yes, you could go take care of anybody because there is no documentation.
Is Gattermate a thing?
Care what I have to provide to the state to demonstrate that I am actually taking care of you during my paid family leave.
Apparently
There's
he
absolutely no documentation. So you have to provide and prove absolutely nothing.
So if I don't show up and take care of who I say I'm taking care of, nothing's going to happen to me?
That's correct. You could go to Puerto Rico, you could go to Istanbul. It doesn't matter where you go or what you do. There's no requirement to document.
So I can say that I'm just caring for anyone, and the state of Minnesota would require my boss to give me a 12-week vacation without any proof?
That is exactly how the Democrats wrote that law. That's correct.
Is a licensed American doctor required to certify that this person needs my immediate and uninterrupted care?
So the medical professionals is a very, very
That's not really
broad
working, is it?
No, they do not have to be an American midwife, doctor, chiropractor, orthopedic surgeon, none of those things. It can be in any country.
Does the state require the person I'm claiming to care for to be present in Minnesota or even in the United States of America?
No, Congressman, that person could be anywhere.
Somalia?
Absolutely.
So you're telling me I can get a foreign doctor without
Like I
an
downloaded
American
the data.
license
Do I have to like?
to just check a box, and I get a state-mandated paid vacation to Somalia or any other country. Is that correct?
That is how the law was written by Democrats in Minnesota. Yes.
This is incredibly concerning. With what little time I have left, I want to open this up to the entire panel. Is there anything else you would like to address regarding the paid family leave program? And I'll start with Representative Robbins.
Thank you. We always talk about how important it is to stop fraud on the front end. So our committee held a hearing on this paid family leave law that took effect January 1st back in November. And we grilled the Department of Employment and Economic Development, trying to get them to shore up some of these definitions, trying to put some guardrails.
But
on
I
this program,
downloaded
and
the
they
data.
just assured us over and over they've got it covered. There won't be any fraud. Don't worry about it. But I've already had whistleblower reports since the program started January 1st of fraud. So we're going to have to get a handle on
No.
this, and I think it's the next fraud frontier in Minnesota.
Huh.
Representative Hudson, anything you'd like to add on the paid family leave program in Minnesota?
Just to put the points that Representative Rare put as concisely as possible, it is humorous but true that you could quite literally have a witch doctor approve your vacation to Somalia. That's how loose the rules are written.
Listen, I'm proud to be from Minnesota. I was born, raised, I'm living in Minnesota, raising my family there. This is going to stop. You folks are at the front of it. Minnesotans have had enough. We're hardworking people. We will not allow our tax dollars to go to fraud. And I commend the three of you and other folks back in Minnesota that want to stop this. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield
Mr. Chair, I
back.
seek recognition to make a motion for a subpoena.
Fucking co-pilots. Fuck off.
State your motion.
I would like to make a motion to subpoena the Department of Homeland Security for all documents and footage related to the murder of a woman by ICE that took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota today.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance till the end of today's hearing. And we will prepare to close now. That concludes all of our questions. In closing, I want to again thank our witnesses for being here today. Welcome to the House Oversight Committee. This was a pretty cordial committee hearing for us, so and very important. Before we adjourn, I want to yield to Ranking Member Garcia for his closing remarks, and then I will give my closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just before we close, I just also want to mention the news of this horrific killing in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're talking about Minnesota right now. This was a killing by an ICE agent. There are videos that are now online. There's testimony that's being brought to light. It's horrific. I encourage folks to watch those videos and see what's happened for themselves. And I'm hopeful that this committee investigates this incident and that we have full accountability. So I want to thank Representative Presley for her motion. Now, we've heard a lot today, and particularly a lot of bigoted smears against an entire community. Now, some Republican members of this committee said or implied that somehow all Somalis are now suspected fraudsters or terrorists. Now, Somali Americans are overwhelmingly U.S. citizens with the same rights as any member of this committee. And the rest, and a vast majority of them, are just hardworking folks. They're trying to take care of their families and playing by the rules. We should be clear that if we want to investigate fraud, we should start by investigating 1600 Pennsylvania. We all know that fraud is a betrayal of the public's trust, and Democrats agree that we must be rigorous in conducting oversight wherever it exists. But conducting rigorous oversight does not somehow exclude the president or the administration, or the DOJ and what's happening there, or the rampant crimes that are happening right now all across other agencies. We know that holding fraudsters accountable does not mean granting them full and unconditional presidential pardons because they are wealthy supporters of the president. President Trump last year gave out 25 get-out-of-jail-free cards from fraudsters alone. 25. He pardoned them from paying back more than $1 billion they owe to their victims. This is wrong and it's un-American. We have
Which
to make sure
one?
victims of fraud are not forced to suffer anymore. And we also know that cutting off child care and family support for thousands of innocent families is not the way to protect victims. In fact, it punishes victims. These attacks are harming parents, children, and childcare providers as we speak. Many childcare providers, not just in Minnesota, but across the country, are receiving death threats. Childcare centers have been vandalized, and the children's information has been stolen in some cases. Childcare providers in states across the country have reported that they will have to close if they lose federal funding. Parents are saying they have to quit their jobs because they will no longer be able to have childcare for their families and while they're at work. These cuts will make it harder for families to put food on the table as grocery costs continue to increase. We should be protecting those families and children who are being hurt by all of this. Let's go after the big fraud in our government, and that includes the fraud and corruption at the White House. And with that, I yield back.
The member yields back, and I will conclude by saying today we have heard about the shocking, rampant, and long ongoing fraud in Minnesota's social service programs. This fraud has shocked and outraged the American people, and rightfully so. The scale of this fraud is not just something we've seen before. And I'm pretty confident this is just the tip of the iceberg. The Trump administration has taken a whole of government approach to rooting out fraud. The Trump administration has already uncovered at least $9 billion in fraud. These criminals have stolen taxpayer dollars from all Americans to fund lavish cars, homes, and vacations here in the U.S. and abroad. Some of this stolen money is even allegedly going to support terrorists. Our witnesses, the chairwoman and 2 members of the Minnesota House of Representatives Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee have been sounding the alarm on this fraud for years. Democrats have attempted to distract the American people from this widespread fraud and accuse
I'm getting chills.
investigators of racism.
Oh my God.
This should not be a partisan issue, but they clearly do not take this issue seriously. Either they don't take fraud seriously.
Oh my God, I'm dead. There's no way.
It's one or the other.
Holy shit,
The most
I'm
vulnerable are
alive.
suffering as a result. These programs are meant to feed needy kids, provide services to autistic children, house low-income and disabled Americans, and provide health care to vulnerable Medicaid recipients. The Waltz administration has kept this money flowing for years, oftentimes behind closed doors. When whistleblowers came forward about this fraud, the Waltz administration retaliated against employees who warned and alerted the administration to fraud occurring within these social
Here's
programs.
$20. Shut the fuck up.
There's supposed to be checks and balances in our system to prevent this, both on the federal and state levels. Every agency that lost hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars has well-paid staff that are supposed to prevent this. That's their job. They're inspectors general. That's their job. They have huge staff. We have jurisdiction over the IGs. Many have failed, and they need to be held accountable. Now, I want to close by saying we had 4 Minnesota Republicans to waive on this committee. If there was a committee hearing about fraud in Kentucky and I wasn't on the committee, I would want to waive on the committee. But not a single Democrat requested to waive on the committee from the state of Minnesota. And there is one member of the Minnesota delegation, Representative Omar, who coincidentally is of Somali descent, did not request to be in this hearing. I will publicly invite her to come to the next hearing. She doesn't have to, but she can request to be waived on, and I will gladly grant that request. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an application unsealed by the United States District Court for the District of Minnesota on December 18, 2025, for law enforcement to execute a search warrant on Ultimate Home Health Services, LLC, for defrauding.
Kill it with fire. Oh, it's gonna be too far away, isn't it?
Almost half the kids in the United States see a doctor. And that, we lost, of course, $1 trillion in those programs. Over 10 million people could lose health care. Trump's law also cut 40 million people who use SNAP. And this includes, by the way, 1 out of every 5 kids. And this is happening not just in Minnesota. The president plans to freeze more than $10 billion for child care subsidies, social services, and cash support for low-income families in Minnesota, New York, Colorado, Illinois, and my home state of California.
I forgot the cell.
These states have Democratic governors that Donald Trump wants to punish. And we should look at those consequences if we want to talk about fraud. In Minnesota, which we're talking about today, Donald Trump is removing child care funding for the entire state. That frozen funding provides child care for over 18,000 kids. These kids didn't commit fraud. So I want to know why they should be punished. Last night, he said he's withholding all possibly Medicaid funds from Minnesota, which could harm 1 in 5 residents. Now, in New York, another state he's threatening, that's over 66,000 innocent kids, while pardoning, of course, 25 fraudsters and robbing victims of over $1 billion. Donald Trump should have to face the kids and parents who will be hurt even though they've done nothing wrong. I want to know what the president and the House majority expect the parents of these kids to do. Many don't seem to care. He wants to pardon and protect more rich crooks and fraudsters who have robbed over $1 billion from innocent people. Now in California, in my home state, this threatens over 176,000 kids. 176,000 kids. Well, he continues, of course, to pardon fraudsters and connected folks that have donated immense amounts of money to his campaign. Now, this hurts not just Democratic families, but Republican families. It's innocent kids, regardless of political party, who need child care. We are in an affordability crisis, and the majority is not going after the real fraud that's being committed to the American public. Now, in Illinois, he has threatened funding for more than 62,000 kids. 62,000 kids. And finally, in Colorado, the other state that he's going after, more than 16,000 kids will lose funding. But we know, of course, that the president will let his friends get away with crime. And I want to point out one last thing, which is so important. While Donald Trump attacks these states, the Wall Street Journal on Monday reported a massive Mississippi scandal. Mississippi, of course, isn't on Trump's list. We don't have witnesses from Mississippi here today. Oversight Republicans aren't calling in Governor Tate. And I think the question is, why? We have real fraud happening, yet there's zero interest, apparently, in what's happening here in Mississippi and other places. Republicans want to cut benefits and attack states with Democratic governors. And what it's done, particularly in places like Minnesota, it has unleashed bigotry and hate. Minnesota child care centers have become the target of harassment and even vandalism and theft. Parents are afraid to drop their kids off in the morning and go to work. This is an opportunity, again, to attack for the House majority and smear innocent people without evidence. If we cared about fraud, we'd be starting at the very top. This is critical for the country and to actually take on fraud and abuse and the fraudsters that are being pardoned across the United States. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would like to now welcome our witnesses here today. First, we have Kristen Robbins, Chairwoman of the Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee and representative for District 37A in the Minnesota House of Representatives. Next, we have Walter Hudson, a member of the Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee and representative for Minnesota's District 30A. Next, we have Marion Rarick, a member of Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee and representative for District 29B in Minnesota. Lastly, we have Brendan Ballou, a former special counsel at the Department of Justice. So thank you all for joining us, and we look very forward to
he's got him.
Today. This
Fucker.
is an issue the American people are very interested in. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you all, and you may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony.
Wait,
let me remind the
did
witnesses
we just
that we
see?
have read your written statements.
Did this repeat?
And they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Representative Robbins for her opening
Inventory
statement.
is full. I can't
Good morning,
carry
Mr. Chairman
anymore.
and members. Thank you for inviting us to testify. As chair of the Fraud Prevention Committee in Minnesota, I've been working to uncover the massive fraud under Tim Walz, propose solutions, and hold state agencies accountable. Today, I will highlight the scale of the problem, outline the work our committee is doing to fight the fraud, and provide a roadmap for other states on how to detect and stop fraud. Minnesota is one of the highest tax states in the nation, and hardworking Minnesotans have been told that they don't pay their fair share for years.
That's what I get for keeping it in my
Minnesotans
pocket.
pay much more in taxes than in other states. And when they pay their taxes, they expect that their money is going to things that help our communities.
Inventory is full.
Roads, schools, healthcare, and law enforcement. They do not want their tax dollars absconded by criminals to buy resorts and apartment buildings in Kenya, property in Turkey, and luxury homes and cars in the U.S. Tim Walz and his administration have willfully turned a blind eye to crime in the face of countless whistleblower and auditor reports, as well as stories by local investigative journalists and the Center of the American Experiment. These are actual crimes that must be punished. They are crimes against our moral values and erode trust in government. The time for accountability and justice is here. First, we are unearthing staggering amounts of fraud in Minnesota. As far back as 2014, there were credible whistleblower allegations of millions in daycare fraud. Instead of shutting it down, the state minimized whistleblower reports and allowed fraud to grow. Unfortunately, childcare fraud was just the tip of the iceberg. Since 2019, Tim Walz and Minnesota Democrats have allowed fraud to absolutely explode in Minnesota. There's been more than $300 million in the Feeding Our Future child nutrition program scandal, and the Feeding Our Future prosecutions revealed that as many as half of those indicted also ran other Medicaid-funded programs. Yet despite this being known back in 2023, Tim Walz and his agencies have done nothing to stop those defendants from getting additional state money. We have now found fraud in multiple Medicaid programs, including autism centers, sober homes, non-emergency medical transportation, integrated community supports, and housing stabilization. Just last month, our committee held a hearing on credible allegations of fraud in two new areas: adult day services and assisted living. First U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson, the leading prosecutor in these cases from the Biden administration and the Trump administration, says the fraud could be an astronomical $9 billion. In the face of mounting reports and literal criminal indictments and convictions, the Walz administration has repeatedly and publicly denied or downplayed the fraud. Just last January, the commissioner of DHS, Jody Harpstead, who'd been on the job for 5.5 years, said, "There's a lot more rumors of fraud than there is actual fraud." You cannot make this up. The Walz administration has been gaslighting Minnesotans on the scale of the fraud problem for years. In response, when Republicans took control or ended Democrat control of the Minnesota House last year, we created the Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Committee. Since last February, we have held 15 hearings where we have grilled officials, exposed new areas of fraud, and repeatedly flagged failures in internal controls. I authored a new law to expand whistleblower protection, and we created a portal, mnfraud.com, resulting in a surge of new whistleblower reports that our amazing staff is still working through. Under the leadership of our Vice Chair, Patty Anderson, we passed a bipartisan bill in the Senate to create an independent Office of Inspector General. When it got to the House, Democrats killed it because the DHS commissioner testified against it. The Tim Walz administration has utterly failed to protect Minnesota taxpayers and vulnerable citizens, ignoring years of credible reports and retaliating against those who spoke up, often by claiming they were racist or Islamophobic. Tim Walz and the Democrats have repeatedly protected their political base at the expense of all Minnesotans. Other states should learn from the failures of the Walz administration.
It needs to start patrolling so I can get it.
Roadmap on how to find and stop fraud. First, culture matters. Fraud flourishes when leaders ignore it and criminals see they can get away with it. Second, fraud flourishes when basic internal controls are not followed. This is not complicated. Third, you have to look at the interconnections of relationships in businesses in multiple program areas in Medicaid. It's a huge red flag that has been ignored in our state. Finally, it is important to say what is true and to stand up against fake allegations of racism or Islamophobia.
Of course.
Crime is crime, no matter who is committing it. It is true that the majority of the fraud in Minnesota has taken place in the Somali community. And it is also true that some of our best whistleblowers are from the Somali community. Democrats refuse to acknowledge this truth, and that has enabled criminals to steal billions and hurt our own businesses. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to share the lessons from Minnesota and for your help in investigating these crimes. The time for justice and accountability is now.
I now recognize Representative Hudson for his opening statement.
I don't have a target.
Chairman, ranking member, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today for the record. I am Minnesota State Representative Walter Hudson, a second-term member who sits on the House Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Committee. The recent national conversation about fraud is fraught with distractions, diverting from critical concerns regarding process, policy, and oversight to sideshow concerns about personalities and partisan politics. My role here today is to cut through all of that and provide you with a clear picture of a culture which has developed over many years around the several generous benefit programs which Minnesota provides to our residents. Well-documented oversight failures have led to a lack of program integrity, creating incentives for people to monetize programs beyond their legislative intent, to turn benefits into business. Contrary to the claim just made by the ranking member that there is no evidence of this fraud, attached to my written testimony, you will find a document which collates several reports made over the past 15 years by Minnesota's nonpartisan Office of Legislative Auditor, along with transcripts of each of our hearings from the Fraud Committee, where we heard directly from staff and leaders within the state agencies which administer these programs. Here's what that record indicates. Within the state of Minnesota, government oversight has been unable to keep up with program expansion due to a combination of factors. One, rapid expansion of funding and provider participation. Two, payment systems that prioritize access and speed. Three, verification mechanisms that occur after funds are distributed. Four, oversight capacity that does not scale with spending. And five, diffuse accountability across agencies and contractors. This combination of factors has fostered a booming new sector of the economy that relies upon the continuation of and expansion of government programs to fuel private sector profits. I want to be clear. Even when the law is being followed precisely by every jot and tittle, incentives still exist to abuse these programs and waste taxpayer dollars by diverting funding to profit centers rather than providing a safety net for those in temporary need. Now, criminal fraud is rampant. Deputy U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson, serving the District of Minnesota, has said that he could keep 1,000 prosecutors busy.
I can't look that way today, eh?
He's limited to a mere 25, only 5 of which are tasked with building fraud cases. He estimates that the total amount of criminal fraud over 5 years may reach $9 billion, which is fully 1/2 of the money that has been directed to these programs by the state. While Governor Tim Walz and other stakeholders dispute that assessment, the point I wish to emphasize is this. Whatever the actual number is, the full scope of the problem is not just criminal fraud,
Wat duurt het nogal?
but a culture of profiting from government
Hoor die
programs
waarheid lief
in
niet voor?
perpetuity, not as a safety net, but as an industry. I have personally met and had discussions with folks who identify themselves as consultants for multiple entities accepting government benefits. They have made a career out of showing people how to leverage the gaps in government oversight to maximize benefit payments. Now, such conduct may not actually break the law, and that's the point. We have a system
Whoa.
whereby an entire industry can operate under
That's
the
low polygon, holy shit. Damn.
raking in tremendous profits for individuals, all while having no incentive to save the taxpayer money or lift legitimate beneficiaries out of need. Instead, as the market for funneling benefits into businesses increases, so too does the perceived need for benevolent services. If nothing changes, if oversight is not tightened, if incentives are not changed, Spending on these programs will only continue to increase with no commensurate increase in either public good or public confidence in our government institutions. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony for the record. I look forward to answering what questions I can.
How far did you get?
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Rarick for her opening statement.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members.
22.
For the record, my name is Marion Berg, and I am currently serving in the Minnesota House of Representatives in House District 29B. I am a member on the Minnesota House Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Committee.
Wow, I sold 3 things.
In January of 25. I was first asked to serve on the committee on January 4th, and soon after, the 5 Republican members began to meet. During one of those discussions, I was asked to reach out to the Department of Human Services whistleblowers on X, now called Minnesota Staff Fraud Reporting Commentary. I had been following them in the previous year. I reached out through a direct tweet on X on January 16th, and the very same day I got a response back that yes, they would be willing to speak to the Fraud Prevention Committee. Since that first contact, Chair Robbins and I and Representative Hudson have had multiple conference calls with them, and we have had one in-person meeting. At that meeting, they were both former and current employees. I've continued to message with them very often, sometimes daily, and their collective message has been completely consistent. Instead of focusing on fraudsters, DHS leadership instead focused its surveillance on employees. Since then, their expressed fear of retaliation has intensified under an avalanche of fraud in Minnesota. Their numbers have grown from 480 DHS employees, both current and former, to over 1,000 across multiple state agencies. They have told me repeatedly how grateful they are to the House Fraud Prevention Committee for focusing our attention on fraud in the state programs, using their inside information while keeping them completely protected. They have explained that they live in a constant state of fear of retaliation. One only has to look at what happened to Faye Bernstein to understand why. In a very recent Newsweek article dated December 13th of 25, Ms. Bernstein, a former compliance specialist, stated, Minnesota DHS functions in the opposite manner as you would think. Employees who suggest improvements or, heaven forbid, report fraud then face significant retaliation. The messenger is shot. In 2019, Bernstein said she alerted Minnesota DHS officials to sloppy contracting practices that were not legally compliant. But it's not what most people would even consider fraud. She says she was later escorted out of the building, faced lengthy investigation, got trespassed from all DHS owned and leased properties, and received an involuntary transfer to another state agency. So she says, so today if someone asks me, should I report fraud within DHS, I say no, no, no. It is career suicide plus a whole lot more. So let's talk about that plus a whole lot more. In our face-to-face meetings with a group of whistleblowers, they revealed that retaliation now includes threats of being fired with cause, which means you do not get unemployment insurance in the state of Minnesota, being blacklisted from all state agencies, and I would note most likely our largest counties as well, which are Democrat-run. And then there was a veiled threat of the use of military intelligence. They later informed me that it was discovered that in some targeted employees or suspected whistleblowers' personnel files were pictures of their homes and their cars.
Fuck.
They also described that supervisors asked them questions about their families that to them felt like a threat. One example was, we need to know
these things look like?
where your kids go to school and where their bus stops are. I will also note that whistleblowers we spoke to described many times that DHS used surveillance programs to surveil employees' emails and chats and other communications, looking for keywords like fraud, double billing, underspending, and overpayments.
One example that the whistleblowers let me know about Lieutenant Governor Flanagan. April 12th, 2024. Flanagan comes to a DHS
It says on the
Human
island, though.
Services Equity Conference at the Heritage Center and Brooklyn Center. On stage, Flanagan acknowledges the X account and the fraud concerns it raised and publicly denounced the X users and called them weirdos and losers sitting in their mother's basement. This was in a public setting with hundreds of participants and it elicited gasps among the crowd. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Ballou for his opening statement.
Thank you. My name is Brennan Ballou. I'm a former federal prosecutor and a native Minnesotan. Like all Minnesotans, like all Americans who have heard this story, I am deeply distressed by the fraud on the state's social service programs. Most notably in 2022, the Department of Justice indicted 47 people for stealing an estimated $246 million in funds meant to feed children during the COVID-19 pandemic. As late as 2025, 78 people have been indicted as part of the scheme and 56 have pleaded guilty. More recently, the department has charged over a dozen people for stealing $14 million from a program meant for children with autism, and millions more from a program meant to help disabled Minnesotans maintain stable housing. This is heartbreaking for several reasons. At the most basic level, money meant for the neediest among us, the hungry, the disabled, the destitute, was stolen. I fear that skepticism of Minnesota's social safety net, one of the things that makes the state great, will grow, and it will be harder to fund these programs in the future. And I fear that the actions of a few people will be used to demonize an entire population of Somali and East African Minnesotans who overwhelmingly have made the state more vibrant, more diverse, and more prosperous. I also fear the selective interest in fraud in America, because at the same time that these crimes are rightly being investigated by state and federal authorities, the larger infrastructure for prosecuting fraud and white-collar crime is being dismantled. Let me give you a few examples. In February 2025, the Department of Justice paused enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which prohibits foreign bribery, and criminal violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which, as the name suggests, prohibits the secret agent of a foreign power. Between February and April of last year, the department disbanded its Klepto-Capital Task Force, which enforced sanctions against Russian oligarchs, and the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team. And last year, the department forced out most of the lawyers of the Public Integrity Section, which prosecutes crimes by government officials, announced plans to dismantle the Tax Division, which prosecutes tax evasion, and shuttered the FBI task force that investigated congressional misconduct. More than just dismantling infrastructure for pursuing violations of the law, the government is, for favored defendants, appearing to enable it. In 2024, the Justice Department indicted Andrew Wiederhorn, the CEO of a casual fast food chain, for allegedly stealing $47 million from their company. After his business donated $100,000 to Trump inaugural, his case was dropped, and the line-level prosecutor on this case was fired. In 2021, the department sued Boeing for deceiving the government about the software that caused 2 plane crashes, killing 346 people. After donating $1 million to the inaugural committee, Boeing negotiated a favorable deferred prosecution agreement that the judge overseeing the case said, quote, fails to secure the necessary accountability to ensure the safety of the flying public. We felt compelled by precedent to accept.
Apparently they have a really long respawn timer.
The examples continue.
Fantastic.
Banks that contributed to the inaugural committee had litigations against them for violating consumer financial protection laws dropped. And so too did cryptocurrency companies that were investigated and sued by the Securities and Exchange Commission, who contributed to the inaugural committee.
They just respawned.
Those
Come on.
companies that did not donate to the committee were other affiliated entities who named defendants of the government. The scale of these frauds involved millions stolen and hundreds killed, and yet they have received a fraction of the attention of the fraud that happened in Minnesota.
Oh, I guess where this fucking piece of shit. Oh my fucking god. Fuck it.
Providing a roadmap
Come on.
for how those fraudsters
What the fuck?
who are prosecuted
Hello?
can buy their way out of justice. While we
What?
need to pursue the fraud we're seeing in Minnesota's social system,
Oh my god, this game is so broken, bro. Fuck's sake.
we're being harmed. We cannot select our interest in fraud. If we do, we put some people, the very powerful and the very rich, beyond the reach of the law. Thank you.
Thank you all for your opening statements. We'll now begin the questioning portion of the hearing, and our chair recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas for the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding
Now
this
some
hearing
fucking-
so expeditiously. We all
Fucking
know this is,
useless
of course,
piece
a
of
not
trash,
recent,
subhuman filth. God damn it.
welfare
I
fraud,
fucking
but
hate the
also,
people that make this game
immigration
sometimes,
more
bro.
broadly, so we appreciate it. And thank
Fucking
you to the witnesses
bullshit.
for taking the time to come here. I want
That
to start
cunt is
with
gonna
Mr.
get all of them.
Blue. Again, thank you for being here. Let me ask you, does large-scale Somali immigration make Minnesota stronger or weaker?
Certainly stronger.
Certainly stronger. Do you know what percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on food stamps?
No.
54%. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Well, to be clear, a majority of the
It's 7%. There's a big difference between 54% and 7%, is there not?
Excuse me, sir. Could I answer the question?
Let me move on. We've got a lot of questions here. What percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on Medicaid?
I don't know.
It's 73%. Do you know what that number is for Minnesota native households?
Again, you're using the phrase Minnesota native households, but the majority.
The number is 18%. That's quite an astounding difference. I think we would agree.
Can I answer the question, please?
Let me ask you one more, and then we can go on to that. What percentage of Somali-headed households are on welfare in general?
I don't know.
It's 81%. What about, let me just ask you, after 10 years of being in the United States, what percentage of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare?
I don't know.
The number is 78%.
That a guy might have
Even
died
after
too.
10 years, 78% of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Again, you're using
non-Somali immigrant-headed households.
If I can just answer the question,
Go for
you're
it.
using the phrase native Minnesotans. The majority of Somali Minnesotans are as Minnesotan as any of us. They were born in the United States. It's only 8,000 of the 108,000 Somali.
Nevertheless, the welfare usage is astoundingly different. Let me ask you again, does that make Minnesota stronger or weaker?
Again, I'd like the opportunity to answer the question here.
Go for
So, again, the majority of Somali Minnesotans are born in the United States, as I understand it.
Okay,
It's
well,
a-
what percentage of working-age Somalians who have been in the U.S. for 10 years or more, how many of them speak English very well?
I don't know.
About half. The answer is about half. That seems pretty low, doesn't it?
Again, I keep trying
It
to
doesn't
make
sound like something that makes our country stronger to me, and I think most Americans would agree with me on that. I need to move on. Ms. Robbins, when would you say we concretely knew that widespread welfare fraud was occurring in Minnesota?
There have been reports since 2009 from the Office of Legislative Auditor. I would say the credible reports on child care fraud started surfacing 2011 to 2013.
So for over a decade.
Yes, sir.
When do you think Governor Walz knew about this fraud?
From the very beginning. He was running for governor in 2018 when there were prosecutions going on, when there was an OLA report, active cases in the news all the time.
And what was the Walz administration's response?
They actually did nothing when they got into office, and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan had been on the
They really
committee
wanted
in
a
the
match.
legislature that had hearings on child care fraud, and when they got into office, they did put $5 million into a little more money, but nothing changed.
But nothing. And let me ask you, Mr. Hudson, thank you for being here. Did those who commit this fraud, do they typically vote for Republicans or Democrats, in your opinion?
In my opinion, thank you for qualifying it like that, I would say they most definitely overwhelmingly vote for Democrats.
Do they typically donate to Republicans or Democrats?
Not to my knowledge. They would,
In
if
your
they
opinion?
don't donate to Republicans, they donate to Democrats, in my opinion, yes.
Got it. So would you say this is the Somali population is an important demographic for Democrats to win over politically?
Unquestionably.
Got it. And do you think it would have hurt Democrats' political standing with the Somali population to investigate this fraud?
Very clearly.
Got it. So in other words, you're saying that there was a political incentive to cover up widespread Somali fraud. Is that right?
100%.
Let me ask all three of you. Did the Walz administration and Democrats intentionally, in your opinion, overlook this fraud while it was happening for start with you, Ms. Robbins?
Absolutely. We have credible whistleblower reports that the Department of Human Services Administration, up to the OIG and the Commissioner, met with a group called the Minnesota Minority Childcare Association multiple times, and that they were trying to weaken protections. We wanted, we had several changes we wanted to do, and they opposed all of them.
And Mr. Hudson and Ms. Rarick, and then my time is up.
I would agree.
Absolutely, the whistleblowers confirm it.
Got it. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Ranking Member Garcia.
Thank you. I just want to clarify one thing. I just want to be very clear that a vast majority of those Somali Minnesotans are United States citizens, and Somali Americans have as much right to access those services, or any Somalis, as United States members of Congress. They have the same right to access services, and we're talking about U.S. citizens. Let me also just clarify, Mr. Hudson, you said in your opening remarks that I had said that no fraud exists, and I think you can feel free to run the tape. That's not what I said. What I have been talking about, what's important for us to remember, is that wherever fraud exists, we should take it on.
That's right.
And we should hold folks accountable.
Oh, well, fuck it.
And when people commit fraud and people get hurt, there's going to be repercussions, as there should be. We can all agree to that. We want to hold fraudsters accountable. We want to protect the victims and innocent people, so those that can access services can continue to access services across this country. That's how it should work. But we also know that's not how it should work according to President Trump. Now, let's actually talk about real fraud and some fraudsters. Now, we all know that recently, here in Florida, President Trump granted a get-out-of-jail-free pardon to Philip Esforns. Now, Mr. Esforns is a nursing home mogul convicted of schemes to defraud Medicare and Medicaid of $1.3 billion. Where is that hearing? This guy just didn't steal from taxpayers. He took advantage of thousands of people, admitting them to nursing homes and living facilities that could not help them. His network of doctors gave out dangerous and harmful treatments and prescribing opioids to drug addicts just to make more money. In 2019, when Esforns was sentenced, Trump's own DOJ issued a press release that quoted that the man behind one of the biggest healthcare frauds in history will be spending 20 years in prison. 20 years in prison, the DOJ said. Just 14 months later, Donald Trump let him walk free with a pardon. In October of this year, on his 56th birthday, Esforns was arrested on domestic violence charges. Let's look at another case, another Trump case. Joseph Schwartz, he was sentenced for taking advantage of nursing home residents and workers and defrauding the government of $38 million. Where is that hearing? Schwartz paid lobbyists almost $1 million to secure a pardon from the president, and it worked. In November of this last year, a full and unconditional pardon was granted by President Trump for this enormous amount of fraud. Now let's look at Paul Walzak, a tax cheat whose crimes cost taxpayers almost $1.1 billion, dwarfing what we're talking about today, as he made lavish purchases like a $1 million luxury yacht. Now, Mr. Walzak was supposed to spend 18 months in prison, a fraudster who we want to go after. He should have been held accountable for his crimes. And he was supposed to pay $4.4 million back to the taxpayers. While this pardon application was pending, his mom was invited to a $1 million per person candlelight dinner at Mar-a-Lago with President Trump. She attended, and less than 3 weeks later, her son received a full and unconditional pardon. Now, I'm assuming that our witnesses here today would think this is horrific fraud and would disagree with these pardons. I'd like to just, do you agree with this pardon? I'd like to begin with our witnesses.
Sir, I've not looked at the facts of the case or the law, so I cannot make a statement on that.
So you can't make a statement on these pardons. You haven't read anything about them in the news, apparently. These are pardons to criminals and fraudsters that our witnesses clearly have no interest in. Now, in Trump's America, rich people can rip innocent people off whenever they want and get a pardon. And the answer to fraud here is to cut off benefits to innocent people. Most of these folks are innocent people and kids who just need their services. Donald Trump's decision to freeze $10 billion in social services funding to 5 states does not hold criminals accountable. It hurts the very people who are harmed by fraud in the first place. Mr. Ballou, just finally, you are from Minnesota yourself. How are Minnesotans on the ground being hurt by Trump's political retribution crusade?
Well,
practical effect is that the pause on payments for child care services and Medicaid services is going to result in hundreds of thousands of neediest Minnesotans being denied, in some cases, literally life-saving payments.
And also, as we've been discussing here, there is a large, of course, immigrant community and a community that makes Minnesota stronger. Can you tell us how innocent people in the Somali community are being directly harmed?
Well, you hear about the threats that are happening against the Somali community. You're hearing about the broad demonization that's happening against them in the media generally. I think, I know we're running out of time here, but if you look at the statistics, I believe it's 82 Somali Americans have been indicted so far. Out of 180,000 Somali Minnesotans in the state overall, that's something like a 0.07%.
Can we run through there?
Criminal rate. When you compare that to 1/3 of all Americans have a criminal record, and I think it's 40% or approximately of white
I don't think we
men
can.
under the age of 23 have been arrested. I don't think the statistics really compare.
Thank you, sir. And I yield back.
Without objection, House Majority Whip Emmer, Representatives Finstad, Fishback, and Stauber of Minnesota are waived on the committee for purpose of questioning the witnesses at today's hearing.
I love this guy's accent.
Mr. Chairman, I
Chair now
seek
recognizes-
recognition to make 2 motions for subpoenas.
I was going to recognize the whip, but if you have a motion or state your...
I'd like to
Yeah.
make a motion to subpoena Neville Singham, a U.S. billionaire with reported ties to the CCP that's been funding extremist organizations fueling division and civil unrest in this country, especially regarding the ICE riots last summer, as well as subpoena the ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt for stifling free speech by listing the phrase America First as hate speech and USA as a
The motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance until the end of the committee hearing. The committee will now proceed with today's hearing.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Will we get a written copy of that? Because that was a lot to go through.
Okay, yeah, we'll work with Representative Luna and get a copy.
Thank you.
All right. Chair now recognizes Majority Whip from Minnesota, Mr.
Whip.
Emmer.
Thank you, Chairman.
Why?
Holding this important hearing.
When?
As I said on Monday, good riddance to Governor Walz, but he cannot escape accountability for the estimated $9 billion in fraud. How did this happen? And where the hell has the Twin Cities media been? The Star Tribune is complicit. They have had this story for years, if you just heard, and they've refused to report anything on it. In fact, they continue to try and cover up. Our Minnesota Republican colleagues have demanded answers and accountability for years, but have seen nothing from Walz, his administration, our Democrat colleagues like Tina Smith, Amy
Damn, that was a good
Klobuchar,
one.
Ilhan Omar, and Angie Craig, or the worthless Star Tribune. Thank God for President Donald J. Trump for finally bringing attention to this issue. Representative Rarick, I'm going to begin with you. You've been working on this issue for years. You've spoken to the whistleblowers personally. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You have an understanding that 1,000 whistleblowers running an account on X have come forward to expose fraud in Minnesota state agencies, and they have been entirely ignored by Tim Walz and have even been retaliated against. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Don't.
Even this morning,
Hello.
Madam
Don't mind me.
In your experience, are their claims credible or are they politically motivated against Walz?
They're completely credible, not for
In fact, many of these are Walz administration employees, correct?
They are actually Democrats as well.
Fuck.
Can you quickly give us one example of the retaliation these folks have been facing?
Yes, I can. In my opening statement, I mentioned that the most severe ones was that they would be fired with cause, so they couldn't have unemployment insurance, that they would be blacklisted from all state agencies, and I would bet that it's also Hennepin County and Ramsey County, as you know, those are Democrats.
the great
and much, much more.
Based on what you've learned, Representative, over the last several years, do you have any doubt that Governor Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
He absolutely knew that it was occurring.
Thank you. The Housing Stability Services Program was estimated to cost about $2.6 million per year, but before it was shut down last October, it was on track to run about $122 million in 2025. In fact, I think they sucked $161 million out of it from the point it started in 2020 until it was finally shut down. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, and Joe Thompson believes that 90% of that was fraud.
Yeah. The Quality Leering Center, as uncovered by Nick Shirley, received almost $10 million in funding. Is that accurate?
I believe it is.
There are more than 80 autism centers in Minnesota under investigation. Is that true?
I believe it is, yes.
It's clear that someone is criminally complicit. You can't just let this amount of money get out of your administration over a period of 7 years without knowing. There was a hearing in the state regarding the fraudulent housing stabilization program, but before that hearing, Governor Walz fired the official who was slated to testify so that they could not testify and expose what was happening under Governor Walz's watch. Has Governor Walz or Attorney General Ellison fired anyone else to your knowledge, Representative?
Not to my knowledge, and that was Eric Rumdahl, and his administration believes that he was not fired, but I say he was fired because it was too convenient.
Right. Representative Hudson, is it true that 90% of the individuals charged, regardless of what your colleague on the panel just said with his facts and figures, 90% of the individuals charged or indicted with the $250 million Feeding Our Future COVID fraud are of Somali descent?
I believe that to be correct.
Well met.
Are you aware that in a 2021 video, Mr. Ellison promised that he would obstruct his own agencies in their investigation of Somali fraud?
I am very much aware of that.
It's no wonder that criminals in the Somali community felt they were free to steal taxpayer dollars. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Marion. Do you have any doubt that Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
None whatsoever.
Walz and Ellison were protecting fraudsters instead of investigating them, and it was purposeful. And it's no coincidence that this is occurring largely in the Somali community. Walz made a sanctuary state, Minnesota a sanctuary state. He gave free health care, free college, and free licenses to illegals. And Walz looked the other way when Somali immigrants were stealing. Representative Robbins, do you have any doubt that Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
None whatsoever.
So all three of you have no doubt in your minds that Tim Walz knew about the $9 billion of fraud during his tenure as governor and did nothing about it. It looks like my time is about to expire, and I do want to say to all of you, on behalf of Minnesota, thank you for being here, and justice will be served. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Whip. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Federal assistance programs are vital for keeping working families afloat and children healthy. Nearly 25% of adults and nearly 50% of children rely on federal assistance, including child care funding, Medicaid, and Children's Health Insurance Program, and the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Fraudsters targeting government programs have a uniquely harmful impact on Americans. They deprive taxpayers of efficient use of their funds, deprive intended recipients and sometimes the most vulnerable groups in our society of the services and assistance they are eligible for. And they reduce the public trust in government. But answers to fraud is not to freeze critical assistance, critical safety net programs and cause more suffering for Americans who are already struggling to afford everyday expenses. I have worked with my colleagues on the Government Operations Subcommittee on ways that federal agencies can identify and prevent fraud before payments are made. My Oversight Committee Democrat colleagues and I are also proud
God's sakes.
sponsors of Congressional Men's Taxpayer Funds Oversight Accountability Act. This legislation would strengthen the ability of federal agencies to reliably track federal funds, enabling more efficient analysis to identify and stop fraudsters. We can continue to reduce fraud and protect funding from bad actors by empowering oversight bodies like Inspectors General and the Government Accountability Office, which are
Inventory
often
is full.
equipped to investigate red flags and sound the alarm when there are problems to address. Applying additional safeguards requires a balanced approach that does not pull the rug out from under people, including children who rely on help these programs provide. Congress must not allow partisan actors to seize on the misdeeds of a few in order to gut the vital programs that provide access to federal health care and special health education.
Dude, how are you get run by these people? She can't even finish a sentence without getting out of breath.
American program parents to work with the knowledge that their children are safe. Now yield back.
She was like literally out of breath at the end there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hudson, who
My
is
God.
Salim Saeed and Amy Bach?
I recognize those names as defendants in the Feeding Our Future trial.
They ran Feeding Our Future, is that right?
That's correct.
And they've been indicted?
That's correct.
They've been convicted?
That's correct.
And they're in jail waiting sentences, is that right?
As I understand it.
Okay, I want to go back because earlier with Mr. Gill, you said that they overlooked the fraud. I think it's worse than that. I think they helped it along. I'm going to go to this meeting that took place, or actually, I want to go to March 30th, 2021. Is it true back in March of 2021, the Minnesota Department of Education suspended payments to Feeding Our Future, that program? Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
And then a month later, they resumed payments.
That's correct.
What caused them to change their mind?
In my opinion, what caused them to change their mind was pushback their constituency within the Somali community who accused the state agencies of being racist.
What caused them to stop it in the first place? Was it whistleblowers coming forward? Was it like this something's not right here? What happened?
Apologize for the misunderstanding. The reason they stopped the funds in the first place is because they had credible allegations that there was fraud taking place.
Whistleblowers and others. And
Correct.
just they're doing their job looking, this doesn't make sense. We got all these programs, no one's getting fed, yet money's going out the door like crazy. So they suspended it. And then they started it back up, right? Was there any threat of a lawsuit from the Somali community and folks affiliated with Feeding Our Future?
Mr. Jordan, there was more than a threat. They actually did it.
They did? And what was the alleged claim in that lawsuit?
That they were victims of racial discrimination.
Oh, they played the race card, huh? All this fraud going on, money going out, and they played the race card. Now, when I talked about not just overlooking it, there was a meeting that took place between the Attorney General and affiliates of Feeding Our Future, is that right?
That is correct.
And what happened at that meeting, do we know?
Yeah, we do, because we have it on tape. There was an audio recording made at that meeting that was entered into evidence in the Feeding Our Future trial, and it was later revealed through work from Center of the American Experiment, the full recording. And my observations of what took place in that meeting was that Attorney General Keith Ellison was focused on one thing and one thing only, and that was keeping these folks in business. There were no questions that he asked these folks about how the kids are doing, the operation, how they're getting fed, who's being helped. Instead, the focus was entirely on ensuring that the money continues to flow. And I'll add that he went so far as to say that he was going to fight these people in reference to the state agencies. The state agencies are his client.
Yeah. And when you said money's going to flow, did money flow to Mr. Ellison's campaign a couple weeks later from some folks who were in that meeting?
Sure did.
How much? Do we know how much that was?
I do not have that number.
So it wasn't just overlooking fraud. They were actively trying to make sure this program continued, and then they benefited from that politically with contributions to their campaign, all in this same year, all in 2021, when this was all coming to a head. Is that accurate?
That is my understanding.
And this fraud is much bigger than this, because as I look, it's like 6 different federal agencies. Department of Homeland Security, Health and Human Services, Small Business Association, Housing, Urban Development, Department of Labor, Department of Agriculture, in this program and a bunch of others. They were shaking down the entire federal government, it looked like. 6 different federal agencies. I think you pointed out, over the last 15 years?
That's correct.
And not only are the Democrat administration overlooking it, they're helping it along. They're assisting it. They're going after whistleblowers, as your colleague pointed out, and they're benefiting from all this politically with contribution to their campaign. Not to mention the voting issue that you referenced earlier as well. Is that all accurate?
I believe so.
Oh, now there's more than 6 agencies involved. There's 6 federal agencies that got shaken down, but there's 2 other agencies involved now. the FBI and the DOJ, right? How many people have been indicted now?
I do not have that number in front of me, but it's significant.
And I don't know how long y'all been in the legislature. We appreciate your work, appreciate what you do. But have you ever seen anything like this in your time in the I've never seen anything like this in an AT. Miss Robbins, you're the chair.
No, sir, we have never seen anything on this scale. It is unbelievable. As Joe Thompson said, it is breathtaking and cannot be overstated.
Yeah, well, God bless you all. Miss Rankin, or Miss Rarick, excuse me, I'll give you the last word.
Thank you. So I've been there since 2013, and I have been yelled at by Democrats over and over again. I'm here to say that there is no fraud. This is just made up.
Yeah, this is the template. You see this all the time. The left will tell a lie. We're feeding kids when they're not, when they're just shaking down the taxpayer. The left will tell a lie. The media will report the lie or not report when the truth comes out. And then when you tell the truth, they call you racist. It's as old as time. We see it all the time. This is so wrong. God bless you all for coming forward and getting the facts to the people in Minnesota, and more importantly, to the people of this great country.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to be clear that fraud is unacceptable at any level. However, I did have an opportunity to spend the day with a bunch of my kids in my district at my local Head Start Center in Quincy and the Wahlberg Center. And they actually are able to feed those kids breakfast, lunch, and a snack for $6 a day. And I just want to say from this committee, this investigative committee, if we're really looking for fraud, we're truly looking for fraud. In addition to all the cases that Mr. Ballou listed, we don't need to go far. I can even suggest the address, 1600 Pennsylvania Ave. We're looking for fraud in this country. That's a great place to start. That's a gold mine. We're looking for fraud. And I'll just give one example. You know, you don't have to go back in time very far to see a great example of the fraud that's been put upon this country. Last month, President Trump put his name on the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. For those of you who are too young to remember, JFK was a war hero from my state. He was an Irish Catholic, first Catholic elected president. He fought a lot of bigotry during his time trying to become president. He actually stood up to the Russians. But he was a war hero, a decorated war hero. He's the only United States president to ever have received the Purple Heart. He also received the Medal of Valor from the Navy and the Marine Corps, because during World War II, he was commanding a PT boat, PT-109. His vessel was struck by a destroyer in the South Pacific. And he actually risked his life to save his crew members. And after he was assassinated, LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson, his successor, and the United States Congress at that time recognized his service and sacrifice to this country by naming the Performing Arts Center after him. He had raised most of the money to build that center, he and Jacqueline Kennedy. And it is shameful. It is a case of stolen valor for this president to put his name above the name of John F. Kennedy.
This is a hearing for the Minnesota frauds.
Being perpetrated on this country right now. And if we're really interested in rooting out
$9 billion. Yeah, but Donald Trump renamed the president a library. Oh, bro, fuck off.
Take Trump's
Are you serious?
off that building and restore it. You know, Congress acknowledged Kennedy's service and sacrifice to our country. He sacrificed everything for this country. And yet, we have allowed this to happen. And we have allowed that fraud, that valor to be stolen from John F. Kennedy. It's wrong. It is wrong. And while I know Trump has his supporters and his minions and there is no depth to the shame that they will stoop to. But we as Americans should defend the history.
It's crazy that this works on people. Like, bro, what do you mean? You're just doing whataboutism.
It's ironic that
That's not even relevant, right?
actually established the White House.
Fucking retarded. Should you ever named it? No. Happy? Now can we get on with the $9 billion?
She said we should honor every president within the White House, regardless of party.
Regardless.
But because of the service and the sacrifice that they have made on behalf of our country. That's a much different sentiment that is held at the White House today when you see the shameful plaques that have been put up by this president denigrating previous presidents and their service to this country.
How may I help?
So I hope my colleagues will join me in that legislation to restore the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts and eliminate this fraud, glaring fraud that's being perpetrated on the American people. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Byron Donalds from the great state of Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. Before we begin, I have a letter to submit for the record titled Collective Request for Congressional Oversight, Systematic Retaliation and Governance, Failure at the Minnesota Department of Human Services. Chairman, this letter was written by the whistleblowers and has been provided to the committee. I want to submit that for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Eric, first of all, thank you for your service to the state of Minnesota. I want to refer back to your commentary about a meeting where the Lieutenant Governor of the state of Minnesota, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, came and admonished these whistleblowers. Can you go into more detail about what was said in this meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Congressman. So I don't have any more detail other than what I read into the record. Unfortunately, it was obviously a public meeting, and there were hundreds of DHS employees, so Department of Human Services employees there. It was a story that's been reported multiple times on the X page, but I don't have any more details than that, other than the fact that wasn't the only time that she was there.
Do you think that the Lieutenant Governor was operating outside of the purview of Governor Walz?
So it's interesting the timing, and it was before he ran as the vice president, and so she was completely almost tied at the hip with Governor Walz at that time in history.
I think it's important for people to understand that in virtually every state in the country, the Lieutenant Governor is essentially chosen by the governor. And so Lieutenant Governors typically do not operate outside of the purview of the governor. It's kind of their job to, play QB2, if you will, to the governor. So would it be clear to state that the Lieutenant Governor's comments trying to railroad whistleblowers, trying to demean whistleblowers, and discourage whistleblowers was at the directive of Governor Walz?
You can definitely assume that because, like I said, at that moment in time, up until the point where the governor ran for VP, she was seen at literally every press conference. She was in all the meetings. They were tied at the hip. They were always together. So if she was saying it, he had approved it. I'm certain of it.
Well, I guess you could say she's kind of a knucklehead, too. Moving on, the list of programs in the fraud in Minnesota are rampant. You have the Child Care Assistance Program. You have the Feeding Our Future. You have the Housing Stabilization Services. You have the Early Intensive Development and Behavioral Intervention. You have Integrated Community Supports. Ms. Robbins, you're the chair of the investigative committee. The depth of fraud that you have seen, were there controls in place in the state of Minnesota that could have prevented this fraud? And were these controls ignored by the Walz administration and by the Department of Human Services?
Absolutely. So we have many whistleblower reports talking about how DHS undermined ability to strengthen internal controls. So, for example, there was an effort for the Child Care Assistance Program. They have a clear and convincing evidence standard to disqualify someone from being a provider, where all the other programs are a lower standard, preponderance of the evidence. There was an effort to make this a lower standard so it was easier to disqualify people to preponderance. And the Minnesota Minority Child Care Association, which was run by a group of Somali providers, opposed it, and DHS went along with their recommendation. And in a similar vein, we were trying to reduce the number of child care employees with children that could work in these child care centers because that was one of the vectors of fraud, and they opposed that.
So you had the Somali community who on purpose was petitioning the state of Minnesota to lower the standards to be able to make sure that fraud could not be caught. Is that correct?
Well, they wanted to keep the standard clear and convincing, which makes it harder to disqualify people.
So it makes it harder for them to be disqualified from wasting taxpayer funds. Is that
absolutely
correct? Okay. Ms. Robbins, I want to stay with you. I want to talk about use of funds. You've talked about some of these funds were used to buy property in Kenya.
Yes, sir.
Property in Turkey. Do I have that correct? Remittances back to Somalia.
Yes.
I think it's important for the committee to understand that these remittances in part are used in what's called the Hawala. I want to make sure I have the terminology right. The Hawala network. Ms. Robbins, can you speak to what the Hawala network is?
Yes, so it's an informal network where someone goes to a Hawala place in Minneapolis, which is like a money exchange or a money sending site, and they say, I want to send X amount of dollars, and then there's a receiving site in Somalia, and they put the cash, take the cash out. So money doesn't cross the border. It's an order for money here that gets remitted to Somalia.
For the time, because I'm out of time, expound. In Somalia and other parts in the Middle East region writ large, the Hawala network is a bunch of money exchangers, hand to hand, not bank account to bank account.
Exactly.
And what is clear in Somalia and other parts is that Al-Shabaab, the largest Al-Qaeda affiliate in Somalia, they have their hands all through this network. So taxpayer money, United States dollars, that are being remitted into Somalia, in part, have been utilized or have fallen into the hands of Al-Shabaab. Do you think that's a correct assessment?
Yes, we have plenty of evidence of that, from money directly going to Al-Shabaab, but then also indirectly because they take it.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I know I'm over. Thank you for the additional time.
Mr. Chair, I seek recognition for unanimous consent request.
Chair recognizes Ms. Presley.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a December 2025 article from the Minnesota Star Tribune titled, "Contrary to Trump's claims, Somalis add $8 billion to Minnesota's economy."
Without objection to order.
Oh, didn't I loot it?
Chair
Oh, fuck off.
Ro Khanna from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, fraud, waste,
Bullshit.
and abuse is not a partisan issue. FDR in 1932 with the New Deal railed against inefficiencies and fraud and waste in state and local government. I want to be clear. Many in the Democratic Party stand against the misappropriation or misuse of taxpayer dollars. The reality is, as a progressive Democrat, I believe the ultra-wealthy should pay more. But I want that money going for the health care, the child care, and the education of the American people. It offends me if there is waste or fraud in any of our states. That's why I called for people in my state of California to share stories of inefficiencies, fraud, or wasteful spending. I partnered with the All In podcast to advertise that we need to be responsible stewards of our tax dollars. And I believe we should be doing this for all 50 states.
That corpse is definitely gone by the time I get there.
Let's have an audit of all 50 states to make sure that government money is being spent wisely. We don't need to make these partisan hearings. Every American has a stake in making sure that they have a receipt for where their tax dollars are going. Every American has a stake, if we're going to ask them to pay tax, to make sure that that money isn't being wasted. And I'd like to see this committee work together to stand up for basic fairness of the American taxpayers. I certainly am going to do that in the state of California, and we should be doing that in all 50 states. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Khanna, and I believe you're sincere, and we want to work with you on fraud in any state. If it's a Republican state, Democratic state, we don't care. The mission of this committee is to root out waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement, and we would gladly work with you. Thank you, Mr. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
I have a UC request.
Proceed.
Thank you. First one is Arizona has recovered just 5% of taxpayer dollars lost in a $2.5 billion Medicaid fraud scheme.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I'll save the rest.
Yeah.
No, I've got.
Yeah, it's been a thing the last couple of weeks.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Chair recognizes myself for 5 minutes of questioning.
Personally, I don't care either way because it's not my shit, but I think it's a little weird. But
Of the state's Department
wouldn't be the
of
first
Human
time.
Services Behavioral Health Administration grants. I'd like to enter that report and its cover letter into the record. Without objection, so ordered. The cover letter of this report states, quote, however, during the course of our audit, we identified a number of documents that the Behavioral Health Administration either backdated or created after our audit happened, end quote. It sounds like Governor Tim Walz's Department of Human Services may have been fabricating evidence by creating documentation after the fact to mislead voters, to mislead auditors.
Yeah.
This new report noted that one grantee who received nearly $680,000 from this agency for 1 month's work, but could not provide any documentation
I need
or
5
proof
minutes.
that any work was actually completed. What's more, and this is the kicker, the report notes that the grant manager who approved this money left the agency within days of approving the grant to take a job with the very same grantee that they approved money for. So very quickly, Representative Roberts, have you ever seen anything like this in your time as a member of the Minnesota's Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee?
We have heard whistleblower reports of backdating and falsification before, and we also have a record of earlier in the CCAP, the child care fraud, where they would allow the providers to submit records far after the investigation and accept them as true. So clearly this has been a pattern at the agency, and it's unacceptable.
Unbelievable. And we want to work with you. We want to work with these whistleblowers. We're serious about this. The Trump administration's on the ground. We want to catch these people, and we want to put them behind bars, and we want to hold any politician that participated in these schemes accountable. Representative Hudson, who's to blame for this dysfunction?
Well, the blame can go around quite a bit, but as Tim Walz himself said, the buck stops with him.
Representative Robbins, do you have any examples of how the Walz administration blocked investigators from moving forward with high-priority fraud investigations?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman. I've met with whistleblowers and gotten documents from them about how after the original CCAP whistleblower report came out in March and April of 2019, subsequent to that, there was an Office of Inspector General within DHS that had investigative authority to do surveillance, warrants, and seize electronics, and they were shut down. They were told they could no longer do criminal investigations. They were told they could no longer meet with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension agents that were assigned to them without supervisor's approval. And instead, when they found, one of the other members talked about how they changed the language. They went from calling it fraud to calling it overbilling. And they created an overbilling committee to all the investigative agents now couldn't do criminal investigations, and they had to flag issues of overbilling, and then a committee would decide if any of that overbilling would be recouped.
Committee appointed by Walz?
No, appointed within DHS.
Oh, appointed by the own bureaucracy.
Yes, so they shut down criminal investigations. They created a committee to call it overbilling and decide if overbilling investigations would even try to recoup the money.
This is evidence that Tim Walz interfered with investigators who knew there was fraud. The rumors of fraud have been taking place. I've been hearing them for a decade, and yet he interfered to try to obstruct their investigation of fraud.
Yes, his agencies shut down criminal investigations.
Representative Hudson, we didn't get $9 billion stolen overnight. How did the fraud in Minnesota become so widespread?
Well, listen, let me give the maximum benefit of the doubt that these programs were designed for a beneficial legislative intent.
Of course.
The way that it happened was by when people recognized that the system wasn't working and they raised those concerns were ignored, and a culture suppressing raising those concerns was fostered by the Walz administration.
So obviously there was a lack of oversight by the Walz administration. Why would Governor Walz let $9 billion in fraud occur? Mr. Hudson.
in my opinion, because it was politically beneficial to Democrats. Again, the Somali community is a huge constituency group, and we've had some tight races in Minnesota, and it makes a difference for them.
Because it's a huge part of the Democrat voting base in Minnesota. Is that correct?
Correct.
Representative Varick, Governor Walz's announcement not to seek a third term seems to be an admission of guilt, I think, to most Americans, and an attempt by the Democrat establishment to cover up his role in the rampant fraud. He claims this is so he can focus on defending the people of Minnesota against criminals who prey on our generosity. As someone who has been in the Minnesota legislature longer than Tim Walz has been governor, can Governor Walz actually be trusted to defend Minnesotans when he allowed fraud to fester for his entire tenure as governor?
Mr. Chairman, if Governor Walz was serious about stopping fraud, he would have done it in 2019 when he took office. He has done nothing other than appoint commissioners that suppressed fraud and retaliated against their own employees.
And just think, this man was almost elected Vice President of the United States. This was the pick for the sitting Vice President of the United States to be the next Vice President of the United States. This is unbelievable. If people aren't held accountable, if people don't go to jail for this, this will continue, not just in Minnesota, but other states. And we're going to do everything we can on this committee to work with you all and every whistleblower in Minnesota and any other of the 49 states who wants to come forward to expose waste, fraud, and abuse. We're going to work with you and eliminate it and hold people accountable. Chair now recognizes Mr. Mfume. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, I just have a UC request.
Okay, go ahead.
First one is from the American Immigration Council. Immigrants contribute billions to federal and state taxes each year, as well as immigrants do not commit more crimes in the U.S. despite fear-mongering.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Mfume from Maryland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you and the ranking member for bringing us together. On this today, I have a request for unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from James Clark, the Inspector General of the Minnesota Department of Human Services, directed to the Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Committee of the House of Representatives in Minnesota, requesting information on the alleged 700 tips that have been received. I'd like to enter that with unanimous consent, Mr.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chair, I know we're up against the clock. Many of us are trying to get to the special briefings on the action that has taken place in Venezuela, and so we are leaving one by one. I do want to try to get a couple of things in before I have to depart also. I want to thank you again. As ranking member of this committee's subcommittee on government operations, it has been my focus to combat waste, fraud, and abuse within the federal government for the last 3.5 years. Regardless of what side you're on, what side of the aisle, or what you believe, as has been stated, everybody should be against fraud. It requires our collective attention to address the issue and to minimize the consequences that we are seeing that are taking place. Not minimize the consequences to the perpetrators, but minimize the hurt to taxpayers in this country. As ranking member of that committee, we have committed ourselves to fight this full and necessary issue over and over again. And I believe that from most of the people I've heard, we all are in concurrence that stealing from taxpayers is the wrong thing, period. Now, the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, and I, who is the chairman of that subcommittee, have been working together on a bipartisan basis to create a congressional scorecard to assess the progress of key government spending programs in reducing fraud and improper payments, both through the federal government and through states. Additionally, through the American Rescue Act plan, Congress has provided funding for PRAC, as well as the Pandemic Analytics Center of Excellence to deter, detect, and prevent fraud across multiple state agencies and multiple federal agencies. I've also co-led several bills here in the House that address that type of fraud. Congress should defend these programs that seek to find a way to root out this problem, and we need to do that in a bipartisan, nonpartisan way. The Council of Inspector Generals for Integrity and Efficiency, in their report a year and a half ago to the Congress and to the President, found that every dollar spent on the Office of Inspectors General, as a result, $26 was saved for every one that was spent. Now, that's a return on investment that taxpayers deserve, and unfortunately, the Trump administration illegally defunded CIGIE last year, and I've joined with my colleagues, several of whom on this committee, in leading several letters to oppose that unlawful set of firings of inspector generals. I urge this administration, again, and my colleagues, to restore the congressionally designated funding to CIGIE and the offices of inspectors general so that we might be able to continue the work necessary to combat waste, fraud, and abuse. Before I yield, I want to thank Mr. O'Connor for his comments that this issue should be nonpartisan, that when we make it something other than that, we take away from our ability to bring about change, and we in some sort of way chip away at the sort of belief that the public has that we are really serious about
I played too many Yakuza games. I look at this guy, I see the pin on his fucking chest, I'm like, is that a mafia? Or is that a Yakuza pin?
that began earlier in this hearing, Mr. Chairman.
That's funny.
Differences versus similarities. And when we do that, we create the problems that we always are trying to do away with. Asking witnesses to give their opinion of Somalis as a general group of Americans. Asking witnesses their opinion. Do you think they vote for Democrats? Do you think they just give money to Democrats? Asking their opinion. What is your opinion of Somalians? We might as well say, what is your opinion of Jews? What is your opinion of black people? What is your opinion of Latinos? That sort of thing, although it may sound good and play to the issue, creates a slippery slope. I want to caution people, a slippery slope. We heard earlier that of over 100,000 Somalis in this country, 87 were indicted in Minnesota. That comes out to 0.087%. Those sort of things create, I think, the disbelief that a lot of people have that we're about doing the business that we ought to do, and it gets back to the point that the gentleman from California raised, that we've got to find a way to keep this from being partisan and to keep it from being subjective. I would yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, you respect. Chair recognize Mr. Biggs before I go to Mr. Crane. Mr. Biggs, you have a UC?
Yes, sir. First one is Tim Waltz claims he fired people amid fraud scandals but won't name names. Next one, Waltz appointees failed to stop rampant Minnesota fraud. Next one, exclusive DHS insider claims issues in addressing fraud. Next one, here's what the Trump administration is doing to crush Minnesota's fraud epidemic. Next one, Minnesota Fraud Committee Chair claims Waltz turned a blind eye to fraud warnings for years. And I'll yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Grateful to have elected officials from Minnesota here today who can provide more intimate information regarding this mind-blowing fraud coming from the Somali community in Minnesota. According to Assistant U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson, there is an estimated $9 billion or more in fraud. Many obviously believe that this is just the tip of the iceberg. I want to thank and acknowledge the independent reporters Nick Shirley and Dave Hawk who broke this story wide open. Today I'm introducing a bill to award Nick Shirley with the Congressional Medal for his explosive work in exposing astronomical fraud in Minnesota. And the reason I'm doing this is because the American people are sick and tired of this, and they're sick and tired of mainstream media not covering any of it. The biggest question that most Americans, however, have is this: is this incompetence at the executive level with the governor and attorney general? Are they involved and complicit? I'm going to start with you, Ms. Robbins.
Inventory is full. Thank you, sir. My understanding is that they were certainly aware of the fraud and they did nothing to stop it. And there were plenty of opportunities. And their commissioners and their agencies also undermined efforts to tighten internal controls.
And according to Ms. Rarick, I believe you said that they were actually going after whistleblowers to suppress the expose of this fraud. Is that correct?
Guys, what the whistleblowers have said repeatedly.
Thank you. One thing that is so alarming is the reporting that many of these fraudulent companies are then donating the stolen money back to the same Democrats that are protecting them and advocate for these very programs. Is that correct, Mr. Hudson?
I would agree with that statement.
Well, we just had one of my Democrat colleagues said these are just opinions. You know, are these guys donating money back to Democrats?
Yes.
I'd like to enter into the record, Mr. Chairman, an article from Breitbart News saying, with the title being Database Searches Show Somali Fraudsters Funding Democrat Politicians. So these aren't opinions.
Without objection.
It's actually reporting on this. Are you guys aware? You guys are elected officials in Minnesota, right? Are you guys aware of the reporting that some of the stolen money is getting funneled back to the Islamic terror group Al-Shabaab in Somalia? Ms. Robbins?
Yes, sir. And we have evidence of it going back as far as 2012, where a man was
I hate that
convicted of
spirit.
sending 21,000 to Al-Shabaab. In 2011, 2 Minnesota women were convicted of sending money to different groups. Someone else, we have multiple references of how the Al-Shabaab takes a cut when the money gets to Somalia through the Hawala network. So I think there's ample evidence on this and federal convictions.
Yeah, that's outrageous. Obviously, one of the biggest reasons so many Americans are outraged by this massive exposure is because we generously and often foolishly allow immigrants and people into our country, and then they rob the American people blind while our debt skyrockets and the American people struggle to make ends meet. Are you guys hearing from your constituents the same outrage that I'm hearing from mine about this issue?
Farewell.
Minnesotans are fed up. Everywhere I go in the state, Minnesotans are so frustrated. As I said in my opening remarks, we are a highly taxed state, and they are angry that this much of their money, $9 billion, is being absconded by criminals.
Mr. Hudson, are you just hearing from Republicans on this, or are Democrat constituents like, oh my God, I'm struggling to put my kids in school, struggling to make ends meet, and my tax dollars are being robbed by people, and then they're sending it all over the place, and this is complete fraud. What is going on, and why hasn't anything been done about it?
I'll give you a personal example. So my family, my in-laws in particular, are politically diverse. A lot of them vote for Democrats, and they're fairly apolitical. They're not like me, all plugged in. And so I kind of use them as a bellwether for what the people are thinking. Across the board, everybody is upset about this fraud.
And I'm guessing when you guys bring this up, whether it's to the Waltz administration, whether it's to the AG, the number one thing that comes back at you is you're a racist, you're a white supremacist, or you're an Islamophobe. As we've seen Governor Waltz now trying to answer for these questions, he's doing it at the national level. Do you guys hear the same thing at the state level as well?
Yes, absolutely. They always pivot to the divisive. As I stated in my opening statement, it's diversion, right? We're going to talk about personalities. We're going to talk about partisan politics. We're going to find some way to get people yelling at each other rather than looking at the problem.
Or, like you've heard my colleagues do on this panel, it's Donald Trump, baby.
Yep.
It's all about Donald Trump, right? The old pivot. We're not going to talk about what's going on in Somalia and not going to talk about what's going on in Minnesota with this massive fraud scandal. We're going to talk about Donald Trump. With my remaining seconds, can we play the video I have, Mr. Chairman? Or did we run out of time?
We did run out of time, but can we put that in the record with that? Can we?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Crane yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Happy New Year. Welcome to our guests. Thank you to our legislators for being here today and to
Happy
our guests.
New Year. Look, it's the 15th.
You know, I come to these committee hearings, I'm ready to debate the topics. I'm grateful that you're bringing this case to our attention. Yes, we need to prosecute these crimes, period. Period. Let's do that. And I'm also grateful to see that this committee is actually conducting a hearing that is in its jurisdiction, which is oversight over government fraud. But I do have to say, to my colleague's point that was just made, that I am surprised to see the focus, given that the President of the United States and the administration are engaged in fraudulent behavior literally daily, including just a few days ago, invading a foreign country, using the United States military to take their oil, and notifying oil and gas companies before the United States Congress, and the president claiming last night that he is personally going to control the oil and give government kickbacks to oil and gas companies.
What can I do for you?
So why are we not investigating that?
See you soon.
Definitely gives you the impression that there's a
Safe
double
travels.
standard in this country. I also want to say that I'm troubled to see that this hearing is being held in conjunction with an announcement that the administration made just yesterday that they were going to freeze $10 billion in federal funding for childcare and family assistance to 5 states across the country. And if you watched the president's crazy address yesterday, you heard him say it himself. But I want to say one thing, because my colleagues have pointed out all about weaponizing the government for political purposes. Well, these 5 states happen to have one thing in common. They all have Democratic governors and gubernatorial elections this year. Is this a coincidence? I don't think so, my friends. And this, of course, comes after weeks of viral videos from a young man YouTuber who was literally creeping around daycares.
Creeping around daycares. It's a fucking Mormon lady. What the fuck are you
Claims about
saying?
fraud that were not there, and then the vice president and the FBI director were retweeting these videos without even verifying if they were true, unleashing a furor of anti-immigrant and anti-Somali hate across the country, wherein thousands of Somali people got targeted.
You
and
gotta stop
harassed,
voting for these people,
including
fellas.
by the president of the United States, who literally used his platform as the president of the United States to call an entire community garbage. He literally said that.
Good luck, friend.
So we're not accusing people of being xenophobic and racist. They are being xenophobic and racist, including the President of the United States. And I want to say, for one, that I stand with the Somali and the immigrant community standing.
Shut
here
up,
today.
Karen.
But there's a bigger policy point here, which is that this is being used as a politically expedient moment.
She's just
take
trying to score
away
virtue points right now.
immigration status of Somalis in the United States as part of the mass deportation plan of this administration, and it is also being used by the 2025ers in this administration to freeze critical programs that we know low-income families depend on, and which they call part of the woke agenda. This is part of a larger
What can I get for you
effort to
today?
defund these programs, as we are seeing across these 5 states. So I think it's important to pull back the curtain a little bit about what is actually going on in this hearing and its coordination with the administration. That this is about, one, demonizing political
How are you?
opponents in Democratic states during a major election cycle. 2, it's about demonizing the immigrant community to support cruel and illegal mass deportation policies. And 3, it's about demonizing poor people and struggling families to justify taking away the basic programs that are helping them survive in this country. So I want to just close out by saying that I grew up in a low-income family. Many of you have heard my story before. But as I woke up to the news that the president was freezing child care funding to these 5 states, I had to think about the millions of families that would be impacted by it.
Start crying. Come on.
I think about my own mom.
More virtue points. Go, go, go. You can do it.
Barely struggling to get by, working multiple jobs. These programs are a lifeline. They make it possible for
Oh, she's
people like
trying.
me to ultimately have a pathway to success. And you all are sitting here running legislation on shower heads while millions of Americans' health insurance is expiring, while millions
Timing.
of Americans can't even put food on the table right now. And you're over here parading around state officials, demonizing immigrants, talking about cutting basic programs, and you're passing legislation to redefine shower heads in Congress while the President of the United States is illegally invading foreign countries.
Order. Gentlelady's time's
So
expired.
I find it appalling. and
Order.
disgusting.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
You failed.
Before,
Not a single
Chair
actual tear.
recognizes
Come on.
Mr.
You can do
Beach
better
from
than that.
Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have UC requests. First one, HHS freezes child care payments to Minnesota after massive fraud alleged. Next one, Minnesota's Quality Leering Center fixes sign at address still misspelled. Minnesota made it easier to get into daycare business. Trump's deputies freeze child care payments to Minnesota amid alleged Somali fraud. Jonathan Turley explains why feds can dig deep into Somali scammers. Special.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Gill.
Got another UC request, an article from City Journal. Quote, the largest funder of al-Shabaab is the Minnesota taxpayer.
Without objection, so ordered. I believe, Mr. Fallon, you have a request.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record an article by the Center of American Experiment, Feeding Our Future, Keith Ellison, caught on tape.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Representative Robbins, when Governor Walz testified before this committee last June, I reminded him that the fraud involving the nonprofit Feeding Our Future established Minnesota as ground zero for the largest COVID-19 fraud scheme in the nation. Feeding Our Future took $250 million in federal funds out of the mouths of hungry children, which amounts to $1,600 per child living in poverty in Minnesota.
Oh, what?
According to the FBI, the $250 million in federal taxpayer money was funneled, quote, into luxury homes, cars, and lavish lifestyles while families struggled, end quote. The FBI stated it, quote, will not allow criminals to rob federal programs and walk away unscathed. We'll expose their schemes, dismantle their networks, and ensure they face the full weight of justice, end quote. Last June, Governor Walz assured me that he, quote, wholeheartedly, end quote, supported the federal government's efforts to bring to justice those who stole federal taxpayer money at the expense of hungry children. If he had been true to his word, we would not be sitting here today.
Disconnect.
However, the committee's back today because the Feeding Our Future scam is just the tip of the iceberg of fraud in Minnesota and perhaps beyond. Representative Robbins, Democrats...
I was on the boat. I was already nearly at Darnassus and it fucking disconnected me and I'm back at Dark Shore.
Fraud as a
fucking bullshit.
Political exercise. Is exposing fraud and theft of taxpayer funds a partisan activity?
No, ma'am. As I said in our first committee hearing, it is nonpartisan. Everyone should want to protect taxpayers and vulnerable citizens.
And we completely agree. Representative Robbins, did Governor Walz work with you and your committee wholeheartedly to bring justice to those involved in the Feeding Our Future fraud?
No, ma'am. They have ignored the documents we have provided to them. We did a hearing in February of 2025 on childcare fraud that was outlined in the Nick Shirley video, and we gave them a list of 72 childcare providers that we were concerned about that got $1 million each or more. And as we saw in the Shirley video last month, they have done nothing about it.
Representative Hudson, for several years we've heard about whistleblowers highlighted by some of us in Congress who noted instances of fraud in Minnesota. With this in mind, the recent allegations from Nick Shirley regarding staggering amounts of fraud involving child care centers come as no surprise. What kind of climate did Governor Walz create for whistleblowers?
Well, I think he did a really good job of demonstrating for us the kind of climate that he's created yesterday when in an unhinged rant, he tried to throw Deputy U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson under the bus, a guy who's been doing this for, I believe, 16 years. If he's willing to throw a Deputy U.S. Attorney under the bus, what do you think he's going to do to a state agency employee? That's the climate, and everybody who works for the Walz administration knows it.
Thank you. Representative Rarick, do you believe the Walz administration seriously pursued whistleblowers' reports of fraud?
I think that the Walz administration seriously retaliated against whistleblowers and ignored them and dismissed them. And, you know, in my opening statement, I talked about the threats of firing them and blacklisting them and things like that. So that's what the Walz administration focused on.
Representative Rarick, innocent American taxpayers are collateral damage in the Democrats' reckless disregard for taxpayer funds. Hard-working Americans and their communities are left to pay the price. What lessons can
But the
other
Gattermate's
states
not
and
working,
federal
bro.
officials take from your work to expose the stunning amount of fraud and the network of those who enabled it that you all have exposed in Minnesota?
Yeah, the answer to that is very simple, and that is if you just do simple, basic good governance like reconciliation and a few other financial controls, you won't have the problems that you have here. And if you don't retaliate against your employees, your frontline workers that point out fraud, you won't have this problem either.
Representative Hudson, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes, absolutely. You have to have a culture of good faith, and that is what is lacking in Minnesota. There is not a culture of good faith, and you see a very strange strategy going on right now with Minnesota Democrats, where every day they're denying this problem, which really strikes me as bizarre because we know there are more prosecutions coming. So what are they going to say as story after story drops, and we can cite time and date where they said it wasn't a problem?
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to note that it was the Education and Workforce Committee when I was chair that first brought this issue to the public's attention, and we got nowhere under a Democrat administration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Exactly correct. Thank you, Dr. Fox. Chair recognizes Ms. Summer-Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think like so many people on this committee have already articulated, nobody here believes that rooting out fraud and waste and abuse is not a top priority of this committee, of our caucus, of their conference. It is. If you're on this committee, it is the top charge that we all undertake incredibly seriously. But I think, like so many things with the modern Republican Party, it's like you're skulking right around the edge of things, but too often, your bigotry, the Republican Party's own bigotry, is imprisoning them and keeping them from ever actually doing something that helps, not harms, the American people. And this is another one of those instances, right? When it's a person of color, if it's 2 or 3, it's a pattern, and the entire community must be indicted. But if it's 100 Republicans, it's just not bad. Neither here nor there, because it's important. That's why we have routinely held hearings where we actually go over with the Government Accountability Office their high-risk list. We take it seriously. But the tone of this hearing seems to be a hypocritical witch hunt. It's hard to take it as anything but that, rather than an actual oversight effort. Our federal government currently has the tools to catch and prevent waste, fraud, and abuse. It's how the alleged fraud in Minnesota was caught by the Biden administration in the first place. Mr. Blue, as a former federal prosecutor, you're familiar with some of the tools that we have, correct?
Yes.
Just briefly, could you please verify the following tools for me? Yes or no? Does the Government Accountability Office work to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse?
Yes.
Do inspectors generals work towards these goals?
Absolutely.
What about the Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency?
Yes.
Are whistleblowers important to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse?
Absolutely.
Has the Trump administration helped or hurt these tools?
Certainly heard it by disbanding the Council for Inspectors General and then ultimately firing 19 IGs.
Thank you. That's right. Again and again, Trump has attacked the oversight mechanisms within the federal government. He illegally fires 17 inspectors general and other key personnel. He goes after whistleblowers and he tries
They weren't
to
seemingly not really doing their job, were they then? No.
Ignores the rampant
Like
corruption
$9 billion?
within his own
Hello?
administration. Republicans have turned a blind eye to all of this. They have held no hearings on these actions. And this hearing today isn't even about fraud generally within the federal benefits system.
Pretty sure this has been
Republicans have
repeating,
cherry-picked
though.
a blue state and an immigrant population, vulnerable,
go back on this one.
to demonize. To be clear, Minnesota is not the only state with a fraud problem. To truly tackle waste,
got
fraud,
my
and abuse, we
attention.
need to approach the issue with a scalpel, not
See
a
you
mallet.
soon.
Discovering that people are committing fraud in the federal program does not mean we should smash the whole thing and end it. It means its oversight mechanisms need to be improved. That's why it's so disappointing to see that the Minnesota House Fraud Prevention Committee that our witness, the Honorable Kristen Robbins, chairs, has issued no reports on these uncovered schemes. It hasn't advanced any legislation to address the issue or even shared whistleblower reports with their Democratic colleagues. They've just held a bunch of hearings and generated headlines, something our committee is all too familiar with. This hearing is not an effort by Republicans to improve social service programs. It's an excuse to end them and to punish Democratic-led states. This has always been the plan. It's why a Republican so-called big, beautiful bill is estimated to cut more than $1 trillion from Medicaid and CHIP benefits and cut SNAP for 40 million people, the very children or folks with disabilities who were mentioned in the opening statements. Trump has also already taken advantage of the situation in Minnesota. After a YouTuber harassed and posted unsubstantiated claims of fraud against child care centers, HHS froze child care funding to Minnesota, which would affect more than 23,000 children. Just yesterday, Trump also froze approximately $10 billion in funding for programs supporting child care, social services, grants, and cash assistance in not only Minnesota, but in other Democratic-led states, California, Colorado, New York, and Illinois. No matter what party we're elected to, we represent the people of our district, Democrat or Republican. We represent as the federal government all people of all states, irrespective of how they voted. That's the charge that I took, and I would like and hope that you all would do the same. When so many of these social service programs are being gutted and defunded, fraud becomes even more harmful, as that means even less money is going to people who need it. People need these programs. This situation should be an opportunity to take a deep look at the programs and improve their oversight abilities, not an excuse to cut them entirely. If we care about the most vulnerable, if we care about the most marginalized, this is an opportunity to do so, and I welcome us to actually do that one day. Thanks, I yield back.
Ms. Lee, the IGs are hired to identify fraud. They haven't identified fraud. The IGs have failed. But anyway.
You all have failed.
No,
you all continue to fail. We've
failed.
done nothing. You've had the gavel, Mr. Comer. We barely do hearings on anything that actually affects change. You have power here, and yet you don't do anything. Yes, he actually initiated this, sir, but thank you so much for your opinion.
You have failed.
I yield it back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Hilarious.
Thank the chairman, and I'd just like to point out to everybody that at this very moment, we're going to consider an appropriations bill that had an earmark in it for $1 million for another Somali-led organization whose family has ties and convictions to ISIS and fentanyl-related addiction. And I think it's very difficult to just, for all of us to determine what's legitimate and what's not. But I would just ask if the committee will play the video that Mr. Crane had referred to for me at this time.
Can you stop the... Okay, go ahead.
We get the sound turned up, you can see the subtitles there. You'll notice the campaign contribution at the bottom for $4,700. And then the $250 million fraud scheme associated with said individuals. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's not me calling out one community or another, one individual, representative or another. It's fraud.
We missed it by like 5 seconds.
Representative Robbins, Hudson, and Rarick, thanks for your service. I know it's difficult, and you're operating in difficult circumstances where it doesn't sound like you got a lot of support. And I imagine that as Ms. Robbins, Representative Robbins, you're the chair of the Oversight Policy Committee. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I imagine at the state level you don't quite have the resources you need to track down all this stuff. This federal jury found that Feeding Our Future mastermind and co-defendant, and also the contributor to one of your representatives from your state, one of our colleagues here, $4,700 for a $250 million pandemic fraud scheme. Like, you don't probably have the
in Belgium
to find that kind of stuff. It's massive, right? I suspect, as someone who, you know, you serve at the pleasure of your constituents who want to see you elected and contribute to you, a $4,700 campaign contribution for
I wasn't listening. I'll be honest.
$250 million of I guess
checking
spending
my
at the federal
Twitter.
level is a pretty good investment for people. We're not here to pick on anybody, but I will tell you, I think the American...
I'm pretty sure it started repeating though. We've seen this board. Very nice. They need to do another Gundam Warriors. Can we start moving? Thank you. Wait, are we talking World of Warcraft?
Light be with you.
Anduin, bro? The fuck? I thought you were like blue side. I mean, the Democrats? I don't fucking know. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what the fuck that was going on. Why am I here? What? Oh, healing poses. There weren't any.
What can I do for you?
Then it's his dad, right?
You need something?
I'll go check, since you care so much.
What's on your mind? Great to meet you.
Damn, that's expensive.
Safe travels. Well met.
Can I help you?
Hi.
Hey there.
Bro, these guys never have bronze tubes. Jesus.
Have a good one.
I check every single time. Wrong direction. This one.
I'll take it
How are
because it was kind of chilly, but yeah, I want it to rain a little bit. I want some weather. Full disclosure, that background behind me is not really downtown LA. I know it looks a lot like downtown LA. The effects here are like ILM quality, but this is a I don't know. It's not
$5
really a good
green screen.
so bear with me. I'm not a ghost. I'm still here. But I'm really excited because we got my man coming in here, Nate the lawyer, who last time he was here was a few years ago, maybe 3 years ago, and I believe we were talking about the Amber Heard case. So why hasn't he been on after that? It blows my mind. I guess because I watch his videos, I feel like he's part of Nerd Report all the time. So, but this time I thought, man, let's get him in here to talk about the Renee Good situation in Minneapolis and ICE and stuff like that. Especially since I saw one of his videos really went viral, as like even Asmund Gold, who I believe is probably one of the biggest YouTubers, talked about it, his opinions. Now, and I also want to disclose, and I don't know if Nate will agree with me here, this is all opinions.
Is there no fucking first aid
It's not
trainer or
it's not
something here?
fact. This is all evolving. It's an evolving situation. My perspective of the situation has totally changed since the first video. So there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of misinformation. So please take everything we say kind of with a grain of salt, and also don't bully anyone and do your own research. Think for yourself. Come out with your own conclusion. Like Nate the lawyer. What's up, brother?
What's going on, bro?
Was that okay
Fucker.
what I said there?
That is more than okay, because obviously this is all our opinion. We can't predict the future, but we can look at the facts and analyze them honestly. And I think that's what we're trying to do, right? That's the goal.
Right, and for the people who are familiar with you, or just lawyers in general, presenting the facts when there's emotion, especially in this situation, how difficult is it for you to do that and stuff? Just going factual, especially with the last video you presented that was very factual.
Yeah, what I get a lot of, a lot of times.
Bro, no one can hear what the other guys say and fix your audio.
Right-wingers love it. I'll get a then the next case, the left-wingers will evaluate it and they happen to like it. But when I go into a case, I don't evaluate it saying, oh, I went to the right, I went to the left. I just say, okay, what are the facts and evidence here? And this is based on the law as I know it, the way it should come out. And I think that's the best way to do it. And most of the time, even in my last video, like most of my positions, I just kind of lay out the facts and the law and say, okay, you make your decision. And then I'll say, well, here's my decision now. This is how I think about it. And we can disagree. And that's the fun part about it, right? Disagreeing, and then we'll see kind of how everything plays out.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Okay, I can't listen to this. The fucking audio difference is way too much, bro. It's fucking terrible.
It's a magical day in January. I don't know what's so special about today, but today we are finally going to talk about Star Trek Deep Space Nine. So we've talked a lot about TNG, of course.
Yeah. TNG is my all-time favorite thing in the universe. It just is.
Yeah, of course.
It's pretty fucking good.
TOS. We've talked about TOS. We've
I don't like
really
that very
gotten
much.
into Deep Space Nine because I don't know if we're on the same page with it.
Not entirely. Here's the thing with
DS9 has some of my favorite characters from Star Trek, though.
You know, I was
ever.
really into TNG, and Deep Space Nine came out, and it was on Channel 9 WGN, which it was just WGN was just not on my personal radar. I associate
What's up, Marvin?
WGN with Old People News and the Bozo Show.
Bozo.
So, you know, I'd get home from school, and
For
it
me,
just, it wasn't on my,
TNG and
my
DS9 are
TV
very close
search
together,
list
but
channels.
DS9 has some of my favorite
I only
characters,
saw Deep
but
Space Nine
TNG has some of my
because it
favorite
run,
episodes.
sporadically, and because especially later Deep Space Nine is so serialized, it wasn't the best way to view it. I did, years after the fact, I have sat down, I've watched the entire series, but I've only done it once.
Okay.
So this is pretty fresh for me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. See, I was. It's weird to.
You got deep into it when it was coming out.
Oh yeah. It's weird to go back and think about how TV was so different back then. Like you said, WGN.
Mm-hmm.
The network to me wasn't a concern. my remote went to WGN.
Was it on some weird time because I almost never caught it when it was airing.
Yeah, and see
I caught it once. It was like, I don't know, it was like 2 a.m. It was like they were just like airing whatever. And that was like the first episode of Deep Space Nine I ever caught. I'm like, oh, it's 2 a.m. I'll watch the first ever episode of Deep Space Nine I've ever seen.
Right. Like around the time it was weird because TNG was in its heyday. I think this was '93 it came out.
Yeah.
And then it was so different from TNG, and that's the point.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I love it so much now. It's just such a departure. It's such a risk. Watching it back then, that first episode, I was like, I didn't really like the Bajorans. It's like the Bajoran prophets, and who are all these characters? Everything's dirty. You know, you turn it on, you're like, nah. And then a couple episodes, you're just like, back to the Enterprise.
Yeah. No comments.
That's being a young person, you know. Older fans, I'm sure, really appreciated the dark tone to it, the political overtones, and all the smart writing, all that. When you're younger, not so much. You want to see Data chase his cat and try to stop a warp core breach.
It's kind of a deconstruction of Star Trek.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Star Trek, classic Trek and TNG. All of Star Trek before Deep Space Nine, super optimistic about humanity, and we can all get along is the ultimate message. And Deep Space Nine comes along and it says, well, maybe we can't.
Well, and Star Trek was never about all alien races getting along. I mean, it was humanity.
Humans got along.
Where we had become so enlightened and galaxy, and that was famously the Gene Roddenberry doctrine. Was like none of our characters can have conflict with each other.
Mm-hmm. The Dominion War.
External threats or aliens or whatever try to solve problems, but within the crew, no. And then there was like TNG season 1 and 2, and then the writers want to put conflict in Gene. No, he dies. All bets are off. You know.
I never want to see this Starfleet Academy. Oh my god. What the fuck?
There's a new show called Starfleet Academy.
I've seen the trailer.
And they released clips and trailers online to much a negative response.
Yeah.
Time, with its infinite sense of humor, will always fold upon itself like an origami chicken.
1 in a million shot, it's fantastic. It's my favorite Star Trek show of all time. Odds are not good, right?
Yeah.
Odds are not good for that being the case. Odds are it's going to be horribly annoying.
In other words, bitch.
And I was right about the tone of Strange New Worlds. And everyone on the internet was like, you gotta give it a chance. You gotta give it a chance.
Hi.
And then with this last season, and I'm not just talking about the singing and dancing episodes, the puppets, whatever. I'm talking about the dialogue. And there was an article that I saw, and I believe they quoted some of the older producer guys from TNG DS9, Rick
Right.
Berman, Brandon Braga. There was sort of like a backlash starting about the inclusion of modern day lingo and talking in Strange New Worlds.
Oh, okay. I guess,
I can't carry anymore.
let's begin.
I was like, that was what I hated from the get-go, is the way these people talk.
Don't thank me. I know I'm good at my job.
They always saw the Star Trek dialogue as timeless. They never ever wanted to include, modern day anything.
Anything that would be dated.
Anything
later.
that would be dated. And of course in the 60s you had the space hippie episodes or whatever, but Captain Kirk was never saying groovy or anything like that. Picard was never saying, don't have a cowman, cowabunga dude. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And just the dialogue, just straight timeless. You can go back and there's no, other than maybe some hairstyles in the 80s, there's no real indicator that it's of that time. Then, recently I saw an article on trekmovie.com. Read it.
Yeah. Plus, Star Trek is finding a new audience for YouTube reaction videos. I've watched it.
Yeah, and the tide is shifting. It feels like some fatigue set in with maybe new Trek.
Payback's a bitch.
And there's also like all that.
It
news
looks
about
so
the
bad.
mergers, acquisitions, Paramount, Skydance.
It looks so
Warner Brothers,
bad.
Whatever the fuck's going on with that, to where new ownership might come in. I don't know. I think because the J.J. Abrams Trek, they're not doing another one. That the Kelvin timeline is DOA, and then now I think the new Trek timeline is going to end to where they need to shift to something
Right.
new. And I'm saying, let's go back to the 24th century, baby.
It'd be nice. I don't know about that. I think they've watered down Star Trek into just a brand. It's not a style. There's not like Deep Space Nine is different as it is from TNG. It still feels like Star Trek, just the way they tell stories.
Yeah.
And now it's just like it's a teen drama, but in the Star Trek universe.
Oh yeah.
It's a horror movie, but in the Star Trek universe.
Yeah.
It's a frat comedy, but in the Star Trek universe, it's a logo now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm saying, but it could possibly change that.
Yeah.
And go back to writing, because that's we're talking about Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, specifically season
Babylon
1.
5 is so good, bro. Oh my god, I love that
We did
show.
Season 1 of TNG.
80% of that main cast is dead. Like that was a cursed show. Like
Like
80% of those guys died before they were like 50. It's nuts.
You know what? And it's interesting. I can tell which season
Jakar.
of Deep Space Nine I've watched the most by the condition.
Dude, Lando and
of the-
Jakar, best characters ever written. Like, holy, yeah, bro, look it up.
I don't have those. No, I'm not the Deep Space Nine connoisseur you are.
Like Garibaldi did. The main guy, the first guy. You know, because in season 1 you have like the guy he turns into a ranger supposedly. He was dying at that time, right? He was dying dead. That's why he left the show and then came back later.
Thin. It's a very thin scene.
The Doctor did.
Open, close, open. Back off 10 times. and you're done with
The
it.
actual,
And so these are
the guy who replaced the guy I was just talking about, dead. Like they're all fucking dead, bro.
Oh, moment of silence for season.
It's nuts.
Two.
It's fine. It's fine. A little Scotch tape will fix these, as you see, Rich. See, for those f***ers out there who say I don't like Deep Space Nine.
Mike is
Look at all this Scotch tape, you motherfuckers. Look at all this Scotch tape.
I suspect, though I'm not sure, you like Deep Space Nine more than TNG.
It's apples and oranges.
Okay.
Watching season 1 again really made me appreciate it a lot more.
They've been doing like 90s Star Trek. They were like vets at that point. They've been doing TNG for
Cool.
5 years before they started Deep Space Nine.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And they just kind of knew what they were doing. And one of the things I noticed about season 1 of Deep Space Nine is just how consistent every episode is. I don't think there's any episode I would say is a complete
can't carry
clunker.
anymore.
No, they're all good in season 1.
And it's like a.
It starts off good as well because it's like it starts off like with the TNG bump, right?
Uniformly even, you know. There's some bumps.
Jake Sisko doesn't even have a bid for crying out loud.
They're all good.
It's a good primer coat for the rest of the series.
Yes.
Lay down that solid
This is great.
primer coat. The only thing they changed was Kira's hairstyle, Odo's makeup,
Okay.
and Ram's voice.
I noticed that. Well, it was only one episode.
One episode.
He's got one line where it's like an.
Me, Ram. And then, hey, brother. In the next episode, they're like, wait a minute, Ram should sound more like an idiot and less like an evil demon. So it's like, okay, that was just a little tweak.
It was a tweak.
And Kira, they're like, Kira looks weird with the bob.
Bro, someone took way too much time on that shit. It looks fucking cool though. Although I feel like the
Well, let's talk about season 1 of Star Trek.
Are slightly off.
We have our Divine Helm, in case you have not seen our video about
You're a
that.
tall one.
We purchased this prop, and it was in a wrecked state, and we restored it as best we could.
To a mounted wreck state.
No, well, we cleaned it up.
Yeah, we cleaned it up.
We cleaned it up.
You can't fix the cracks.
It's one of my favorite things we own. It's from the I think 3 seasons of the Defiant.
Yeah.
And it got blowed up. And
This
then,
isn't relevant. This isn't relevant for 2 more seasons.
Yeah. And it got blowed up. And
This
then,
isn't relevant.
an obvious stunt
3
double.
seasons
Yeah.
of the Defiant.
Yeah.
And it got blowed up. And
This
then,
isn't relevant. This isn't relevant for 2 more seasons.
Yeah. Yes. This prop is not in the first season of Deep Space Nine.
Yeah. Vedic win. What a bitch. What a fucking bitch.
But we're going to talk about all the episodes
Power hungry
mostly
kids.
briefly, and then highlight our favorites. And you don't need
Off and away.
a certain number of favorites. I picked 5.
Stand by to launch. Ready.
Before we get into Deep Space Nine,
That's how you
I
know it
also
was a good
wanted to
actress,
talk
bro.
Really quickly.
Like you really hated that character.
A new generation
Fantastic
of
actress.
young people discovering old Star Trek.
Such a
which
bitch.
just warms my heart.
Warms your heart, yeah.
They're like, this new Trek is terrible. Let's go back and watch old Trek. Now they're watching clips on YouTube and TikTok or whatever. Are they actually going to sit down and watch a 41-minute long episode? I'm not that hopeful.
There's a whole thing. There's a whole genre on YouTube of younger kids watching Gen X movies. And some of them, in preparation to watch the Star Trek movies, started watching the TV shows, which turned into them watching the TV shows because the TV shows are very good.
Not better than the movies.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you know, as you know, Rich, they remastered TNG for high def during the peak of the Blu-ray phenomenon, which is now sadly over. And although TV is in high definition, so this is not a moot point, they remastered TNG. What they had to do was go back to the camera negatives. And so they had to go back, they had to find all the takes, they had to redo the special effects lovingly as they were originally done, because everything back then was in post-production mastered for just
I should really get the
definition
Blu-ray
television.
versions
So
at
all
some
the
point.
planet shots,
Well, I still
spaceship
can.
shots, and whatever CGI phasers and what have you.
Yeah. Yeah.
was all
But if you watch it on Blu-ray and you don't have it cropped, you can like see the scuffs on the ground and shit, what normally you shouldn't have been. Like you can see a lot of you can tell they were knocking out 24 fucking episodes a season, bro. Like you could fucking tell, you know what I mean?
all rendered at standard definition. So they go back, redo all that. Colossal pain in the ass, but it all looks great. I've watched the documentary called What We Leave Behind. I don't know if you've watched that.
I haven't watched it. I probably should.
It's really good. It's just interviewing everybody about the show. They're just talking about memories, and it's not like a great looking documentary, but it's really interesting. And at the end of it, you'll find this part fun. Is the writers they bring back the writers and
I think I heard about this.
They just kind of spitball a new episode like that would take place.
Where would these characters be 20 years later?
Years later, and they're like, Major Kira's doing this, and then this is what happens. Let's here's our plots, boom, and I'm like, oh, this is great. But the interesting thing is they've remastered some clips from Deep Space Nine. And it's 16:9 widescreen high definition. It's not 4:3 and it's not zoomed in. And I discovered that back in that, around the early part of that time, and I consulted our friend Colin on this, our VFX guy who was working in television back then, and he said in the early mid-90s, they knew HD was coming. So they're trying to future-proof a lot of the shows.
What about the power supply grid? Do you think it'll be enough to eliminate the force fields?
And that is, to me, really cool news, because imagine that remastered.
It gives you hope.
It gives me some hope.
Yeah.
And then if that was shot in that format, so
Apparently, yes, they're talking about it right now. So
Enterprise was the first widescreen HD Star Trek show.
For what it's worth, I watched the show, and I get caught up in the story. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice the bad quality.
Oh God, the DVDs are horrible.
Yeah.
And the streaming versions on Paramount Plus are even worse than the DVDs, and it's such a shame. And the economics of it, Rich.
Here's something interesting about the Paramount Plus version. You know how they have like little episode descriptions?
Yeah.
Do you want to hear the episode descriptions for In the Hands of the Prophets, the last episode of Season 1? Here's the episode description on Paramount Plus for the last episode of Season 1 of Deep Space Nine. Lieutenant Worf is torn between his loyalty to the Enterprise and his fierce Klingon heritage when two Klingon fugitives take over the ship.
What? That's from TNG?
It's the description for episode 20 at the end of Season 1 of TNG, Heart of Glory.
I mean, he's not wrong, but...
The point is they could go back to the camera negatives, rework that whole show. I mean, there's so much work that would have to be done, of course. But they're not going to sell. I mean, they could sell some Blu-rays, but it wouldn't sell as well as TNG did back in the Blu-ray heydays.
They could remaster it for streaming, but all they need is the name. The show is on the streaming service, and they don't care. They don't care. There's nothing in it. There's nothing in it for them.
The economics aren't there.
Yeah.
Like you said, hope. Hope that a higher quality version of the show will someday exist, and the hope is starting. The cracks are starting to form in perhaps the downfall of New Trek, and then the younger generation now discovering that an actual well-told story by characters that aren't acting like imbeciles
Whatever tweaks your freak, pal.
is magical.
What
right?
the fuck?
Yes. And
They're alone.
That's
dude.
what we have here. Season 1 of Deep Space Nine, not completely flawless, but also has, to me, one of my favorite episodes of all Star Trek in it.
Ooh, okay. Season 1 specifically.
Season 1 specifically.
Okay.
Now let's begin.
Ready?
Let's start with the premise. Rich, the premise of TNG is all Starfleet officers are flying around in the flagship of the Federation.
Yeah.
Exploring strange new worlds, seeking out new life and new civilizations. Deep Space Nine is...
We're not going to explore anything. This whole show is going to take place on this stationary space station.
And no one wants to be there. And everyone dislikes each other and mistrusts each other.
Yes.
And you're thrown into basically post-World War II, post-Civil War Reconstruction era nightmare.
Yes.
The Bajoran government, it's...
How the fuck? Where the fuck am I going?
So they don't have their own shit together.
No, they have factions of governments. It's utter chaos, but...
They were all unified when, you know, they were under oppression by the Cardassians.
Oh, he resisted. Oh, and then the blink failed. Stupid game.
It's a political powder keg.
Yeah, and they have taken up post on a space station that Tarak Nor, aka Deep Space Nine, as it's renamed, which was a Cardassian space station. The Cardassians have fled. The Bajorans took it over, but they're co-running it.
Yeah.
Technically, Starfleet's running it.
Yeah, Quark is still alive. I think Odo died. René Auberginois.
Major Kira, and just until things sort of even out.
Mm-hmm.
And
the Federation would very much like Bajor to eventually just join the Federation. The Bajorans just want a guarantee the Cardassians won't come back. The Cardassians want the whole thing to fail, and then the fucking wormhole opens up.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So now this political powder keg is sitting on which I can't think of a good analogy for what the wormhole is. It'd be like if in
Panama Canal.
It'd be like if in Christopher Columbus's day, just suddenly a magical hole opened up in Ethiopia that led straight to the New World. You just walk through into the New World. That's what the wormhole is.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Maybe China.
Maybe China.
But yes, good analogy. And while at the same time the United States is struggling to form a government. So let's say not Christopher Columbus's time. Let's say right after the Revolutionary War, a wormhole opens up that leads right to China. I don't know. There's some analogy there.
Yeah.
But to top it all, our main character is Commander Benjamin Sisko, who hates Starfleet.
He's very bitter.
Of course he resists. Fuck's sake, they resist every time, bro. What is this shit?
And go into civil service, remember?
Yeah.
And they
I'm just gonna
convinced
die,
him
whatever.
not to and to take up this post. So yeah, he was on the Saratoga in the Battle of Wolf 359 when the Borg attacked, which was Picard as Locutus.
Fucking
and
Wetlands.
They blew up his ship and his wife died. He managed to save his son.
Nice single dad.
He does not want to be there. And then he's at odds with Major Kira, our hot-headed Bajoran liaison.
Now she is a terrorist.
She's a former terrorist.
She is a former fucking terrorist, and now she doesn't know what the fuck to do with herself.
I have been fighting for Bajoran independence since I was old enough to pick up a phaser. We finally drive the Cardassians out, and what do our new leaders do? They call up the Federation and invite them right in.
The enemy she's been fighting her entire life is gone, and now she finds herself in a very different place in life.
What you call terrorist,
oh yeah,
I call freedom fighter.
Exactly.
Exactly. There's those kinds of issues.
But people in the show do use the word terrorist to describe her.
Yeah.
Don't ask my opinion next time.
To counter Sisko, we have Dax and Bashir. Bashir is a plucky young doctor who is just bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and excited for his first post.
I kind of like that early version of Bashir. Oh God, Bashir more.
Yeah.
Just the naive.
Oh yeah.
Rather than the
he's
later
naive.
season.
He's very arrogant.
Yeah.
And those are interesting qualities. He's not a boring character. See, I like all these characters better than.
As much as TNG is my comfort food, and I love TNG, and I love I've heard it called competency porn. I will admit that like the characters in Deep Space Nine are probably all more interesting.
Yeah.
Agreed. Continue the analysis. Keep me informed.
Oh sure.
Yeah.
They all could very much pass the Plinkett test. TNG not so much because TNG still had the
no conflict.
The Roddenberry stink.
No, it's not stink. It's just a style that not all of the writers at the time jibed with.
It had the Roddenberry, like, echo.
Restrictions.
Yeah.
The restrictions.
Where it's like, Geordi, he's an engineer. You know, his thing is that he's blind and uses this device.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah. He's also, you know, later he's the guy who can't get a date.
That's about it. And Beverly Crusher, she's the doctor.
Yeah, no, you go from that to Quark, and it's like Whiplash.
Man, Quark, best character in the entire fucking universe.
Quark is like one of my favorite characters in all of Star Trek.
Yeah.
Same.
And I'm still
Same,
trying
Mike.
to
Same.
nail down what his Dungeons and Dragons alignment is. Chaotic, neutral.
He's chaotic neutral.
He's not neutral good. He always does the right thing.
No,
when
Rom.
pushed to the limits.
Nog is the son,
'Cause he is a
the
hero
nephew.
on the show.
Yeah, but he
Oh, okay, yeah.
I wouldn't say.
Yeah, because Rom's like super fucking stupid, and not so much. I mean, he starts stupid, but yeah.
And then Dax is probably the least interesting, although she has the backstory, with, you know, the past lives and all that.
Oh my god, these fucking raptors are ridiculous, bro. Fucking bullshit. What the fuck?
Her and Cisco.
Yes, but Curzon was, she's not Curzon. No, you two aren't, I mean...
Oh no. Dax?
Yeah.
No.
Like the very first couple of episodes, and then they thought, no, this is too weird, and dropped it.
Yes, that would be extremely strange.
Before they acknowledged that she was once Curzon?
No, like after that, but like they toyed with that. Oh, this is a really interesting angle, and then someone said,
I
No.
never got
Yeah.
it.
no, okay.
Oh no.
Did you know the show, Kira was originally supposed to be Rolaren?
I am not at all
Yeah.
shocked. I'm assuming the reason she's not is for similar reasons as to why Tom Paris wasn't that ensign from that one TNG episode.
According to internet facts, whatever IMDb, is that Michelle Forbes didn't want to sign a 6-year contract.
Okay.
They were okay with it. Because, you know, they had Chief O'Brien there. You know,
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
She just didn't want to, she probably wanted to do it, but didn't want to commit for 6 years, 7 years, whatever it was.
I think it's show's probably better for it because
Yeah.
she's not in Starfleet.
Oh, yeah, it works. Well, she would have, the character probably would have been, I've quit Starfleet and I've become a Bajoran liaison, whatever.
Right.
And then of course, Odo. Also.
That noise.
Great character.
You're just a crusty space constable.
Crusty.
He doesn't really have an allegiance. He just does his fucking job.
I'm out of range.
There's one of the episodes in here is when Kira is like tempting him. One of her temptations to him is like, you could finally declare martial law on the promenade. He's like, oh.
If you want to proclaim martial law on the promenade, proclaim it. This station will be yours to protect, with no interference.
We get thrown into this ultra chaotic world of Star Trek.
Inventory is full.
And I love that scene. It's one of the earliest episodes where Bashir's like, I'm out here in the edge of the galaxy, the middle of fucking nowhere.
It's such an adventure.
It's such an adventure. Frontier medicine. No man's land. The worst place in the galaxy. And he's telling that to Major Kira. He's like, you know this is my home, right? And it's like,
This room is my home. Cardassians left behind a lot of injured people. Doctor, you can make yourself useful by bringing your Federation medicine to the natives.
so all these characters do not belong together whatsoever.
And then poor overworked Miles O'Brien.
And then Miles
Who
O'Brien.
regrets his life choices.
I don't know what made him take up this post. The challenge of the engineering aspect of it.
He was sick of running that transporter. This is all he did all day. He was sick of it.
I love that scene when Picard's like, Miles O'Brien. Transporter room 3. This one's your favorite, right?
This is your favorite transporter room, isn't it?
Number 3. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good old transporter room 3. It's like that's all he knows about him. They're all the fucking same. It's like Picard.
Yeah.
You know, yesterday, I called down here, and I asked for you without thinking.
A very well thought out, great cast that even includes an alien bartender as one of the mains. The head of the Promenade Realtors Association or Merchants Association, sorry. And on we go.
FCA.
And we're going to talk about our very first episode called.
Also, the other character I found I ended up liking a lot just because you get a different point of view on things. Jake and Nog.
Oh, yeah.
I like the friendship a lot.
Jake and Nog.
Yeah.
Jake and Nog.
Everyone else is doing this big, political stuff, and they're just. Let's look at the ladies down at the promenade. You're just slice of life mischief.
Now, real quick, types of Star Trek episodes.
Okay, go for it.
They hit them all, Rich. Alien threat episode, virus threat episode, fugitive episode, cave episode.
Fugitive and cave episode.
A lot of these blend. Evacuation episode, computer problem episode, character-focused episode, and day in the life of episode. Let's talk about our very first episode, the two-part season opener, episode parts 1 and 2.
Permission granted.
It's solid.
It's good. The wormhole aliens, the whole linearity thing is interesting.
Yeah. It's basically setting the stage as a pilot two-part opener should. You introduce all of our characters, their conflicts, what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And then the big storyline is that Cisco and Dax discover the wormhole. That's the big thing of the show. That leads to the Gamma Quadrant, 60,000 light years away, and we discover that there are entities that live in the wormhole that the Bajorans call the Prophets.
They worship them basically as gods.
Yes. Cisco is considered the emissary of the Prophets because they designate him as such.
Well, he discovered the celestial temple and talked to the prophets.
The prophets don't talk to anybody. And then there's orbs, alien things in boxes.
I don't know. I prefer the Starfleet chips. They're nice, the Romulans, but I don't know.
It doesn't do much for me. I know you probably not.
No, not really. No.
I like the politics of.
I like the politics of the religion and how that affects things.
Especially the season ender.
Yeah.
That was a great episode.
Yes.
We kind of established the goings on in the first episode. I don't remember if there was a really strong dramatic arc on that one.
They had to claim they had to find a way to get the station to the wormhole to claim it, and they had to fake that they had weapons or the Cardassians were going to attack.
Yes.
Yeah.
They had to move the station. I remember that.
Engage thrusters.
So there's that. Well, let's move on.
Okay.
Because we got 20 to go.
Yeah, I know.
Past prologue.
The first appearance of Garrick. So it's very important. Not my favorite episode.
Old Bajoran terrorist shows up at the station to test Kira's loyalty. It's a Kira loyalty episode, so it's a character episode.
It's a lot of Kira episodes.
Yes, because they have to cement that angle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the premise of the show, is that it takes place on one particular planet. This guy was a former terrorist with her and
freedom
fighter, sorry. And this is one of our first TNG cameos.
I don't remember.
Lursa and Beitor.
Oh yeah.
So basically, he's telling Kira he's on the straight and narrow, blah 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 blah. Lursa and Beitor show up. They're working with Garrick. Garrick forms a bond with Bashir. Now let me tell you this: you suspected a sexual relationship between Dex and.
Oh yeah, no. The actors will tell you that's intentional.
Yes, I see. Well, if you'll excuse me.
Yeah.
No, I think the actors played it that way deliberately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I think they've said as much.
You're talking about
Garrick and Bashir, yeah.
Garrick is really coming on strong.
I can't carry anymore.
What a thoughtful young man. How nice that we've met.
Garrick was clearly gay. I mean, everyone knew it.
I think they've declared themselves, the actors, Star Trek's first homosexual couple.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should have had Garrick come out to Bashir as a gay Cardassian.
So Garrick
No.
kind of shows his
No.
He's also chaotic.
I never picked up on that at all. What the fuck?
Yeah.
He's well, this guy is gonna make
No,
a
me
bomb.
neither. Is more like the, because he's a spy, right? He was like trying to like intimidate him, you know.
So let me come by my tailor shop.
There's a fun ambiguity with Garrick. Like, it's obvious he's a spy, but it's never outright said.
I mean, there's some really
Yeah.
good Garrick episodes later on.
Yeah.
Okay, so the bomb makings.
You did it wrong,
no
LOL.
bomb made. Because Kira and him fought on the runabout. You bastard, you lied to me. Where are your loyalties, Kira? Well, they're not for making bombs. Moving on. A Man Alone. I'm trying to see if you remember these.
I not by episode title.
Can I ask you a very personal question?
Go ahead.
Because I don't trust you one bit,
Yeah.
and because I think you're an amoral man, did you watch these episodes on like 1.5 speed?
No.
Or 2.5 speed?
No.
You watched them in real time?
I watched them in real time. I was like cleaning and whatnot as I did it.
I knew there was a catch.
What I did is just wanted to talk about 5 episodes specifically. So I kind of like went through them all when I was, I was doing cleaning or I was doing this or that, but I was doing I was paying attention. And then once I I like these 5, I rewatched them properly.
Well, here's the
Wow.
here's the part of your story that's an outright lie. The part where you said you were cleaning. A Man Alone, Odo murder mystery.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Bashir. Bashir is sexually harassing Dax.
Yeah, that's the one uncomfortable thing I don't like about Bashir in season 1.
You are remarkable.
Julian, you and I need to have a talk about trills and relationships.
There's a lot. I mean, it's the 90s, but
I like the naive angle.
Maybe we could get together later for dinner. Or drink.
But lay off now. Lay off.
yeah, it's a little.
She sent you clear signals that she's not interested. Lay off.
Yeah.
Another wreck to Gina.
You'll keep me up all night.
I can think of better ways of keeping you.
Yes. So.
Come on, what's with the? Oh my God, resist
And,
fucking 3 times in a row.
He gets. I don't know. He gets killed.
He wants revenge on Odo, so he
clones himself.
He clones himself and he kills his clone and he frames Odo for his own murder.
Yeah. And then at the end, there's a Scooby-Doo ending of the Pig Mask.
Yeah. And he goes to jail for murdering his clone.
Right. And then they're like, what's going to happen to Clone? I don't know. He's going to grow up to be a regular person. And Odo is vindicated. Okay episode.
Okay.
It's serviceable. It's not one of the classics. Next, Battle.
Yeah, didn't care for it.
Babel.
Glass lunch, judge a bin to let it.
Strike limits, flame the dark true salt.
Please, Chief, take a seat.
Way link complete. Way link.
This is a.
It's a TNG episode. It's a pure TNG episode.
That's what I wanted to talk about. Babel and Captive Pursuit, the next episode.
Which one was Captive Pursuit?
I have it as Proto Jem'Hadar / Suliban. That creature.
The guy that Miles O'Brien befriends. Yeah, that's a TNG episode.
I half suspect some of these episodes were rejected TNG scripts that were modified.
I would speculate you have a lot of the same writing team, and they don't quite know what Deep Space Nine's unique voice is yet.
True, yeah, because
they just don't know what to do yet, so they're falling back on what they know.
It's a spaceship.
Right.
It's a space station. Well, an alien lands on it, and he's really mysterious. The makeup looks Proto Jem'Hadar, and he does the Suliban thing where he cloaks himself.
Yeah.
And basically he's like, he's the hunt. And this belligerent alien race of hunters are chasing him. So an alien could have landed on the Enterprise, run around, befriended Geordi. They show up. We're here for that guy. The interesting thing is that there's moments, and I've documented some of them. I compared what Sisko would do in situations to what Picard would have done. And this is a good example.
Will live out your existence on public display, where children can make fun of you.
Yeah, the hunters.
Toss you scraps of food.
I forgot their name right now.
You deserve.
Erosion.
The creature's goal in life is to be hunted, and even to die in the hunt. It's like genetically created to do just that.
Yeah.
And so there was a mild prime directive quandary, right?
It's their custom, Chief. Under the Prime Directive, we have no right to interfere.
Where it was like,
this is horrible, but this is their culture.
Yeah, and Picard, and there's like a request asylum. He's like, no, I'm the hunt, you know.
Request asylum. Asylum. My commander is willing to protect you.
And then Picard would have said, transport them over. You know, we can't interfere. But Sisko is like, Odo, make sure they, get to the escape ship without any problems.
I'll see about the adjoining corridors. They won't get far.
Constable. There's no hurry.
It's another one I like with Sisko later on. Different episode. The one I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, and he like starts walking like really slowly. Oh, that's right. Right, like this.
The farm guy gets injured, and Kira's like jeopardizing her career, staying with the farm guy, and it's like we gotta, and Bashir's talking to Sisko. It's like, well, if she could stay on that planet, I need some reason. Well, make a reason.
That isn't true.
Make it true, Doctor.
Yeah.
Definitely bending the rules, which Sisko is not afraid to do.
And he acts a little unethical at certain times, but that was definitely one of them, because he tells Odo just slow roll it so that they can escape and the creature could go. When Picard is like, nope, you got to do this thing.
I was surprised by one thing, sir.
What's that?
Well, I knew I couldn't override all the security seals in the station.
I guess that one got by us.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dismissed.
So now we have the Q episode.
They tried to put Q in the other shows. They tried to put him in Deep Space Nine. They tried to put him in Void. It doesn't work without the chemistry
Right.
he had with Picard.
It's like an old friend that died.
Really, gosh, this playing hard again is growing tedious.
Of course it doesn't.
Yeah. Everyone, by the way, everyone likes to point to that scene where Sisko punches Q as to how badass Sisko is. Everybody misses the fucking point that Sisko lost that encounter, man. Q doesn't care if he gets punched in the face. Q's only concern was goading Sisko into doing it.
Well,
that didn't prove how badass Sisko was. That proved that he was prone to anger.
Yeah, no, then that's exactly what Q said.
Yes.
Right after that. Yeah.
You hit me. Picard never hit me. I'm not Picard. You're much easier to remember. How fortunate for me.
Everyone likes to point that out. Like, oh, look at that, he punched Q, he's a badass.
I don't know anyone who's pointed that out.
I've seen comments online.
No.
I've seen comments online.
It just, he's like, no, you're not as smart as Picard.
Yeah.
Picard wouldn't have let that happen. And that to me is like, I'm happy with that.
Will I live? You're fine. In fact, you're in remarkable shape.
Oh, and Dr. Bashir also being very inappropriate towards Vash in the medical bay.
Well, no sign of disease or malnutrition or parasitic infections.
You sound disappointed.
Right? He really was, though.
No, I have no reason to keep you here.
Was that even okay in the 90s? You know, was that even uncomfortable back then?
Bashir was a go-getter. He just needed
Go get her.
He just needed a good slap across the face. No, I like this episode. I have this as one of my favorites.
I don't hate any of the
It's not.
episodes.
He's
It's
Riker,
just
but creepy.
Q without
Like,
Picard.
more creepy.
It's just, it's slacking.
Yeah.
It's slacking.
Oh yeah, but as an episode in itself, you have Vash. You get to see the final result of Vash and Q's adventures across the galaxy.
You're the one who almost got killed on Airplane 7, and they weren't exactly thrilled to see you on Brax. Did they call you the god of lies?
They meant it affectionately.
Which of course went sour.
I do like when Q kind of.
Come on, that's just fucking gold, dude. They meant the fiction.
Revealed that he was kind of subtly protecting her. Like, you got bit. Remember, you got bit by that bug. This is what would have happened.
Yeah, yeah. And then you have the little plot of these shows have A and B plots, right? And oftentimes they connect perfectly at the end. Sometimes they don't. There's a real interesting example of that in one of these episodes. But
okay, but for a Deep Space Nine episode, you have two TNG characters who steal the show in that episode.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Quark is involved too with the auction.
Sure.
And kind of like trying to woo Vash. It's kind of a Quark episode too, because they host that big auction of Gamma Quadrant objects, and one of them is like a space bird that's trapped in a gem that's draining the power of the station. So they beam it off at the end. It was a fine TNG episode.
Yeah, I don't. There's no episode of Deep Space Nine season 1 I would say I hate.
And I guess in some ways I'm going to miss you too.
Maybe I could drop in sometime.
Oh God, I hope not.
Next, Dax.
Yeah.
Which I call, AKA, the measure of a Dax.
Dude, yeah. The training montage where it's just the other guy just shoots the mom. What? We weren't gonna get her. I put her out of her misery. My God, it's so good.
You get that reference.
Yeah.
Because that's what this is.
Yeah.
The legal problem is that Dax's past host, Curzon, is accused of murder.
This episode exists so that the show can explain what a Trill is and how Trills work, and what is the nature of their symbiosis.
Yeah, it's a character developing episode that's necessary for setting up the next 6 seasons of the show. And
now the audience knows that Dax is a merger of Dax and the Worm.
Yeah, yeah.
And not just Dax or not just the Worm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's explained, but this clarifies it more.
Yes.
Because there were Trills on TNG.
They work differently. In TNG, it was kind of just the Worm.
Yeah, that's true. They altered it a little. But the premise of the episode is that Dax's former host, Curzon, was having an affair with the wife of this general on this planet. And it turns out that he was protecting the old lady. And so Dax, Federation Dax was quiet and didn't want to say anything in her own defense to protect his own lover.
Yes.
Because the general really died in like a
disgrace.
Yeah. He was killed by rebels or something, and he was this war hero and blah blah blah. And he didn't want to expose the affair. But the problem was like there was no precedent created to the legality of what happens if a prior host has committed a crime. And you could just assume or say that that's never happened on Trill World, ever?
Well, I think it's fair to say it never happened with the world the crime happened on.
But it was more about the drama, the secret, and, the character of Dax not wanting to betray the trust of his former wife. Finally, episode.
We have this new show. Dax is one of the major characters. We need to highlight this character and let the audience learn more about this character. I think is the primary reason this episode exists.
Let's finish this, Commander.
Inventory is full.
Now,
yeah.
If I were to say there's a bad episode of season 1, it's The Passenger. Vantika!
Rayo Vantika is obsessed with his own survival.
Is that the brain-hopping alien? Yeah.
What have you done to his mind, Vantika?
It was necessary to render him unconscious for the time being.
It did nothing for me.
Vantika is a psychopath who's
I can't carry anymore.
So the ship arrives, and there's Vantika, and he's in stasis, and he's a psycho, and we're having engine problems. I don't remember why they come to the station, but we can't let Vantika escape. Then he's dead. He's in our morgue. Vantika has done everything he could to stay alive.
He's prolonged his life through the use of drugs, cryogenics, transplants. As a medical supervisor in a high-security penitentiary, he used prisoners for his illegal experiments in cellular longevity.
Cellular regeneration, stealing babies' blood, whatever and he's a really evil man.
He's organized raids on government labs to steal bioregenerative research. I promise you, when he started that fire on board my ship, he had a plan to survive.
And he's like basically Jason Voorhees. You have to cut his head off and burn his body to make sure Vantika never comes back. But he does.
I've been expecting you.
I did like the resolution. Or the final fate of Ventica.
That he took over Julian Bashir's body?
No, they took him out, they got him in this petri jar, and they hand him to the lady.
Oh, yeah.
He's in your custody now. And then she just sets him down and vaporizes him.
Sets him back down. But my God, when Julian Bashir is Ventica and is doing the voice.
But that's not possible. They should be shut down by now.
It is me, Vantika. And also, they go on an alien spaceship, and it's like the reused Star Trek bridge from like 10 other ships. And the buttons are all like the Federation Elcars panels, and they just throw like a red cloth over a couple of things. It's just like lazy.
They needed to have 20 episodes because this is before seasons were just 8 episodes
I know.
long.
It was a sloppily done episode with a stupid premise. So
it's a filler episode.
Next up, I have an asterisk next to this, which means it was one of my favorite episodes of season 1. It is called Move Along Home, the kids game.
Yeah, the game.
Here's why it's my
So
favorite
weird.
episode. It's a spite pick.
Okay.
Because there's an episode in Strange New Worlds where an alien takes over everyone's minds and makes them sing and dance and do musical numbers, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And they're like, the internet who defends that show were like, silly things happen in Star Trek already.
Is that really a thing? I'm so glad I didn't watch any of these fucking garbage shows, bro. Like, was that legit? The fuck?
Protest. I am not a merry man.
So they Google what silly things happen in Star Trek. This comes up because there's a scene where they all have to do hopscotch.
Oh, okay.
Alma rain, count to 4. Alma rain,
Count to 4. Alma rain, then 3 more. Alma rain, if you can see.
And so they point that out as an example of something silly that happened in Star Trek. And rewatching this episode, it ain't all that silly.
No.
In fact, why I like this episode is that
It's actually super brutal because Quark thinks he's killing them, right? If he loses his players. So When you think about it, not really that funny.
Some
Yeah.
tweaks, it could very well be a TOS episode.
Yeah.
All you need to do is have Kirk, Spock, McCoy, and 3 red shirts, and a female.
You need a female ensign.
Female ensign who's a linguistics expert or a games expert. I studied alien games in the academy. All get sucked up into this game and have a weird mastermind guy, Scotty, trying to figure out how to get them out of this game, and then have little game pieces that look like the characters. And then in the game, a red shirt dies horribly. And then the bad guy crushes the little figure. And he's dead. And then, of course, they kill the female, too.
Who would you have playing the game?
She's dead, Jim.
Who would be in Quark spot in the TOS version of this?
Playing the game?
Yeah. Bones? Do you have to be Bones?
No, Bones would be in there.
Yeah, because he has to be with Kirk and Spock.
Maybe like Uhura and some ensigns who are like
Chekhov.
Uhura and Chekhov.
Chekhov, yeah.
Because they're like the most like lighthearted of the. Sulu's a little too like.
Yeah.
Scotty is just too busy. Uhura and Chekhov go into the lounge, and then bling, like an alien appears. Hello. Would you like to play a game?
They'd be on like shore leave. They'd on some space station. Yeah. The ship would be docks.
Yeah. Shore leave would make more sense. Like, hello. My name's Gumlunda, and I'm from the Gorgon sector. I have a Chekhov. I do and they would be playing the game, and Scotty would have to like find out like where everyone went, and you pinpoint it down to the planet. And then of course everyone but Kirk, Spock, and Bones would die, like
the real die for real. Yes.
And that's the problem with this episode is that there's no stakes, and I think Bashir even says himself, he goes, I'm quite happy with the stakes.
We're playing for our lives here, Doctor. I don't think you're taking this very seriously.
On the contrary, Major. I find the stakes to be highly motivating.
I think it's supposed to be a subversion at the end. There were no stakes all along, but I don't know. It fell flat for me.
It did, but the idea of it, because I've often said TOS is a horror program.
Yes, you are right. You are correct.
Lots of terrifying things happen in that. Like it's like when the people get crushed.
The geometric salt cubes.
They turn them into styrofoam cubes and crush them, and they just are.
They're dead.
Under no circumstances shall anyone beam down from the Enterprise. They'd be killed the moment they arrived.
Kill!
And that doesn't happen quite enough in Deep Space Nine, and this would have been a fun episode, trapped in a game. But the reason why I'm picking it as the greatest episode of Star Trek of all time is because scum on the internet point out this as a silly episode.
Okay.
Now there is a sillier episode that seems to have flown past the radar.
Of Star Trek in general?
Of season one.
Season
That was a stupid episode.
Was that their brains are taken over by other personalities in that civilization?
We'll skip right to it, and we'll come back.
Okay.
It is called If Wishes Were Horses.
Oh, yeah. That was the one I was thinking felt like a TOS episode.
Yeah, it's similar. The crew's wishes manifest into real-life people characters, blah, 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 blah. It's okay, but they missed a lot of opportunities for good character development.
Mm-hmm. To be fair, it wasn't your wish, it was just your imagination.
Imagination.
What you were imagining came true, specifically.
Yeah, that's true.
Because Dax was trying to, using her scientific brain to try and figure out what was going wrong, and she was thinking, well, maybe it's because this weird explosion thing had happened, and oh no, that's what's happening, because she was thinking about it.
I want to make it that because that's in the title of the episode.
Yeah.
It makes more sense than just imagination.
Imagination.
But then there's that stupid part where always like, everyone has to stop using your imagination. It's just like, oh God.
I'm going to have to ask you all to please refrain from using your imagination.
And see, that's kind of a dumb episode in the line of we're all singing and dancing, or now we're all suddenly Muppets, which is just too extreme. This is acceptable. Too extreme. And it's a matter of taste. There's no rule. It's just a matter of taste. And to me, everyone doing like Broadway numbers.
To HP. Welcome.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of
Yeah, I know.
Two Old Men and Paper. I'm your host, Mike.
And I am Rich Evans.
And today we have met on the review set to discuss our favorite show of all time, but I can't speak for you. But it's Star Trek The Next Generation, and we've decided to select our top 5 favorite episodes. We've often called back to Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
Other than my reviews of the TNG feature films, we've called back to Star Trek moments here. This reminds me of this, but we never delved into it.
We very rarely talk about the Star Trek we actually like, which is why when you came up to me a few weeks ago and said, why don't we do our top picks of TNG? I'm like, yeah, why not? Only problem is, I went to make my top 5 episodes of TNG, and I couldn't fucking do it.
All right, that should do it. You ready? Yes.
Because there are too many great episodes of TNG. But let's get on with our TNG top picks.
Top picks of TNG. We do not know each other's picks.
No.
And I've selected mine based on several things. Rewatchability, a little guilty pleasure. You could take episodes like Measure of a Man, The Inner Light, Drumhead, episodes that have like a really strong like moral message, and they're really quality written. Chain of Command Part 1 and 2. But then there's really fun, indulgent episodes, and so I picked them based on the ones that I like to rewatch.
Yeah, because Star Trek TNG, I like watched that. That was back in the day before there was an internet. So, like, there was an episode on, it was a rerun, and an episode I was glad to see. That's a big thing. Like, oh, it's that episode. I like that episode.
Well, I think we both would agree without looking at each other's lists that Best of Both Worlds 1 and 2 are on it?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
The Best of the... It's a fine episode. It doesn't even make my top 10.
Okay. Okay.
Is it on your list?
It's on my list. I assumed you'd...
I want to talk about it. I definitely want to talk about it. I have things to say about it. It doesn't make my best of list, though.
Okay. Okay. I just assumed it would, so I did it on mine.
Okay.
It is one that I rewatch, and it is one that I like. It's very pivotal.
Here's what I have to say about the Best of Both Worlds. It is not my favorite episode of Star Trek, but it might be the most important episode of Star Trek. For reasons I will get into when we talk about it.
Well, let's talk about it right now. Number 5, Best of Both Worlds. This is the Big Borg episode. It's the famous thing that everybody goes to. You know, that's what the Star Trek Picard TV show dealt with, sort of. The Borg, Picard becomes Locutus. It's a two-parter. It ends season 3 and begins season 4.
Remember the
Considered
board?
the apex
That was Star
of
Trek
the
Picard.
7 seasons of TNG.
All of a sudden, he's scared of him.
A little rough at the
What?
beginning, gets great, and then a little rough at the end. It's peak ripeness of Star Trek, and that two-parter, halfway through, that was edge of your seat stuff when you saw it live on TV. Oh my God, Riker's gonna blow up Picard.
No, I'm curious. Were you watching this? Like, did you see that like during season 3 at the end? Did you have to wait for the cliffhanger to resolve?
No, I was watching old Star Trek, right? My dad always had old Star Trek on, and I used to watch it with him, and then I started getting into the movies. And this was probably around maybe season 5 of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Yeah.
And I was watching a marathon, and I was like blown away by the end. And all I had to do was wait maybe 20 minutes for the continuation, and I was like hooked. I remember when it started, and it was like '87. You know, I was pretty young, so I was like, you know, who's that bald guy? Where's Captain Kirk? And I went outside and was playing basketball outside.
Similar to you, I was like 10 years old when TNG started, and I was a dumb kid. So when I heard about Star Trek: The Next Generation, my first reaction was, you can't do Star Trek without Kirk and Spock.
Security, this is the captain. Security?
What the fuck are they doing? This is gonna suck. And so I had so dumb 10-year-old me built in negative feelings towards TNG.
You were the first like internet naysayer.
Yeah, I was the first internet naysayer before there was internet. And then I probably saw like season 1 episode, and it was probably some crap like Code of Honor. And I was like, yeah, I was right. This show sucks.
I see.
Code of Honor, the racist episode?
That's the racist episode.
When Tasha Yar tries to hit a black lady with a spiked ball with poison. Yeah, and they're on a jungle gym.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Oh, yeah.
And I turned my back on TNG. I'm like, yeah, I was right. I never watched it again. Meanwhile,
it's kind of ironic though, not to cut you off, because a lot of the season 1 episodes were carryover writers from the old show, and they all felt kind of corny and dated.
That's a different conversation. Why the kind of shit they did on TOS just did not work on TNG. I don't know why. I don't have time to analyze that shit right now.
That's too much to think.
That's too much to get into.
I could picture Kirk with a thing and a spike ball. Dun, 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 dun.
Well, that's the problem. It didn't have that music.
Yeah, okay.
I can't carry anymore.
So I'm not watching Star Trek anymore. I'm not watching it. And meanwhile, like season 2 of TNG is like rocky, but it gets really, there's like some big peaks in season 2, some great episodes. I'm missing all of that. Season 3 starts. Some of the best fucking Star Trek ever made. I am completely ignoring it. And then the best of both worlds happened. And it was like a pre-internet meme. You know, resistance is futile, and that image of Picard with the laser eyes staring at that just spread throughout the culture. I heard about
Inventory
that.
is full.
What's this fucked up shit that's going on with Star Trek? Like there's this Borg, these horrible monsters that suck away your individuality and do body horror, and they got Picard. I'm gonna tune into Star Trek again. And when I tuned in, because this wasn't the internet, you couldn't watch any episode you ever wanted. I just saw like a random season 3 episode, and that's what got me hooked on TNG. But I didn't start watching TNG again until the fucking meme of resistance is futile
Look who subbed.
started spreading through schools or wherever I heard about it.
Well, Best of Both Worlds is like a big. It's like the best Star Trek movie.
It's a thriller.
Acknowledged. Fire antimatter spread.
It's a thriller. It's set up, of course, with Q-Who, the earlier episode where the Borg are just a standalone.
Oh my God, these guys are so annoying to fight, bro. Jesus.
Q invented them to take humanity down a peg. Like Picard's just like, well, we're ready for any challenge out there in space. We're humans. He's like, oh, be careful.
We're resolute. We're determined. And your help is not
I
required.
can't carry anymore.
We'll just have to see how ready you are.
And then they run into the Borg, just this unstoppable cube of mindless drones that are just going to steal your individuality. You can't fight them with weapons. You can't negotiate with them. They're just unstoppable.
Their technology is too far beyond anything Starfleet has. Their biggest advantage, their technology, is completely fucking useless against the Borg.
Right. Their technology and their individuality, their negotiation, their humanity, their...
All of the Federation's strengths are weaknesses.
Q saves them at the end, but then there's this like looming threat that they return, and that's how Best of Both Worlds starts. It starts off with spooky.
Yeah, that's a little all over the place.
9.1. The Enterprise has arrived at Jure 4 in response to a distress signal from one of the Federation's outposts.
It's just this ominous beginning, and the Admiral's there, and he brings in Shelby, and and then the story begins. The Borg have entered the outskirts of Federation space.
By the way, I don't know if that was their original intention when they wrote that episode, and they just kind of grafted the Borg story onto it. That was actually hinted at as early as I think season 1.
2 Federation outposts in Sector 30 have been destroyed.
Romulans.
That's the assumption.
They think it's the Romulans who are ripping colonies out of the ground.
We are here because our outposts, which border on the neutral zone, were also attacked.
That's the cat, by the way. I'm not sure if you've noticed. I mean, it's not. It's the actor that plays the cat. I should put it that way.
Destroyed in the exact same manner as your own.
It's this mystery back even in like the end of season 1, I think.
Maybe they were just planning to set up for a big...
You can hear it.
Attacked outposts, which border on the neutral zone, were also attacked. Destroyed in the exact same manner as your own.
It's this mystery back even in like the end of season 1, I think.
Maybe they were just planning to set up for a big villain, and then they just decided this is it. I've always thought that the Borg, like the Q-Who episode, was like so, like, oh, this new enemy's cool. Let's bring him back.
You wanted to frighten us. We're frightened.
The plot is fairly simple, but the undertones of the plot are what's the most interesting part. As we've discussed this before in our private life, off camera, Best of Both Worlds does not refer to the Federation flagship and the Borg.
Mm-hmm.
It's really a story about Commander Riker.
It's a Riker episode.
It's all about ambition.
Commander Data, I realize your very nature omits ambition. Nevertheless, I want you to know I seriously considered you as first officer.
Thank you, sir.
And that's the neat thing about it, is the Borg are a giant cube metaphor for ambition. And all they want is to move up, consume, become stronger. And Riker is at that point in his life where he's been offered many captaincies.
Well, when he was introduced on the show, that was like his big drive. I'm going to be the big captain. I gave up my relationship with Troy, the love of my life, because I'm so ambitious it's going to hold me back.
I know, right? Yeah. I hated how they treated the Borg
I'm on the fast track.
in
Yeah, so
Voyager.
you have the Borg, you have Picard is settled in his role as captain, and Riker has, in the episode, he gets offered a command.
You're ready to work without a net. You're ready to take command. And you know, Enterprise will go along just fine without you.
And he turns it down. So he talks to Troy and bring 10 forward, and it's like, I'm like treading water here. And the question is brought up whether or not he's there. He wants to stay on the Enterprise, but he also wants to be captain. And so that's the big dilemma. The Picard gets kidnapped, and that's the end of the first half. The first episode is Riker has the chance to blow up Picard.
Well, he at that point he has the best of both worlds. He's on the Enterprise with his friends. He's got Troy, and he's the fucking captain of the Enterprise. He's got it all.
Yep, the best of both worlds means he has the ship he wants and the position he wants. And so you also have, it's reflected in other characters too. You have the super old admiral who dies. And then you have a young woman named Commander Shelby, who is an ambitious go-getter. And so that theme is woven into her character too.
I have been, reluctantly, forced to conclude that Commander Shelby, our expert on the Borg, is an ideal choice at this time for First Officer.
Everyone gets what they want except for Picard. This is before you had like plot leaks, like seasons in advance, and you didn't know what was going to happen in the next season of a show. You got to that cliffhanger at the end of the Best of Both Worlds. For all you knew, the future of Star Trek TNG was going to have Riker as the captain. You didn't know if that was going to be the new status quo or not.
That's true. That's why it was such a powerful ending.
Great cliffhanger.
They could never recreate that cliffhanger. So many times they've tried.
You do it now and they'll say, well, they're not getting rid of Patrick Stewart. He's under contract. 3 more seasons.
Find that out on Twitter.
I know, right? Yeah. You'd make sure you'd have nothing to do. No, I can't. I gotta watch Star Trek.
So then we get the battle of 359. The Enterprise is slated to 359, which is good for them because they would have gotten blown up.
It's good for the show's budget because we don't get to see it.
Yes, we see the remnants. We see all the floating carcasses of the ships sparking.
My humble
in
appreciation.
This, like graveyard of death as the Borg have just plowed through them. Yeah, and then we actually see the real battle of Wolf 359 in the pilot episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. We never saw the actual battle in Star Trek The Next Generation. We just see the aftermath of it. But Deep Space Nine was just on the cusp of not using models anymore. So that battle, in comparison to something like Star Trek Discovery, a little tame, but I'm very happy with tame in hindsight. I'll take tame over this nightmare any day.
So Riker has a talk with Guinan, who I love Guinan on TNG. I wish she showed up more.
Yeah.
She's a far better counselor than Troy ever was. I don't hate Troy, but man, Guinan was really great just dealing with these issues.
Troy seems like she's reading out of like a
In comparison, it does, right?
Inventory
You know what I mean?
is full.
Recovery from a great loss involves a great deal of pain. If we try to avoid that pain, we can make it harder on ourselves in the long run.
Where she's just like saying like platitudes and like rehearsed stuff that a counselor should say, but the ironic
Procedure 1A in the handbook says that the problem is this. And
yeah.
Would Counselor Troy not be a more appropriate choice to speak with Keiko? She already has.
Didn't help.
But the ironic part is that she's an
Timbo Slice. It's a priest.
No, you're wrong. I feel better today than I have in ages. You're absolutely wrong, dear.
Guinan is not, although she very well could be. She's very mysterious, but she's very wise. She's lived for 800 years or something, so she's seen a lot.
She's got her mysterious backstory with Picard. That's one of the hugest letdowns of the show, but whatever.
Although they're gonna dig her up for Star Trek Picard Season 2, and she's gonna run around with a machine gun.
It wasn't far off.
She's gonna bring out that famous gun that she has hidden behind the bar, that she used to break up the bar fight. Remember that? It shot out like sparklers.
God, I don't remember that. I wish I did.
And then Guinan takes out this giant gun from behind the bar and shoots it into the ceiling with no regard for safety of the people in the deck above. So yeah, best of both worlds. Action-packed. A bunch of encounters with the Borg, some fights. They got to go rescue Picard. They use their knowledge. He's still linked to Collective, and you know, it's some action stuff. But really, episode about Riker.
I've always thought the ending of Best of Both Worlds is just kind of a letdown.
I put them all to sleep.
To sleep?
there's one thing that would have made it perfect. The episode ends with Picard in his ready room, and he's got a couple of bandages on his head. You know, Crusher took out all the implants. And then he looks longingly out his window to his ready room, and the camera pans back.
He's looking at Earth, too, right?
He's looking at Earth. They're in orbit of Earth. And so he's just sort of like contemplative, and he's looking out the window, and it ends with just kind of a sad, you know, just the credits start rolling. Picard should have just been back at the desk, hitting the pad. Captain, something. We're in space dock. We're repairing it. So fine. Then it cuts to 10 forward. Riker's having a drink all by himself, and the camera pulls back. You know, one of those lonely 10 forward endings.
Yeah.
Where he's looking out the window with contemplation. Oh, because he's back where he started.
Yeah. I think at that point, though, they knew what got audiences excited was the hype about the Borg and Picard getting assimilated. It stopped being a Riker episode. Like, I think that story would have worked a lot better for me if Riker actually did become a captain shortly after that. Like, that's the end of the arc for him after that story, right?
Yeah.
He has to decide to move on.
Yeah.
And he never does, because it's a serialized TV show and he's one of your main characters.
Right. But if there was some reflection on that and from his character, and if that would have cropped up more throughout the rest of the show. After Best of Both Worlds, Riker is guy who asks questions about what's going on. That's his job.
Except it's missing several of the key peroxic sequences.
It's been a long time since I took genetics. The warp field generator is a power flow anti-attenuator, and that, of course, naturally created an amplification of the inherent energy output. Huh?
Naturally.
You have to compensate for the gravimetric interference before...
I'm out of range.
Is there something wrong, sir?
No. I don't know.
He is the guy whose career stalled. Just like the Admiral and other people were predicting was going to happen to Riker if he didn't make a fucking move soon. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. He was happy where he was, but he was the first officer, and if the script needed somebody to ask a layman question, they always went to Riker.
Yeah.
It also might mean they're shapeshifters of some kind.
So they could have appeared on Earth as humans. You mean if I go back, only one of us could return?
That's right.
You mean we could have come into this room, sat at this table, and had this conversation a dozen times already? Dyson sphere.
It's a very old theory, number
Yeah.
one. Not surprised.
He would definitely know what a Dyson sphere is. I know what a Dyson sphere is, for crying out loud.
That you haven't heard of it.
But anyway, that's the Best of Both Worlds. Well, I guess it's my number 5.
Yeah.
Mr. Worf.
Okay, so we're going to go on. Rich is going to say the next episode. But I wrote up some things while I was picking out my episodes. And I was just fascinated by the variety of stories that occur in Star Trek The Next Generation. And if you could think of any extra ones, you tell me. So we have episodes that are about space anomalies, problems with a space anomaly, interpersonal relationships, love stories, etc., space politics, interspecies conflicts, etc., Prime Directive, First Contact, that stuff. Lighthearted episodes about daily life aboard the ship, scary, nightmarish episodes, alien abductions, threats, mysterious illnesses, morality lesson episodes, of course.
I would say specifically ethical dilemma.
Sure, ethical dilemma. Worf wants to kill himself.
What's on your mind?
Troy's mother is in love with the guy who has to do a ritual suicide at age 60. Things like that. That's an ethical dilemma. Interspecies ethical dilemmas. Guest spot characters who bring a mystery or problem to the Enterprise. There's the fake time traveler from the future who's really from the past. Shit like that. The guy who steals data, the most toys. Wacky situations that characters find themselves in. I have the Menage a Troy episode where they're kidnapped. there's some that are a little more like where they're more dangerous. You know, Picard's Vacation, Captain's Holiday, when he's in the wacky situation with Bosch and the Ferengis the treasure. I consider that a wacky situation a character finds themselves in.
Learning to understand someone that is different from you. You have the episode where Geordi had to team up with the Romulan when like one of them was blind and the other one could walk on the electrical storm planet.
That's the Galundon Core episode. I was going to say that's a more dangerous situation.
Sure, or Darmok and Jalad.
Darmok and Jalad.
That's the
Darmok
Nogra.
episode, yes, where you're trapped with someone, you got to understand them. It's similar to the Gorn episode.
Yeah.
Dangerous or survival situations characters find themselves in. There's just straight up like, we've got to survive. Picard and Beverly fall in that hole, and that guy's selling the automated laser things that are trying to kill people. Remember the planet that sells like war weapons that's defunct? And they're like stuck in this trap where these things are flying around trying to murder them. Or the episode Final Mission, Picard, Wesley, and that guy are trapped on the desert planet. And there's this waterfall and they're thirsty, but it's covered with a force shield. You know, there's some little character stuff going on there. Straight up mysteries or whodunits. Remember when Data wouldn't tell anybody what's going on, and I think it was called Clues.
Yeah.
And Picard was like, "What's going on, Data? You're lying to us," you know. And he was trying to save them because this alien said if they come back, he's going to blow them up. So Data had to lie and cover it up. Mystery.
It's also, I'd say it probably fits in closer with Space Anomaly. It'd also cause and effect.
Cause and effect, which can fall under Space Anomalies.
Yeah.
So that's just a list. And then I have a list of types of episodes from Star Trek Discovery. Number 1, violence.
He's got the best laugh, bro.
I don't have any. So going through all the Star Trek episodes, I had to pick from all these wonderful variety of kinds of stories, and I'm sure there's different. You could blend these two together, and we'll talk a little bit more on that. Rich, go next episode.
Okay, I have Measure of a Man, and I was reluctant to even bring this one up because Star Trek Picard shit all over it. I still have to bring it up.
It's an important episode. It's a famous episode.
Basically, there's this the scientist Maddox from Space Institute, and Data is a very special android, and his creator is dead. Nobody can figure out how to make Data. They can't figure out how to recreate this technology. So this guy from the Daystrom Institute, he wants to take apart Data's brain.
Well, technically, Data's creator is not. We don't know that.
Everyone thinks he's dead. You're getting.
I had to jump that in. You know why?
I know why, but it would just confuse the discussion of this particular episode. Because for all practical intents and purposes, everyone thinks that he is dead.
Correct.
So he decides, you know, this is important technology. We need this. I need to take Commander Data's brain apart.
I thought that we could talk this out, and I could try to persuade you. Your memories and knowledge will remain intact.
And Data, because he has free will, he doesn't want this done to him. But Maddox, being the villain of this episode, is like, no, you're a machine.
I can't carry
anymore.
anymore.
You are property, and I am going to demand that you come with me because you are Starfleet property. You're going to come with me. I'm going to take apart your brain. And Picard is like,
Commander Data is a valued member of my bridge crew. Based on what I've heard, I cannot allow Commander Data to submit himself to this experiment.
fuck that shit. And so they're on this starbase. And they're going to have a trial because the local judge is in town who has a backstory of Picard, but no one ever. It doesn't go anywhere, and nobody fucking cares.
Inventory is full.
And so we're gonna have this legal battle to determine the fate of Data. Yeah, I guess they need a prosecuting attorney, and the only qualified person is Riker.
And the unenviable task of prosecuting this case would fall on you, Commander, as the next most senior officer of the defendant's ship.
I can't. I won't.
And so Riker is forced against his will to testify against Data.
Shad's a little interpersonal drama.
Yeah, and it's just I think it's just this episode's a good example of just the ethics of Star Trek. The Federation's willingness to just accept things that are different from them. Like, no, Data's a person, he's got rights. We're gonna fight for his rights.
Yeah, and where this new ethical challenge has not come up yet, and now here it is. It's like pen pals.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
My emotions are involved. Data's friend is going to die. That means something.
To Data.
Which is another good example of that kind of episode. And that definitely belongs in a top 5 episode list.
It is also probably the ultimate example of the Picard speech. Because the entire ending of this episode is just one epic Picard speech that saves the day.
I can't carry
Your
anymore.
Honor, a courtroom is a crucible. In it we burn away irrelevancies until we are left with a pure product, the truth, for all time.
This is one of the best examples of that. It's also a good Guinan episode because he gets the advice he needs from Guinan right beforehand. Picard's at his lowest point. Like Riker did a really good demonstration that Data's just his machine. Take his arm off, press the button, he turns off. And
yeah.
Picard's like, oh no, what can I do? And then Guinan, he goes 10 forward, goes to the bar, talks to Guinan. She points out, no, it's not about whether or not he's a machine. This is
Talking about slavery.
I think that's a little harsh.
I don't think that's a little harsh. I think that's the truth.
And Picard's like, oh, and it inspires him to make the ultimate Picard speech. He saves the day with his words.
Perfectly well-written episode.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's a shame that Star Trek Picard shit all over it.
That eventually androids became slaves. And Picard didn't give 2 fucks.
I fucking hate that so much.
That show, I'm so glad coronavirus happened.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Inventory is full.
My next episode will also be a similar kind of ethical dilemma kind of episode. Probably not a fan favorite episode, but it's one that I like a lot in the regard of Measure of a Man. It's called The Drumhead. Are you familiar with this one?
Yeah. I haven't seen it in a while, so you might need to remind me of stuff. But
yeah. It's not a fun rewatch. But it's a good episode that ends with a great Picard speech. The premise is they foolishly allow a Klingon scientist aboard the Enterprise who
the best Klingon scientist was in that Beverly Crusher episode.
Yeah, she hates herself so much.
Like, obviously just abused by her own culture. That Klingons obviously do not respect scientists, and so she is extremely insecure about everything.
Yeah.
I have heard enough of your accusations. Now I will have your silence.
But this guy does not look like a scientist. He's really angry, and he gets accused, rightfully so, of stealing secrets.
You accuse me because I am Klingon.
Because he claims to have a disease that he has to take daily injections for, and then they discover he's used a device and encoded in the injection serum, like, I don't know, micro RNA sequences that compute to computer information.
Mm-hmm.
So he's literally carrying secrets out in his bloodstream. So they catch him, but the trigger point for the episode is the warp engine explodes. Not destroying the ship, but a part of it blows up, leaks radiation out into the warp engine area, and they have to close the door and vent the radiation. So it's this big, like, it's a conspiracy.
Who sabotaged the warp core?
Right.
Obviously somebody sabotaged the warp core.
Somebody sabotaged the warp core and stole secrets. So then you have this admiral. Her name is Admiral Sati. They establish Counselor Troy in the very beginning, and she's determining whether or not the Klingon is lying. She says he's hard to read.
It's hard to tell. He's very closed, but he is hiding something.
But then the rest of the episode, she's completely gone, conveniently, where she's unable to read Admiral Sati, and kind of like figure her out. I have no idea what happened to Counselor Troy, or why Picard didn't ask her, can you help out here? It's a drumhead trial, which Picard explains is like an old military tribunal. What are they called? Court martial, but not an official one where you sit on a drum and they just say you're guilty, So an unfair
Stupid
trial.
fucking
It's a drumhead trial, and
dog.
Kangaroo court, right. Admiral Sati comes in there, and we discover later she's got a hang up. She's a little nuts. She's trying to live in the shadow of her father, who was a great judge.
What you're doing here is unethical. It's immoral. I'll fight it.
Do what you must, Captain. And so will I.
They begin this prosecution. She's got a betazoid with her, and this other lady who just takes notes and looks like smug, and they come investigating. And so it's just, without just going through the entire plot, it starts to spiral out of control.
Because I have access does not mean...
What would you say if I told you there is evidence that the explosion in the engine room was caused by a corrosive chemical? One that is kept stored in sick bay.
I had nothing to do with that.
They accuse they find this guy who has kind of Vulcanish Romulan ears. His name is something Tarsus, Lieutenant Ensign Tarsus, and they're like, did you chat with this Klingon? And he's like, a little bit, I guess. And then they're like, he's hiding something. He's hiding a dirty secret. And it turns out he lied on his application to Starfleet. His great-grandfather or grandfather was Romulan and not Vulcan, which makes him ineligible, and they ruin his career. Anymore. And then they're like, okay, stop. And then Geordi and Data say, oh, it's an accident.
I believe, sir, that the conclusion to our investigation must be that the explosion was not intentional.
That's the way I see it. This wasn't sabotage at all. It was nothing more than an accident.
There was a flaw in the casing on the warp core, and it blew up. And she's like, there wasn't an accident. I'm going to keep digging. They ally themselves with Worf because Worf is crazy.
It's in his Klingon blood, man. He just becomes a true believer in prosecuting everybody for everything.
They instantly recognize Worf as an ally. He can be your SS officer, and he does recruit a team of security people that all start doing digging. He's just immediately down with it. Worf is not the best Starfleet officer.
I do not understand.
I mentioned
not in that episode.
Do you remember Conundrum?
Which one was that?
They get all their minds erased, their memories erased, and nobody knows rank. The computer's offline. It's so that these aliens can take over the ship and blow up their enemies. Worf thinks he's the captain because he's got the sash. He's like, I must be the captain, and he's like, I think we should kill everyone.
The phasers are operational.
We now have full tactical control.
And Picard's like, but Mr. Worf, Captain Worf, maybe we should look into this a little more. I disagree. Full phasers. Target them and destroy them. It's kind of funny. Worf he has violent tendencies and he doesn't think very clearly.
If there is a conspiracy on board, I promise you, I will find it.
They recruit him to their cause. It starts getting out of control. And eventually, they're pointing at everyone. You're a conspirator. You're a conspirator. And then Picard is put up on the stage. Just last year, you had a Vulcan ambassador on board who turned out to be a Romulan. What did you do about it?
In fact, she was not a Vulcan at all, was she? She was a Romulan spy.
That's correct.
Did you try to steal her back from the Romulans because she had Federation secrets? And the head of Starfleet security comes to the trial. And at first it was a closed session, now it's open to the public, everyone's there, and it becomes like a witch trial.
Yeah.
Picard makes a great speech, and then the Admiral melts down in front of everybody, and the head of Starfleet security just leaves without saying a single word. And he's just that's how, and it's kind of reflective in today's society, that's how things can just spin out of control.
You think we've come so far? torture of heretics burning of witches or ancient history. Then, before you can blink an eye, suddenly it threatens to start all over again.
It was such an intelligent
So
show,
it's a
bro.
good, like episode about that kind of.
They really don't make him like they used to.
Kind of fear that could happen, slippery slope, McCarthyism, that sort of stuff.
But she, or someone like her, will always be with us, waiting for the right climate for us to flourish. Spreading fear in the name of righteousness.
Another great example of a Picard speech.
Yes, yes. Picard just, is this who we've become? You know, you're fucking putting me on trial now. The first was a dirty Klingon who was literally stealing secrets, but it was a coincidence. It was unrelated to the explosion, but there's just like this conspiracy has to go further, and so you know it's not an action-packed episode. It's not a whole bunch of fun, but it's a smartly written episode. And I'd like to point out too, before I forget, this episode made me think about it, was that, and Measure of a Man too, is I prefer episodes that are not A-B story episodes. In TV, when you write an episode, most times there's an A story and a B story, where you have the A story is the main story, and then you cut back. TNG episodes with A and B stories I tend to not like as much as when they focus all 42 minutes on a single story, and that's what the Drumhead did. It builds it up.
Yeah.
But it just depends on how it's structured and what it's about.
Yeah.
If it needs a lot of big scenes like Measure of Man, or you know where everyone's talking and figuring something out, or you're building up this, you know, this Drumhead trial where you're moving from one person to the next, and you have to show progression. You don't want to distract from that by having, you know, Deanna Troi, her replicator isn't making her chocolate ice cream right. You know what I mean?
Well, that episode is just way too serious for something like that.
Yeah. I just threw that out as a silly example, but maybe something like different, you know.
Like you have one story where Data's experimenting with a relationship, and on the B story, your ensign's getting merged with part of the whole. That was that episode, right? That was the.
Yeah.
This guy's such an unbelievable retard.
The lady stuck on the floor.
Those two things are totally wildly different.
I have nothing more to say.
Perhaps we should call a recess.
What you got next, Rich?
All right. Well, what I have next is I'd be very sad if we didn't have a Q episode, and so I have Deja Q. It's a great episode. It might not be the best beginner episode, because if you're not familiar with Q, the fact that he lost his powers might not mean much to you. But if you're a fan of Q, it's a delightful episode. Q, of course, is the omnipotent being. He is all-powerful, all-knowing. He can just snap his fingers and he can do anything.
Like a mariachi band appear?
Like a mariachi band appears in Deja Q, yes.
Give Riker some ladies.
Look at Riker, he can't keep a scared face.
Give Riker some ladies, then give him to Worf.
And he seems to be obsessed with Picard. He is fascinated with humanity, and more specifically, Picard. And he frequently shows up on Star Trek The Next Generation episodes, and they're usually lighthearted episodes, and he torments everybody, and they're really fun episodes.
Q. It's about time you showed up.
I would prefer if you addressed me as His Honor, the High Sheriff of Nottingham.
He was a little more menacing early on.
Even then, though, there was some fun moments.
Yeah. The first appearance of Q was the first episode of Star Trek. Yeah, the pilot. And then the second one was when he sent them all down to the planet.
It's when he made them fight pig monsters.
Yeah.
It was a very bad episode, but it was season 1.
The Napoleonic pig warriors with the muskets.
Those aren't muskets.
I don't. He was tempting Riker to become a Q, I think. I don't remember that one very well, but his appearances became less and less threatening and more
and more benevolent as time went on too. Oddly, the first Q appearance, he is clearly the antagonist, and then by the time you get to the end, it's almost like he's guiding everybody. But Deja Q is an episode. Starts off where the Enterprise, they're in orbit over this planet, and this planet is a huge problem, literally, because their moon is crashing into the planet. So the Enterprise, they're desperately trying to figure out scientifically how to use their tractor beams or whatever just to save this planet from their moon crashing into it, when out of nowhere, a naked Q appears on the bridge of the Enterprise, and he has been stripped of his powers. The rest of the Q, all of the other Qs, have decided he is too much of a menace, he's terrible, and they're going to punish Q by making him mortal. And so you have this wonderful episode where like the tables are reversed. Normally Q is the one fucking with everybody, and now you have an episode where Q is completely powerless, and he's completely confused by everything. Like, he doesn't know what sleep is. He's terrified when he falls asleep. I lost consciousness. What happened? He fell asleep, Q.
You fell asleep.
Oh, terrifying. How can you stand it day after day?
It's just got some great one-liners, this episode. Q is trying to prove to everybody that he doesn't have his powers anymore. They won't believe that Q is immortal now. And it's like, well, how can I prove it to you? And then Worf just says,
die.
What must I do to convince you people?
Die.
The face, all right, Riker. Hilarious.
What's the problem? I didn't have that music.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, what? Fuck.
But, so I'm not watching Star Trek anymore. I'm not watching.
Too bad.
This is also a good
What I do to convince you people?
Die.
It's perfect.
I can't
Oh,
carry
very
anymore.
clever, Worf. Eat any good books lately?
Whoever thought Worf would have a witty comeback. And then he says, eat any good books lately?
Yeah, that line makes me laugh too. It's nowhere near as clever.
No, but it's just funny.
Yeah. This is also the episode where you get the famous Picard facepalm.
Because in all the universe, you're the closest thing I have to a friend, Jean-Luc.
Oh.
That's in this episode. It's when Q shows up on the bridge. Picard's like, I got enough shit to deal with now. What the fuck is Q doing?
Sneezing? Having an itch? A pimple? Bad breath? Having to bathe?
Too bad.
This is also a good example of a B story.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
they are more intertwined because Q's appearance there, they start making him help, trying to figure out how to pull the moon away from or back into a stable orbit.
Yeah.
And so he's actively working on the problem. At the end, that the two stories connect as they should, as they usually do.
That's when a B story is done well. Everything comes together.
It
right.
comes together at the end. Q, at the end, he gets his powers back.
Fine. You got your powers back. Try and stay out of trouble.
And he solves their problem with the moon.
Yeah.
And it shows a little bit of benevolence and kindness from him. They helped him out. They took care of him when he didn't have his powers. They protected him, most importantly.
That's why he chose to become human.
Yeah.
He knew all of the other people he tormented were going to be coming after him, and only Starfleet would be gullible enough to take him in and help him out.
And electric space fish or whatever will come to get him. The calamari.
We have sustained light damage from an attack by an alien species known as the calamarain.
Well, it's also a good episode with Data.
Yeah.
Because they team Q up with Data in that episode, and the irony is that Q is this being who has been forced against his will to become a human. He doesn't want anything to do with being human. And Data, his entire ambition in his life has been to become more human. And now you get scenes with them together where Data's kind of teaching Q how to be a better human being.
I'm not good in groups.
It's difficult to work in a group when you're omnipotent.
And another note is the Q moment of kindness is that this is the same episode where he gives Data that moment of humor, laughter. Data understands laughter for just a minute, and then it's taken away from him. Great pick, Rich.
Thank you.
That is up there for me.
Is that on your list?
No.
Wow.
However you did it, thank you.
We'll segue with Q.
Okay.
And I'm going with Tapestry.
I don't have it on my list, but it's a great episode.
Written by Ronald D. This is the Star Trek's Quantum Leap episode. I love this episode. It's so great. The premise is we open with the away team has been ambushed. We don't see it, but they beam right into sickbay. Picard has been shot square in the chest with some kind of high-powered laser beam. He's dying. His artificial heart is given out.
Specifically because he has an artificial heart.
Yeah, and Dr. Crusher can't save him. He dies. He wakes up in a white landscape, and then Q is there in like monk robes, and he's like, "I'm God, you're dead." It's a great opening.
Q's not wrong. For all practical intents and purposes, he is God.
And it's ambiguous at the end whether or not Picard actually died or Q played a trick on him. We don't really know.
It's near the end of Q's transformation from pure antagonist to secretly benevolent. And they went so far benevolent on Q in that episode that they had to say, oh, it was a dream, and we don't know if it was really Q or not.
Yeah, we don't know if Picard had a dream, if Q really intervened and prevented him from dying. Who knows? He does magically recover in sick bay. But, yeah, so it's the Star Trek Quantum Leap episode. He leaps back into his former self. They do a bit where he looks in the mirror, and I'm really glad they didn't show a younger self. It would have been copyright infringement. But he's like, I don't look 21. He's like, well, to everybody else you do. That's what Q says.
Certainly don't look it. Well, to everyone else you do.
So basically, it's a.
Well, it's kind of a time.
It's a brilliant line. Let's be honest.
Picard the opportunity.
Problem solved. Like, we just saved $1 million.
The fight that caused him to need an artificial heart.
Right. That's the heart of the episode. No pun intended. It's also about all the choices you make throughout your life and how they mold you as a person, because Picard looks back at his younger self as brash, arrogant, violent even. He's a womanizer. He makes a date with an elderly lady.
I know he had the hots for his friend.
He had the hots for his friend. He gets slapped in the face by a girl in the beginning, walks out, and then he remembers that he drunkenly made a date with an elderly lady. And he shows up and she's like, am I not as pretty as I was when you had beer goggles?
What's wrong? I don't look as attractive to you as I did last night.
And he's like, no, you're a handsome woman.
I think you're a very handsome woman.
Handsome. That's something you say to old ladies.
And then she throws a drink in his face or slaps him or something. She's like, I'm out of here, you bastard. And so yeah, he's a bit of a womanizer, and I love that line. You're a very handsome woman, because to me, it's a lovely reference to the Salt Vampire episode of the original Star Trek series. You remember this?
I don't remember this line that you're referencing, but I remember that episode.
I love William Shatner's delivery of this line in the Salt Vampire episode, because they go down to the planet to find that scientist, and his wife is there. And McCoy knew her when he was younger, and it's not really the wife, it's the Salt Vampire in disguise. And he sees her as young and beautiful, and Kirk sees her as an old lady.
Oh.
This is Captain Jim Kirk of the Enterprise.
Is this Greta?
And McCoy's like, she doesn't look a day over 25 when I dated her, 100 years ago. And Kirk's like, and he goes, Bones, she's a handsome woman, but he's just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
She looks exactly as I knew her 12 years ago. Amazing, Jim. Like a girl at 25.
She's got some gray, Bones. Excuse me, Professor. She's a handsome woman, yes, but hardly 25.
And so, you never say a woman is handsome. It means they still look pretty good when they're old. So that's Picard's first mistake. And so he's a womanizer. He's arrogant. He starts fights with Nausicaans, and so he becomes the killjoy of the party when he's an old man, and everybody sees him as a 21-year-old because he's hanging out with his two cadet friends, Martha Bertenides and the guy with the red hair. I don't know what his name is. Bobby.
Whatever. Point is, though, without that ambition of his youth, without that fire, he never made much of his life.
Cardi, that won't solve anything.
They'll teach him that he can't go around cheating Starfleet officers.
All it'll do is provoke him. And provoking a Nausicaan is not a good idea.
So he's being more older Picard, and he's saying they do a thing where they're playing Domjot, which is like pool in a pool hall, basically with
Play Domjot, human.
Play Domjot, human. That's a famous line.
Human. Play Domjot, human.
It's like Darmok and Gelada in Tanagra. A resistance is futile. It has a famous line in this one, Rich. Play Domjot, human. And the Nausicaans look silly playing this little game with the glowing balls. It's a terrible prop. Terrible.
But it's a great line.
It's a great line. Terrible prop, great line. They find out the Nausicaans are cheating.
Cardi, I'm not here to help you. I'm here to stop you from making a serious mistake.
You sound like my mother.
Picard's buddy is like pissed off about it, and he wants to get back at them. And no, let's not. And then the fight is about to happen, and Picard stops his friend from attacking the Nausicaan and like throws him over a table. And,
Yeah.
He also sleeps with the girl, which they never did. They were always friends, and he kind of soils that friendship, and it's ruined there as well. And so then, boom, flash forward. Mr. Picard, Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Mr. Wolf, what is my rank and position?
You are Lieutenant Junior Grade, Assistant Astrophysics Officer.
Are you feeling all right?
He's got the blue uniform on, and he's like, what? And so they show his future. It's a little bit too of like It's a Wonderful Life, where you kind of see how it's like if he was never born, but now it's Picard. The changes he made didn't mold his character, and Q explains it to him. He's like, if you never did this, you wouldn't have taken command of the Stargazer Bridge when the captain died, and you wouldn't have. You have to be seen, And then Riker explains it to him too. He's like, you never take chances. You got to stand out. You got to get noticed.
Yeah.
If you want to get ahead, you have to take chances, stand out in a crowd, get noticed.
It's a very simple, lovely story
about the folly of regret.
I can't live out my days as that person. That man is bereft of passion and imagination. That is not who I am.
The folly of regret. Yes, regret is a huge part of this episode. And I watched this one live on television, or, first run, I guess.
Yeah.
And I had known from the Samaritan Snare episode when Picard and Wesley take the shuttlecraft to get his heart fixed by Dr. Pulaski. He tells the story.
You fought them and won?
I had this one Nausicaan down in this somewhat devious joint lock when, unbeknownst to me, one of his chums drew his weapon and impaled me through the back.
of how he got stabbed in the heart, and he looked down and he laughed.
In fact, I do actually remember that I laughed out loud.
And when I saw that scene, I was like, he's got to look down and laugh. And then it happened. I was like, okay. I'm watching your canon already, Star Trek The Next Generation.
I was an undisciplined, loud-mouthed, opinionated young man who was way out of his league.
Quality callback.
It was accurate.
Yeah.
They knew their canon. They knew it as they were writing it.
That show was on its fucking A game, man.
Senior officers, please report to the captain's ready room.
Acknowledged.
There's some touches of humor. I love when Picard realizes in the future that he's a nobody.
Yeah.
And he, Mr. Picard, and he's asking, what year is it? Well, who's the captain of this ship? And they're just like, the fuck? And he's like pleading with Riker to give him a chance, and
Nah, it's too late. You roll.
And Riker's just desperately searching for compliments. He's like, you're punctual.
Punctual?
And he does this look on his face. See, that's all these little moments. When Riker and Troy are kind of talking to Picard, and they're giving him an evaluation, even though it's in an appropriate time. Riker's just he's like, well, yeah, little human character moments, and that's stuff you don't get from modern Star Trek. Not to bring up the bad.
I don't know. I think it would have been better if Picard turned to the Nausicaan and said, "Please, friend, choose to live," and then pulled out a sword and just started decapitating everybody in the bar. That would have been better.
Yeah, and then Q's like, what?
Oh my God, what are you doing?
Nothing changed. I had this whole thing set up.
I was wrong about humanity. I have to destroy you all.
I like when the Nausicaan says to them, you talk and you talk.
Like all Starfleet, you talk and you talk.
But you have no grandma.
But you have no grandpa.
One of my favorite lines. Blu-ray. Star Trek.
I don't have the Blu-rays.
Well, here's the thing. You can still buy these on Blu-ray. This is my pitch to not watch this on CBS All Access. Blu-rays.
Oh, it's on Netflix.
Is it?
Yeah. That's how I've been rewatching some of them.
Watch it on Netflix or buy the Blu-rays. The Blu-rays are wonderful.
I thought some of the effects looked nice. They might be the newer, cleaned up versions on Netflix, but
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
I was watching this episode, and I could go through the whole series and look for little things. I love looking at details on the sets that are messed up or not proper, where you could see the carpet cut, stuff like that. And I noticed that he sits down on the bed with the girl, and I noticed on the base of the bed there's black scuff marks from their boots hitting it, probably doing multiple takes. The things you don't notice. They're at the bar, and Picard and the girl both have similar glasses, but the guy has a Klingon blood wine cup, which I thought was neat. Something I've never noticed before. It's probably okay, maybe this bar had that cup randomly.
Or more likely, that's just a cup prop they happen to have in the back, and they needed more cups.
Right. Yeah, so the Blu-rays are great. And it's funny, I posted a wonderful clip on our Patreon. It's from the episode, I think, is it Data's Day?
What happened? I've watched that recently. That was one of my candidates. It didn't make the list.
When Data is, it is Data's Day, when he's typing a journal to Bruce Maddox.
Yeah.
And Keiko and Miles are getting married, and then there's the Vulcan ambassador on board. They bring that up in the drumhead. So it's funny they reference that because there's a wonderful little shot in that episode, Data's Day, when the Vulcan ambassador is standing on the bridge and talking to the view screen to the Romulan, and she's like, I'm an actress lady, I'm talking like a Vulcan, blah, 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 blah. And behind her in the background is Picard just standing there, and Patrick Stewart falls asleep in the shot. He nods off. Because it's not his line. He's just standing there, and this lady's probably doing 20 takes, and he goes like this. He goes like that. And it's like,
Alright, I'm calling it here, boys. I gotta wake up in 4 hours. See you.